Under the light of the full moon, the shadows of the trees frame the calm night sky, partially covered by clouds. On the porch sits an elderly man from southern Sedaru. He is worried because his grandson is late. Suddenly, he hears a sharp rustle in the nearby bushes. The face of St. Arrows tenses with suspicion as he listens carefully to the noise. From the bushes suddenly appears a burly man with a stern look. Noticing the danger, Satoru tenses and adopts a serious expression. The stranger suddenly steps out of the bushes and with tension in his voice demands Satoru to identify himself. At that moment, young Takumi approaches the gate and calls his grandfather. Surprised by the boy's appearance, the attacker draws a large knife. The man lunges at Takumi, but Satoru manages to run up and shields him with his body. Takumi is gripped by horror as he watches everything, tears rolling down his cheeks. The criminal sharply drives the knife deep into Satoru's side. Mortally wounded, Satoru barely stands on his feet, but does not stop his assault and continues to move forward. The attackers froze in confusion, struck by the old man's unexpected determination. Katero boldly lunges at the larger man, and together they fall to the ground. Takumi shouts his grandfather's name with horror and disbelief. Satoru, gathering all his last strength, with pain on his face, still tries to smile at his grandson. His life gradually fades, and his hand falls helplessly, leaving a small talisman to fall to the ground. His vision becomes blurred, and he feels his consciousness gradually leaving his body. The last thing he sees in this life is his grandson's desperate scream as his soul leaves his body. Katero suddenly appears with a light sound in a brightly lit empty space where there is nothing around. An unfamiliar voice addresses him with the words, "Young man," and offers a chance to become a true hero. Seeing before him a mysterious figure that looks neither like a boy nor a girl, he asks, "Who do you call young?" The entity asks Satoru in surprise what exact power he uses to hover in the air. The shining creature introduced itself as Itro and addressed Satoru, calling him Takami. Katero explains that the name Takumi belongs to his grandson, not to him. Looking around this strange and empty place, he wonders if he has entered the afterlife. Itra listens attentively as the old man corrects her, and long hair softly falls behind. Horror appears on Itro's face as he realizes his fatal mistake. The god confirms that this man is Takumi's grandfather, not the boy himself. When all the parts are put together, explain to Ruasu Itro whether they really are God. Sadaro notices that the trill no longer floats and says he has one important question. With a gloomy face, he asked only the most important thing, whether Takami survived. Itra looks at him sadly and confirms that only Setoru died. Satoru smiles with relief and laughs, saying that is the most important thing. He calmly says there is no reason to worry if his grandson is okay. Itril tells the guild that due to a mistake they made, something terrible happened, and now it is impossible to fix it. A close-up shows a flower pot standing in a shining white, almost fairy tale space. Satoru smiles gently and assures the deity that the main thing is that Takumi is okay, then he is calm too. He asked about Itro's initial intentions and learned that he planned reincarnation. Sidaru notices a chance and asks to be reborn in the body of his own grandson. When Itro's feet touch the ground, they immediately adapted to the new position. The god shines with joy because he finally found such an easy solution to the problem. Katoro quietly sighs with relief, happy that his cleverness helped avoid trouble. Now that the deal is done, he prepares to voice his first wish. Itro shines with divine power and tells the old man that he is very lucky. The god notices that Satoru is not impressed by their divine spectacle. Satoru says he is already familiar with reincarnation because his grandson often writes about it in his novels. Then he asks to become a little younger in his new life. Katoro smiles slyly, pondering which wishes can now be fulfilled. Bajet, with a friendly, wise smile, offers the elder to grant any of his wishes. Satoru thoughtfully holds his hand on his chin, considering the boundless offer. The first thing he thought about was how difficult it would be for him to communicate with others at first. Itral hopes that this will help him master new languages, gain common sense, and acquire evaluation skills. In the endless white space, the elder zealously lays out his conditions to God. Itral looks confused. He scratches the back of his head, carefully examining how precisely this request is formulated. Katero asked for a chest to store things, explaining that he learned this when playing games with his grandson. God advises using the word inventory to make it clearer and helps the elder imagine what exactly is meant. Saint Taru sighs with relief because he finally met a god who understands his modern jokes and references. Itral smiles easily and confidently, confirms that he is truly divine. The elder accepts this without doubt. Before completing the transfer, God asked the old man his name. Itro says goodbye to him and escorts him into a new world, illuminated by a bright flash of light. When Setaru left, Itral pondered how strange this man was. Then God addresses an invisible entity, inviting it to step out of the shadow and reveal itself. The small, embarrassed Filisov shyly peeks out from behind the secret door. She quietly tugs Itro's robe and asks who the man who just left was. Sadero sits on the porch of his house, and his grandson approaches and asks, "Grandfather, where did Grandpa go?" Eterial calmed Filisov and explained that he sent that man to a safe cave in their world. In the sky of the new world shine two moons at once, one round and full, and the other thin like a sickle. Sataro wakes up after the transfer and notices that he is lying in a sleeping bag inside a cave. Nearby, he notices a building resembling a shrine and immediately recognizes it in the cool air. Leaving the cave, he notices two moons in the sky. This confirms that his life has changed forever. Suddenly, something rustled in the cave, and it immediately caught his attention. He looks back into the darkness and notices a large, frightening shadow inside. Suddenly, a wild chaos begins in the cave. A fierce fight suddenly breaks out. A huge bear with one horn and glowing eyes emerges from the darkness and fiercely tears apart a defenseless deer. Satoru calmly approaches the terrible scene and reproaches the monster for being so predictable. The bear releases its prey and sharply raises its head, noticing the stranger. The beast growls threateningly and prepares to attack the old man. Satoru scratches his chin, pondering which spells would be best to use. When the monster jumps forward, he perceives this mighty creature only as a minor obstacle. He easily steps aside and avoids the beast's attack. Lifting the skinny creature, he scolds it for behaving so dangerously. He casts a spell, and bright glowing threads burst out, enveloping the monster and binding it tightly. Horned Bear rages and roars, while Satoru calmly watches how effectively his spell works. The wand glowed again as he prepared to continue casting spells. A volley of icy magical needles hits the stunned beast. He focuses on the wounded deer and casts a powerful healing spell. The deer opens its eye as the magic fully restores its strength and life. He watches as the healed animal jumps away, sincerely wishing it luck and warning it to be careful. He stands over the fallen bear and quietly utters a short, respectful prayer. Using his new inventory ability, he stores the huge carcass of the creature in the stash. The next morning, over the fog-covered land where thick trees stand, a bright and beautiful dawn spreads. Satoru steps out of the tent, enjoys the pleasant morning air, and watches a bird nearby. He begins his morning exercises, with birds flying around him. He is still stretching, and birds happily land around him, some on his tent, others near his feet. The rejuvenated grandfather finishes another set of exercises under the morning sun. He hears the nearby babbling of a stream, and his face takes on an interested expression. He kneels down by the water itself, and joyfully realizes that he has finally found a peaceful place. Looking in the mirror, he notices with surprise that he looks 10 years younger. After long travels through the forest, Itral rejoiced when he finally saw a paved road. Stopping on the road, he takes a sip of his drink and enthusiastically watches the birds on a blooming branch. One of the travelers, meeting him, kindly points him the way to the city. Soon ahead appears the city, its buildings rising on a distant hill. By the main gates, a guard stops the old man and demands to see his identification. Itral says that he is just a tourist from a village. The guard smiles and says that if he has no documents, it means he simply has nowhere to live. His companion was surprised that such an elderly man set out on such a long journey alone. Itral irritably perceives their condescending tone, but ponders what to do next. The guard holds a crystal ball in his hand and asks if he recognizes it. He is told to place his hand on the bright magical device. Itral angrily says that he is not stupid and understands everything perfectly. A drop of sweat on his forehead reveals his slight nervousness, although the response sounded harsh. The guards warned him about dangerous places, sharing a story about how they themselves had to go through a risky journey. They wave their hand to him, inviting him to enter and warmly welcome him to Sali. Itral walks the streets and notices that he really likes the city. The cheerful guards remind him of what he and his friends were like in their youth. He considers his next step, using game theory. Raising his head to the sky, he decides to first go to the temple. Inside the magnificent building, probably a temple, every detail of the luxurious decoration can be seen. A woman with long blonde hair praised him, saying that the new clothes suited him very well. He flinched in surprise when he heard someone loudly ask to clear the way for a cart. In the city square, he watches the lively market and children playing nearby. Smiling, he enjoys the bright, friendly atmosphere of the bustling town. A collector approaches him and politely asks for a generous donation to help orphans. Unable to refuse, Itral throws a handful of coins into the box. Smiling, he hopes that his donation will give the children a tasty lunch. Itra waves modestly goodbye, and the collector gives her a divine blessing. Continuing his way through the city, he passes under large stone arches. Inside the temple, he stopped before the calm and beautiful statue of Agatis. He said a prayer, thanked her, and felt that he could live well here. He feels the presence of the goddess nearby and quietly promises himself to cherish this new life. Having left the temple, he thanks the street vendor for the tasty snack. Enjoying the delicious food, he thoughtfully chooses what to try next. Before him towers the Guild of Merchants building, large, decorated with bright flags and emblems. The stern guildmaster asks if he has gotten lost here, as he sees an ordinary boy before him. A polite administrator approaches and courteously shows him where the registration desk is located. Approaching the desk, he named himself John, said he came to rest, and asked to register. To register his power, she asked him to fill the crystal ball with his magic. Itra leans closer, enchanted by the glow of the magical device he just received. The sphere suddenly burst and turned into a bright star right in his hand. Then the object flattens and transforms into a rectangular identification card. Surprised by such a change, he declared that he would now engage in the food business. He thanked her, but the secretary immediately reminded him it is necessary to strictly follow the rules. She supports him and sincerely wishes him success at the beginning of his journey. Returning to the market, he notices that tea is very expensive. He approaches the seller and politely asks for a moment of his time. When he asks how much the potatoes cost, the seller looks at him in surprise. A little boy named Leo tells him that 2 potatoes will be enough to fill him up. Biting off a piece of the precious potato, Itral admits that he overdid it a bit. The old traveler Itral turns around and notices the commotion on the street. Little Leo sits on the ground and apologizes through tears for what happened. After the boy accidentally bumps into him, the rough bully looks at him sternly and sharply tells him to watch the road. In a close-up, a sad scene is visible. All the eggs in the box are completely broken. The boy starts crying and confesses to his mother that he broke the eggs. Itral approached the crying child and gently asked what happened to the valuable eggs. Leo leads the old man along the path and points to the house, as if to say, "Here is your home." At the end, Itro encourages the boy, promising that they will apologize together. Inside, Leo's mother is angry. The spoiled eggs can no longer be sold, and this annoys her greatly. Leo cannot hold back tears and constantly apologizes, while Itro silently watches this. Itro asks if his mother will listen to him until she herself stops her angry tirade. The old man stepped forward and said that he saw everything with his own eyes. The boy is not guilty of anything. He asks if she has oil and vinegar and suggests a way to make the eggs suitable for sale. Itro begins beating the broken eggs in a bowl, and the characteristic clinking is heard in the room. Satisfied, raising the jar with the delicate sauce, he announces, "Everything is ready." The mother skeptically tries the unknown substance, thinking it is another failed joke. Her eyes widen with surprise and admiration. The taste was simply incredible. Acknowledging that it is both annoying and inspiring admiration, she wonders where he learned to do this. Ethel smiles and says that this is a special dish from his native village. Mom thinks about how else this thing can be used, while Itral meanwhile offers to teach her to cook according to this recipe. She is surprised that even spoiled eggs can be used so skillfully. Itro casually snaps his fingers and with a smile accepts her thanks, letting her know that everything is fine. That night in his room, Itro, feeling grateful for a roof over his head, relaxes and prepares for the next day. Using the sought-growing skill, he magically replenishes his black tea supplies. I remember how in childhood Takumi loved to play with tea jars. Falling asleep, he quietly wishes the boy happiness. The next morning, sunlight floods the entire city. The guildmaster was stunned when he saw how much goods tea Itral sold. That same evening, 2 moons appeared over the world, calmly hanging in the night sky. In the tavern, two visitors share news about how grandfather profitably sold a large batch of tea and coffee beans. Someone among them suggests that this mysterious grandfather is probably a notorious scoundrel. Leo opened his eyes wide when the potato seller called Itril a grandpa with the look of an old record. The boy passionately defends the grandfather and insists that he is a good person. The potato seller looked down at his food in surprise, trying to understand why the child suddenly shouted so loudly. The men ask Leo about the old man, hinting that he is being deceived. The potato seller breaks away from his food, looking at Leo with interest, who so confidently defends him. The next morning, Itril greets Leo warmly as he comes down the stairs in a good mood. Visitors are surprised by his appearance. Someone even remarks that he reminds them of their own grandfather. Leo quickly runs up to Itril and hugs him tightly, while others in the tavern greet each other with good morning. The boy tugs at Itril's cloak, his eyes shining with curiosity, and asks where he is going today. Learning that Itril is about to leave, Leo tightly clutches his bag and begs him to stay. Itril calms the boy and promises that he will visit him again someday. Leo remains sitting on the stairs, and Itril walks away. Tears appear in Leo's eyes, and he reminds Itril of his promise once again. Itril leaves the city and goes along a forest path, passing by another traveler on the way. He stopped in a sunlit clearing and enjoyed a moment of silence and peace. He places a small table next to the kettle and prepares to enjoy a quiet cup of tea. Next to them, a horned rabbit twitchingly raises its ears when suddenly a bird flies up in fear. Ethel's calm facial expression changes to alert as soon as he senses something wrong. Aina, an elf, runs through the forest in panic, constantly looking around for danger. Sitting, Itril calmly counts the people chasing the fleeing girl. Guido, an adventurer, smiles sinisterly, holding a necklace in front of the captive Misha's face. A group runs through a brightly lit tunnel, with goblins chasing behind them. Jumping over his comrades, a desperate adventurer with spiky hair calls for help while goblins rush behind him. The stolen pendant with the bile of a small bird swings anxiously. Sotaro puts his hand to his forehead, worry visible on his face. A slender girl quickly jumps aside, fleeing from hidden danger. Cornered, Misha tries to understand why these twitchy goblins keep approaching him. Sure that he is dying, Misha sincerely asks his parents for forgiveness. Flocks of goblins grimace ominously with pleasure, showing their sharp teeth. Nearby, hiding, Guido smiles contentedly. Everything is going according to his plan. Mina next to him asks him to be quieter. Suddenly frightened, Misha looks back and hears a calm voice asking if she is all right. An elderly Cetera appears beside her, looking at the girl with gentle concern. The unexpected appearance of this boy scared both Misha and the confused goblins. Hiding in the bushes, the adventurers try to understand what is happening. Misha begged Satoru to run away, but he only asked to return one small thing to him. He pulls a small pouch from her braid and realizes that it is the cause of everything. Goblin raises the pouch and boldly demands it be returned. Sidero uses a swamp spell and orders the goblins who were drowning to calm down. The hidden adventurers were amazed and could not believe that the old man possessed such strong magic. Another spell releases lightning, paralyzing the rest of the goblins. Calmly, he soothes Misha, explaining that the paralysis will pass and it is only temporary. He returns the pouch to the trembling goblin and sternly warns him not to steal again. Under the influence of his power, Misha asks who he is. He promises to tell everything later. At that moment, panic seized the entire team, and Mina angrily accused Guido of making too much noise. They leave the hiding place, pretending to sigh with relief upon seeing that Misha is fine. Sotaro approaches them and says he saw everything. At his words, everyone falls silent. Guido tries to scare the old man and orders him to be quiet. Katero looks sternly and is not at all moved by this threat. Bound together, three adventurers finally realize their defeat. A confused expression of distrust appears on Misha's face. Together with Misha, Satoru politely addresses the guard at the city gates and asks for a moment of his attention. Seeing Satoru, the gatekeeper surprisingly notes that Grandpa returned so quickly. Kato stands next to Misha and appeals to the guard for help. At first, the gatekeeper smiles warmly, but when he notices the bound adventurers, his face suddenly changes to shocked. Seeing how serious everything is, he calls the chief and runs for help. Misha notices how the gatekeeper quickly hides the surprise on his face. Guido, the leader of the adventurers, smiles confidently and mysteriously, laughing restrainedly. Satoru thoughtfully rubs his chin and feels that trouble is approaching. The adventurers lead their bound prisoners through the city, attracting everyone's attention around. The gatekeeper glances at Satoru, making sure everything is under control. Angry Guido urges his comrades to hurry because he worries about their lives. Watching all this, Misha with a gloomy look concludes that all human countries are the same. Satoru calmly observes, showing no emotions, as the adventurers try to deal with the prisoners they have tied up. From afar, the goalkeeper asks if everything is all right with the grandfather and the girl. Stereo mysteriously warns Misha she better leave before it gets worse. A little boy carefully looks through the wooden fence, watching the strange gate. The guard orders Ryu to convey that important prisoners are forbidden to be touched. Guido, with a confident smile, adjusts his wristwatch. Heavy wooden doors close with a loud bang. Misha screams in fear, shocked at how suddenly he found himself trapped. Misha stands in an empty room and directly addresses Satoru, asking why they were detained. She cries, blaming herself for causing him unnecessary problems. A smiling boy enters and reports that some man has come to grandfather. A guest with a basket of sandwiches approaches them, clears his throat to attract the attention of everyone present. With a serious look, he introduces himself as a local adventurer and the head of the guild. Misha stands behind Satoru, nervously waiting, while he remains calm and vigilant. The guildmasters, with irony in their voice, asked if they came to apologize for the adventurer's actions. Nearby, the guard quietly warns Satoru to be careful with his words. Misha watches what is happening with anxiety and seriousness. She steps forward and confidently states, "Everyone has the right to be considered innocent until proven guilty." Shock and disbelief appear on her face from the guildmaster's harsh words. He disagrees with her statement and says that his sources claim it was they who set up the ambush. Satoru stirs the tea and calmly says that the records of the adventure are already sufficient evidence. The head of the guild rejects this statement and asks how it can be proven that it was all a fabrication. Misha extends a cup of tea to the guildmaster and assures him that it will help calm down. She confidently looks at the bowl, while Sed attentively notes his calm behavior. The guildmaster carefully takes the bowl and raises it to his lips. He immediately pulls back, grimacing at the bitter taste of the tea. Satoru slightly smiles and asks the confused man if he feels calmer now. The guildmaster, having composed himself, says that the confession will help soften their punishment. The guard and the boy on standby cautiously peek from behind the corner, trying to eavesdrop unnoticed on the conversation. He admits that he knows something about the adventurer's plan. Misha and Satoru listen attentively as the guildmaster begins his explanation. He admits that all this happened because of a common corrupt deal. He explains that adventurers themselves create various situations to later receive rewards for them and raise their rank. Satoru, as if unimpressed, says that this plan is simply incredibly ridiculous. Guildmaster agrees with Satoru's words, and Misha attentively follows their conversation. Satoru looks out the window and realizes the next victim may not receive so much mercy. He, as if hinting at something, notes that the forest is truly a creepy place. Guildmaster swallows saliva, wiping sweat from his forehead. He promises that the guild will punish these adventurers in the harshest way. When he was leaving, the guildmaster promised to make them withdraw their complaint. Satoru thinks he is a somewhat creepy old man. Satoru warmly smiles at Misha to encourage her. Misha asks if everything is settled, and the boy happily takes a sandwich. The boy was surprised to see that Sagaru and Misha were sitting in the common room. The gatekeeper, along with others, warmly welcomes Satoru and congratulates him on his victory. Cheerfully patting Satoru on the back, they admit that he outsmarted them. Misha sits at the desk and writes in her diary that the suspicion against her has been lifted. She says that they managed to achieve justice unofficially, bypassing the faulty system. In another episode, a man with long hair addresses a young girl named Lucia, asking for her opinion. The man begins to talk about the character of Seder. Embarrassed, Luce says that Seder is indeed a capable man. A bright sun rises above the earth, announcing the arrival of morning. The gatekeeper and the boy from the hotel wished Seder and Misha a safe journey as they set off. Sedar waves his hand in gratitude, and next to him, smiling Misha stands and supports him. Small, fluffy creatures suddenly surround Misha in the forest, and she screams in fear. While Seder waited nearby, she gathered mushrooms and berries. Katero calmly utters a spell, and a protective dome forms around them. Tall pines quietly sway in the wind, silently continuing their journey. Sadaru, an elderly man, shows his young companion a beautiful dawn. Misha, an elf, praises the wonderful taste of the coffee, and it brings a smile to his face. During the overnight stay in the tent, she inquires about his past, and the boy admits that he used to be a merchant of tea. She points with her hand to the river, but he recalls that just a moment ago she was pointing in the opposite direction. She smiles awkwardly and admits that she is completely unable to navigate the area. Deciding to examine the forest's layout on his own, he prepares a magical spell, drawing something with his finger in the air. Before him, as if by the wave of a magic wand, a detailed map appears. His companion looks at it in surprise. The elf widens her eyes, stunned by the incredible power of magic. He looks at her attentively, quietly, and with curiosity, asking why she is so surprised. She is amazed at how he managed to draw such an accurate map without saying a word. He simply replies that he is a mage. She was curious to learn more about him, so she asked if his home was very far from here. Smiling, he praises her insight and notes that such a thing can only be explained by God's will. She asked why he did not return younger after reincarnation, and he explained that he only got 10 years back. She notices that in the records, all the others who were reborn look significantly younger. She loudly says that maybe all people want to become young again, and admits that for an elf this is a rather strange thought. He pondered her question about why everyone so desires to remain young. She takes another sip and realizes that the coffee is very hot. She says with a smile that you won't find such tasty coffee anywhere else. A strange vision: an old man sits at a modern table, a laptop glowing in front of him. Suddenly, two objects with the inscription "Get" fall from the sky. Misha stands confused, not understanding what is happening. Harsh bandits come out of the forest, laughing at the careless traveler. The bandits passed by, and one of them carelessly waved off what was happening, continuing to walk further. Despite this encounter, Misha from Sadarudal calmly said that it was time for them to move on. On the outskirts of the village, he says that it is time to say goodbye. He thanked the girl for the pleasant journey, and nearby another traveler quietly passed by. With interest, Misha asked if the man who just passed by had done anything unusual. Saru carefully examines the deep footprints of the man on the ground, and notices that they are much heavier than what an empty basket could have left. Misha notices that the man is hiding a heavy load. In the village tavern, the man behind the counter greets them warmly and asks if they plan to stay overnight. Tell Ro and let Misha stand behind him to politely ask the innkeeper for 2 free rooms. The innkeeper carefully sweeps the wooden floor in his establishment. Smiling, he says that they only recently reopened their establishment. He explains that bandits attacked the village, but fortunately, no one was killed. Katoro listens attentively to the news. A thoughtful, serious expression appears on his face. He exhales quietly, thoughtfully making a light sound. The man with a dark ponytail at the nape says he is worried. What if the robbers return? He tells Sadar that they noticed a suspicious young man near the gates, and it caused them concern. Misha tells the village woman that Satoru might be able to help them. The innkeeper asks Sedru if he will listen to them and suggests calling everyone else. Saint Arrow carefully examines the request, thoughtfully studying every detail before making a decision. Under the gray, gloomy sky, a voice calls for grandfather. Satoru calmly sits in the clearing, and nearby a large wasp flies by, frightening Misha. He calmly lifts the map, placing his index finger on a certain spot. Suddenly, a powerful electric discharge hits the giant wasp, and it cries out in fear. Misha asks in surprise if it is really possible to do that using only the map. The man jokingly says it looks like Satoru is catching insects, seeing how peacefully he stands. A little girl approaches Satoru and directly asks him if he is strong. Tears gather in her eyes as she says that evil people hurt her mother. Satoru smiles warmly and assures the worried child that he will definitely help her. Night falls, and above the roofs of the village, 2 moons shine at once. The villagers hurry to hide in the church, amazed and anxious. Will the bandits return? An old mage from the south informs his elven companion Myra that the bandits are already here. The magical map shows the places where the bandits are hiding. A large pack has completely surrounded the village. Sal cast a spell, raised his staff, and summoned a protective barrier. Mari watches with admiration as a huge magical barrier envelops the entire village. A villager peeks out the window, noticing a strange glow spreading outside. Looking at the shining dome of light, 2 men wondered if it was a protection from the very sky. Asav smiles confidently and says that it is time to start their defense. Two bandits hiding in the forest suddenly notice the glowing dome and try to understand where it came from. The bandit leader smiles, confident that the bright light hides a huge treasure. The bandits, thirsty for loot, rush to the village as fast as an angry pig to feed. The southerner prepares another spell, while Miri anxiously watches as the bandits approach. Suddenly, a powerful burst of magic erupts from the ground with a loud explosion. As Keely notes, a successful start was ensured by the group's active presence on Twitch. A lone bandit rushes swiftly to his camp, shouting to his comrades about the unexpected danger. Barely breathing from excitement, he informs the stunned leader that their hidden forces have been defeated. Upon learning that the culprit was just some strange old man, the leader became even angrier. Disdainfully, he promises to chop the old man to pieces as he approaches him. Asav walks to the bandits' camp, confidently and calmly stepping in his boots. Sal and Mary quietly peek out from behind a rock, carefully surveying the main bandit camp. The bandit leader notices them and orders his men to capture the valuable elf. Azel calmly raises his staff and begins to recite a new spell as the last bandits charge and attack. He utters a paralyzing spell and magically knocks down the bandits attacking him. The bandit leader clenches his teeth and forces himself to fight the paralyzing spell. He smiles triumphantly, confident that he has defeated the old wizard. Mary freezes in amazement. Her powerful spell had no effect on the leader at all. Grabbing his sword, he confidently charges forward and boasts that southern magic does not affect him. Mary is gripped by horror. She screams and wildly turns away, unable to watch what seems to be a deadly strike. Salo miraculously stops the leader's attack with a light touch to the forehead. Miria secretly peeks through her fingers. She cannot believe she has just witnessed such an incredible defense. At first glance, a light blow throws the enemy leader far back. The bandit leader retreats backward, stunned by the unexpected power of the light touch. Mary watches with wide-open eyes, unable to believe how easily South demonstrates his power. The leader calls South's actions too slow, not even paying attention to the wounded comrades. Clenching his teeth, the bandit leader cursed his enemy for extraordinary strength. Enraged, he attacks again, shouting for the old man to die. Isav effortlessly stops the sword and calmly notes that the leader is still trying to resist. He casts a spell to bind the bandit and declares it a punishment for his crimes. Defeated, the leader curses loudly, powerless in his magical bonds. Mary, confused, quickly begins writing something in her journal, trying not to miss any detail of what she saw. Asav signals that it is time to return and leads the flying bandits back. The villagers gathered together, discussing the events in surprise. Suddenly, someone notices among the crowd a bandit who recently robbed a shop. And Sal lifts the prisoners above the crowd and asks everyone to let him pass. The villagers froze in place, stunned by what they saw. The village head addresses one of the squad members and asks if he was involved in the capture of the robbers. The mayor arrives, points to the prisoners, and asks if this is his handiwork. One of the grateful residents asked if he was the one who saved their village. Asao modestly admits that he considers himself the one who helped them. The young girl sincerely thanks him for the help. She holds in her hands a small, exquisite talisman that symbolizes her gratitude and relief. The little girl joyfully runs to Sao and lovingly calls him grandfather. Tears of gratitude appeared in the girl's eyes, and she sincerely thanked him. Alongside the Song of the Southern Lands, the village elder seriously nods, showing agreement. Sal accepts her thanks with a smile and replies that he is always happy to help. After that, the mayor suggests to the southerner to teach him something and asks him to listen carefully. Kisley, with enthusiasm, says that he is ready to listen carefully. That night, behind the large gates, stands a majestic mansion. Lydia stands by the door and asks to be let in to see the master. Inside, she informs Master Ori that she has found the needed item. Lydia says that they encountered a problem, as her mentor explained. Ori smiled with disbelief upon hearing the news and doubted the story about the geyser in the sharp hat. Lydia cast a cold, penetrating look at her master. Ori smiles sinisterly and tells the old man to prepare to die. A large lump of dough is forcefully thrown onto the table. The young woman was frightened when she suddenly heard a loud sound. Sal focuses and skillfully begins kneading the dough. Mary, his elf companion, watches everything with admiration and carefully wipes the sweat from her forehead. Her parents watch the strange culinary show with anxiety on their faces. The peasants, along with the temporary mayor, looked completely confused. They whisper among themselves, noticing that he is preparing something other than bread. Ozil confidently and neatly cut the prepared dough into thick, even strips for noodles. In a large cauldron on hot water, fresh noodles are boiling, bubbles rising to the surface as they cook. A hot bowl of noodles with mushrooms is already ready to be served. The peasants watch with curiosity at the unfamiliar, fragrant brown dish steaming before them. The mayor opens his eyes wide as he tastes the dish and exclaims with delight that it is extraordinarily delicious. He cannot believe that this dish came from the native lands of the south. Mary insists that she will arrange with the feudal lord a reward for him herself. Clytina politely refuses, explaining that it seems wrong to her. He says that the elders should support the younger ones. The city mayor notices the elder running towards them across the neighboring hill. The elder arrives and brings news from the city of Foss about a gang. Azel watches with a confused look, not understanding what is happening. The mayor hastily advises him to hide all valuables until the messenger arrives. He says that the local Lord Oswald is known for his greed. He thought that the size everywhere seems to be the same. Later he and the mayor watch as the village children play happily. Two children laugh joyfully, imagining they are fighting with two branches. The adults watch the carefree children and notice that they quietly approach them. Ale says she hopes that when they grow up, the world will be different. Later Sal and the mayor sat together to discuss how best to protect the town. One of the Southerners suggested fortifying only one place instead of defending the entire settlement. Mary agrees and suggests immediately creating and starting to train a malicious team. The mayor worries about how to organize everything so that the enemies do not find out. Sal confidently suggests simply telling them everything, since gangs usually try to avoid unnecessary trouble. Both Marys understand that his arguments make sense. Smiling, the elf woman pours tea for the whole company. The mayor asks Saus if he served in the army before becoming a mage. Clytina says that he used to be a tea farmer, not a mage. He treated the mayor to tea that he grew himself, and its aroma immediately enchanted the guest. The mayor raises the cup to his lips, and the sow says that it is ordinary tea. The mayor's eyes widen in genuine surprise as soon as he tastes this incredible drink. The village elder drinks the tea with pleasure and notes that it is made from leaves grown in Satoru's pots. Menex barely restrains his joy, while the chief admires the wonderful aroma of the tea. Changing the subject, the village head talks about the difficulties of growing crops in their village and asks for advice. Katero thoughtfully strokes his beard, pondering the problems with the fields. He suggests turning fallen leaves into nutritious humus to then use it as fertilizer. Impressed by the new idea, the chief eagerly grabs a pen and immediately starts making notes. Tell the residents of the row that adding a little soot from their own stoves to the mixture will also be beneficial. After finishing the lesson, Sagaru takes a cup of tea in his hands and summarizes his advice. Grateful to the depths of his soul, the elder does not rush to immediately share valuable knowledge. When Setaro recalls the stolen treasures, his face becomes serious. The village head flinches when the conversation suddenly changes direction. Drops of sweat appear on his forehead as he tries not to reveal his anxiety. The chief admits that the quantity and nature of the loot differ from what is stated in the official report. Satoru looks into the open chest and sees twice as many different items as promised. Two men sit facing each other, and between them a treasure chest glistens. In a cozy moment, Seidru together with the elven girl distribute fruits to the children. The float suddenly disappears under the water. This means the fish has bitten. Children from the village gather in a crowd around Sidaru when he lifts the fresh fish. On the very shore, the chief runs to Cider to warn him. The chief breathes loudly, as the inhabitants of the city of warriors have just arrived. Sadaro stops in the middle of work and raises his gaze, frowning confusedly. Two mighty warriors named Golden Joke confidently stride towards the village. The villagers watch with curiosity from afar as a group of respectable-looking men approach them. A white cat watches the newcomers attentively, eyes wide open with curiosity. The villagers recognize the men as Master Foss and the garrison commander. Gold cheerfully greets Satoru, raises his hand in a friendly salute, and jokingly calls him the same legendary old man everyone talks about. He says he heard that Satoru single-handedly subdued a gang using his magic. Sidero quietly confirms that the rumors turned out to be true. Gold introduces himself and says he came to take the loot from the robbers. He asks Sidero to hand over all the found treasures to him. Peasants watch as one of the men mumbles that such a request is true shamelessness. Satoru calmly smiles, confidently nods, and immediately agrees. Gold was surprised when the old man agreed so quickly. The armed companion next to Jilk carefully watches the conversation, remaining cold and calm. The village elder quietly sighs with relief, glad that everything ended peacefully. Sadaro says he can give the treasure right now. Night falls on the land, and the events move to the dark forest. While they were walking, Gold noticed that the old man was nicer than he thought. There is a joke that even Gold must beware of the one who dared to oppose his lord. Jouk stops his comrade and points ahead for him to see what is there. Gold looks up, and his calm facial expression changes to confused. On the bridge, Katero stands with his cat, their silhouettes standing out against the bright moon. Gold carefully watches the old man, curious about what he will do next, while Jouk meanwhile advises him to look around. They notice dark silhouettes of mercenaries hiding in the trees along the riverbank. Gold suddenly notices alarm. Killers have already gathered around them. Jilk grabs Gold by the hand and says he is sure that Satoru sent the killers. Gold turns to look at the joke, a look of complete disbelief frozen on his face. Angrily, he asks Jill if she really wants to leave the old man to his fate. Jilk stands firm with a serious and determined look, confidently expressing her opinion. On the riverbank, the killers realize that someone has noticed them. Hiding among the trees, two killers carefully watch the victims. One quietly urges the other to act faster. Tell Rue that his little white cat cautiously turns its head, sensing the approach of danger. The killers suddenly attack the Santa Cruz companions right on the wooden bridge, setting up a real ambush and causing true chaos. When the mercenary with spiky hair suddenly snatches the gold from the adventurer from behind and presses a knife right to his throat. Gold with clenched teeth notices another mercenary's blade approaching his unprotected side. He quickly responds to the attack, throwing one opponent off, when suddenly another jumps on him from above. Jock desperately shouts a warning to Gold as another enemy approaches, preparing to strike. The cat Setero watches the duel, a single drop of sweat appearing on his surprised face. The female killer watches in shock as one of her partners is thrown into the air. Although held from behind, Setoru calmly raises a finger and utters a magic word. Jill cries out in despair, not understanding why the spell has immobilized him too. Gold warned Sadaru that the situation was dangerous, but the old man was completely unconcerned and remained calm. Gold, holding his head, suddenly realizes the attackers now lying paralyzed are his own guild comrades. Joe, with a grim expression, finally realizes the real danger threatens his companions, not the Rue team. Gold begins to explain everything, but Setoru quietly says it's unnecessary. A drop of sweat appears on Gold's forehead as he admits to himself that his plan was absolutely senseless. Deciding not to give up, Jock understands that they need to bring the mighty elder to the city of power. Setoru Gies looks at the two moons shining in the night sky and hums thoughtfully. A small group of peasants, including a child, gathered to see Satoru and his companions off on their journey. The boy looks sadly up at the old man and asks if Grandpa is really going to leave. The captured killers are tied together and, under the influence of magic, float after their kidnapper. Sidero smiles gently, promises the boy he will return, and asks him to behave well. The peasants watch as Setoru, Gold, and Jock prepare to leave the village through the gates. As they were already leaving, someone called Sedar by name, and he turned around. Mina, an elf, rushes down the village street, determined to catch up with them. A little out of breath, she happily extends a bundle, wrapped in cloth, in the room. Mina smiles proudly and says that she personally prepared this gift according to his recipe. Satoru carefully examines the bundle offered to him. He is surprised and touched by what he sees. He unfolds the fabric and shows a neatly folded bundle of udon lying inside. Mina explains that she dried the noodles using wind magic so they would last longer. Among the crowd, an elderly man clenched his fist, impressed by her ingenuity. Satoru smiles warmly, thanks Mina for the wonderful gift, and sincerely wishes her all the best. Satoru and his companions waved goodbye one last time and set off, leaving the villagers behind. Satoru estimates that the journey will take 6 days, but Gold quietly grumbles that it will take longer. Gold grumbles again about the long road, especially since they will have to return back as well. When the forest was enveloped by night, the silhouette of an owl stood out against the backdrop of 2 moons in the darkness. They set up camp and even feed the captured mercenary assassins by the fire. Jock dryly notes that prisoners always have a good appetite in such situations. Gold believes that even criminals should not go hungry, but he does not want to carry food for them himself. The camera lingers on the crackling fire as Gold finishes his thought about the extra food. Saint Arrow slowly sips tea and offers to use his inventory magic to hide all the supplies. Jock looks attentively at the old man, and a restrained, barely noticeable surprise appears on his face. Gold watches with amazement and skeptically repeats the word inventory. The tree standing out against the night sky becomes a silent witness to the passing of time during their journey. At the next stop near the camp, Jock's voice comes from the shadows. He warns that the old man is very strong. Setoru sleeps soundly on his sleeping mat, while his 4 prisoners hang suspended from a tree branch. Jock carefully watches the sleeping mage and wonders aloud who the elder really is and where he comes from. Looking at this, Gold tells everyone in the room that at least this person does not seem evil. By the campfire, Gold stirs the logs and asks what they will do next. Jock seriously declares that he intends to expose the local lord's bribery. In the evening by the fire, Gold could not hold back and began complaining, calling the lord a fraud. Unexpectedly, a voice sounded behind, announcing that it was time to change the guard. Having rested after dozing, the cell with a good mood offers 2 of its comrades freshly brewed tea. High on a tree, against the backdrop of a starry night sky, 4 captured bandits hang tightly bound together. The bandit slowly comes to his senses and realizes he is lying on the ground. He notices that the rope with which they were once tied is now completely cut. The camera with a tired look watches as the 4 freed bandits swiftly escape. Fatigue and submission are visible on his face as he watches them hurry into the forest. At dawn, he emits a short, irritated sound. He does not believe what he sees. The voice of Golden Riage indignantly asks how the Sao warrior could allow the prisoners to escape while he himself was asleep. The Sao awkwardly smiles and scratches the back of his head as if apologizing. On the ground lies a torn rope, the only sign that prisoners were once here. Gold despairingly says aloud that they will not be able to report without any evidence. Joe calmly inquired whether the master's people had harmed anyone and whether the loot remained intact. The Sao apologized and assured that he had securely stored everything in his magical treasury. To apologize for what happened, he is preparing a hot pot of fresh noodles. Gold cannot believe his eyes and asks how they can even eat at such a moment. Joe still smells the pleasant aroma and begins to taste the appetizing dish. Despite previously refusing, Gold quickly started eating the noodles with appetite. Surprise and admiration appear on his face as he experiences the incredible taste of this dish. Jill eats calmly and says that the noodles are very tasty. Sao watches his friends with a quiet, satisfied smile, rejoicing that they like it. During the journey, Gold asks again about their report, but Sao tells him to wait a little longer. Joker solemnly announces his arrival as he approaches the huge city gates. Before them towers a huge stone gate. This is the entrance to the city of Fuzz. Sao raises his head and asks his friends to trust him and allow him to handle everything alone. Golden and Jouk exchanged worried glances, hesitating about his plan. Later, Gold forcefully bangs his hands on the counter and angrily asks where the salt has gone. The administrator calmly informs him that there is a message for him and his companion. She delivers to them a message about a sale and asks them to wait until he returns from the trade guild. Gold holds his head in frustration and vainly tries to guess what the old man is thinking. Irritated, he exclaims to his comrade that they have united against the feudal ruler himself. The Joker apologized, explaining that he has other important matters and therefore cannot stay and wait with him. The rain quietly drizzles on the city street, and passers-by with umbrellas hurriedly pass by the silent building. Inside the trade guild, footsteps echoed, attracting the attention of 2 high-ranking guild members. Calf carefully examines one of the coffee beans from the southern lands through a magnifying glass. Preparing coffee by the pour-over method, he notices a bright, pleasant aroma spreading around. So smiles and confidently says that the coffee is very tasty. Calfee is interested in where this bean came from, and Sal answers vaguely. Supposedly, she is from his native lands. Both guild members raised small cups and took a sip of freshly brewed coffee. Both freeze from the unexpectedly delicious taste, their eyes wide open in surprise. The man enthusiastically says that this Roma coffee surpasses even the best coffee. Azel begins to bargain and offers 150,000 for 100 Langkov beans. Kelv's face becomes serious. She clearly indicates that she disagrees with his low offer. She says the price is too low because she has never seen such wonderful beans before. She names a much higher price, and Fane cannot hide his surprise at such an offer. Her partner agrees, noting that such high-quality beans are definitely worth their price. Asav looks thoughtfully, considering the guild's generous counteroffer. He leans forward and says he has another product he wants to show them. He places a large glass jar of instant coffee on the table, tightly sealed with a lid. The man watches with surprise as the sail pours hot water into a strange mechanism. In the cup, a dark, rich drink swirls, and someone asks if it is high-grade coffee. The stunned calf asks how he managed to keep this secret, but Salm smiles and says it was very simple. Realizing the value of the goods, Calf enthusiastically declares that they must definitely make a business deal. On the rainy street, one of the group members suggests going to check the goods for the matter. One of the SAO agents asks for a few minutes, and his business partners closely watch the conversation behind. Elsewhere among tall, slender trees, a man talks with a woman. The camera zooms very close to the woman's face. Determination and focus are visible in her gaze. Azel tilts his head slightly to the side and looks with curiosity, as if something surprises him. Guild members stood behind large bags of money, making sure the payment amount matched what was agreed upon. Her partner hands over the payment, and Calf gratefully thanks the Sow for the concluded deal. Smiling, Sal accepts the thanks and agrees that it really was a profitable deal. The old man gestures to call his new companions, indicating that he wants to discuss another important matter. Asao says that he needs information about the city, and Calf suggests a new place. They were walking in the rain when the partner warned him to be careful and watch the road. 3 travelers firmly hold umbrellas, trying to protect themselves from the heavy rain. In the panel, the sky is torn by a downpour, streams of rain falling thickly downward. The man suggests meeting at a cafe and also recommends trying a salad that suits this place for conversation. Sitting at the table, one of them is outraged by the price of coffee, while his companion admires the taste of the cookie. He tastes the local coffee and immediately feels that it is bitter and of significantly worse quality. The man is sad because the best coffee is reserved only for the local nobility. He begins by saying that he wants to learn more about the local feudal lord. His companions exchanged surprised glances, and the man confirmed that his name is Ori Oswald. When the waiter brings food to the room, Calf approaches him and asks why he is so interested in Oswald. Her companion looks away and cautiously recalls a rumor he heard about the lord. A gang of thieves recently caught was brought to the city. While South cuts the food, the man says that the lord executed them all at once. Calf, noticeably impressed, says there was no time for interrogation before the execution. The old man with a serious face listens attentively, slowly nodding and thoughtfully considering what he heard. Kelf talks about the lord's bad reputation and asks if Sal can share any information. The grandfather admits he is involved in this matter, and a small kitten appears nearby and starts playing. The cat rubs against him, and he says he caught the thieves in a village belonging to a certain lord. The assistant understands that the master ordered the gang killed to hide his involvement. His greatest fears come true when he sees the grim sight, the severed heads of the bandits. Satisfied, the grandfather confirms that he received exactly the information he was looking for from them. When her partner calmly finishes his meal, Calf finally realizes that everything hidden has become obvious to her. Kelsey wondered why he avoided the guards, but the Sow said that he already had all the necessary information. With a smile full of understanding, he says that he trusts such reliable and capable partners as they are. His accomplice sincerely thanks Salve for the trust, and Calfuxen smiles. Gold finally finds the old man and enters the cafe where he is sitting. Gold says irritably that he barely managed to find this old man. Gold replies that he and Jauk are not always together when asked where he had gone. Both guild members silently listen, a little surprised by Gold's unexpected appearance. Gold's serious look reminds Pivniu that by staying here, he risks getting into danger. A colleague tries to calm Kelv, and meanwhile the waitress brings a chair for Gold. Gold agrees to the offer, sits down nearby, and joins the company at the table. Sitting down, Gold looks very tense and still embarrassed after everything that happened. Kelv barely suppresses laughter, covering his mouth with his hand while his partner watches attentively. Leaning closer, the employee eagerly prepares to share with us another interesting rumor. One man was retelling a rumor he heard about the terrifying living room of the master. The old mage Asai raises his gaze, thoughtfully and surprisedly reacting to the mention of the maid. The woman recalls an old rumor that the servant once changed the very character of the feudal lord. Feudal Ori returns to Asao at the table and demands an explanation of what he meant. The irritated man asked if Sal revealed the whole truth, but he calmly promised to explain everything later. When a cat yawns nearby, Sal mysteriously says, "There is no smoke without fire." He smiles smugly, carefully observing the Lord's reaction, and you remain satisfied with what you see. We return back in memories. The night is dark and rainy. The Lord's majestic estate is drowning in shadows. Inside stands Marie, the head maid, tightly clutching a whip in her hand. Her face is stern and attentive. She assesses the situation with cold detachment. She boldly steps forward, approaches the group of oppressed adventurers in chains, and sternly asks what their excuses are. Their leader sits in a chair, smiling contentedly and rubbing an expensive gold watch on his wrist. Chained adventurer fervently denies that there was more than one goal, as he was promised. Marie indifferently responds to his complaint, throwing out only one indifferent phrase: "It doesn't matter." The whip sharply cuts through the air, and the captive adventurer cries out in pain. She persistently questions the man, whether he managed to bring any precious stones or if he returned empty-handed. Gold laughs watching this, while Marie ironically suggests cutting off all their heads. Chained and helpless, the man raised his eyes and looked with horror at the blonde-haired adventuress. Marie cast a sharp glance aside and continued questioning. Then she calms Gold, who had already begun to worry, saying she was just joking. Marie addresses another prisoner and asks him about the old man. In this adventure, it turns out that the grandfather possesses extraordinarily strong support magic. Holding a withered flower in her hand, Marie tells how she plans to take the staff from the old man. The traveler listens attentively, and determination is visible in her gaze as Marie turns to her for advice. She simply nods in response, her eyes wide open, fear and understanding mixed in them. Marie suddenly grabs the adventurer and forcefully hits his head against the wall. A dull, terrible sound echoes. Marie leaned closer and asked the woman in a threatening tone if she really thinks she will clean up this mess. Gold grimaces and quietly mutters that the wall is getting hit again. It is night now, and in the wide shot, the mansion is seen shrouded in darkness. In the huge foyer, maids are cleaning carefully, and a man with a tray in his hands passes by them. One man asks another if Master Ori is on site, but in response hears that he is currently busy. Another employee reported a suspicious visitor who was asking about the master. Upon learning this, the butler decided to personally find out what was going on. A tall butler approaches the elegant front gates, hearing a knock from outside. The butler opened the gates and sternly asked the visitor who he was. A man from the south adjusts his conical hat and sighs with relief, glad that the gates finally opened. The butler sternly and coldly asks the elders what they need here. The soul says that he came to see the master and asks the butler to inform him of his visit. The butler reported that Mr. Oswald does not meet with anyone without a prior appointment. The butler looks sternly at the old man and orders him to turn back. When the gates began to close, the man in the cell politely asked at least to pass on his words. The cage confidently states that the master will definitely want to meet with him. The butler is confused and irritated. He does not understand at all how to deal with the persistent old man. Marie approaches the butler and calmly offers to deliver the message instead of him. The events shift to a cozy, well-furnished corridor in a magnificent estate. Marie leads the cage to the waiting room and asks him to wait a little. She barely nods to him with a smile, then quietly leaves, leaving him alone in the room. The cage sits calmly in the waiting room, surrounded by luxurious furniture and exquisite paintings. He paused for a moment and sighed quietly, almost inaudibly. Marie returns with a tray on which stands a cup of tea and apologizes for distracting. She smiles kindly and hands him a cup of freshly brewed tea. Azel takes the tea, thanks her, and says he will drink as well. Taking a sip, he immediately recognizes the familiar, special aroma of the tea. Asako took a sip of tea and felt the familiar aroma, the same as in the gift she once received. Watching the head maid, he becomes wary and thoughtful. Marie looks him straight in the eyes and smiles a calm, confident smile. The cell carefully looks around and feels a tense atmosphere. In the luxurious hall, Mary talks about how her master Oswald supposedly cares for his people. Azel admits that he is worried. His intervention might bring trouble to the village. Marie smiles slightly and says she very much hopes that will not happen. Her face became sterner as she quietly but threateningly warned about possible accidents. Suddenly, aggressive adventurers burst into the house. Murray stops near the mysterious sound and asks what awaits him ahead. Their leader Gold mocks that the old man probably got something wrong. The worried girl adventurer warned her mentor to be careful near the cell. In the cell sits a person with a quiet, tired look, calmly observing what is happening. Gold brushes off the old man, considering him just a defenseless grandpa. He sharply lunges forward, punches the bars, and fiercely demands an answer. Gold widens his eyes in surprise, not expecting such an unexpected turn of events. The pig was thrown up, and it squeals loudly as it falls to the floor. Suddenly, a soldier's hand bursts from the ground and grabs Gold by the leg, repeating the same alarming warning that Murray had said earlier. Stunned and enraged, Gold angrily orders his men to kill the old man. The adventurers decisively rush forward with weapons in hand, preparing to attack the fallen assailant. Mari stands aside, smiling slyly and mocking the foolish participants of the adventure who decided to intervene. Azel calmly raises his staff, and its tip begins to glow with magical energy. The boy with tousled hair calms his team and asks them to take the staff. The big plan, the enemy's eye narrowed from tension, burns with incredible power. The blonde accumulates energy and powerfully releases a fireball. Gold raises the alarm, warning of danger and possible destruction of the manor. A powerful explosion engulfs everything around the pig, lying on the floor. The man with spiky hair impatiently asked if their attack worked. Smoke and dust from the explosion gradually begin to dissipate. Sal appeared unharmed and calmly smoked a cigarette. The blonde adventurer freezes in surprise and calls him a monster. He calmly adjusted his hat and explained that it was only auxiliary magic. An adventurer encourages his team and assures that together they will easily handle the support mage. One SAO mysteriously remarks that everything depends on how you use it. Mari watches everything that is happening with a cold smile and a slight hint of curiosity. The wizard utters a spell and lifts the entire group of attackers into the air, immobilizing them. The man with disheveled hair was left without weapons and helplessly flew into the air. Saus's magic pinned the entire team of adventurers to the wall. A powerful magical explosion distorts Mari, her body changing right before their eyes. Powerful magic rushes over the head of Southern, heading towards the adventurers. A powerful explosion suddenly tears down one of the mansion's walls. Birds scatter fearfully all around as the mansion suddenly explodes. Gold lies on the floor and realizes with horror what has just happened. Murray smiled smugly and asked the old man what he was doing now. Gold mutters confusedly, not believing his eyes, for it was the cell that just bound his movements. He raises his gaze to the old man, all sweaty and gripped by genuine horror. Gold anxiously asks if Asao is really worried about the fate of their village. Lord Ori, together with his butler, runs out into the street and begins shouting anxiously. Ori stops in astonishment, struck by the devastation around, and has already taken prisoners. Gold lies on the floor, stunned by the defeat and unable to believe what has happened. Worried Lord Ori tells the old man that everything is going very badly. In the midst of chaos, Marie, the head maid, smiles with a sly, almost sinister smile. Watching all this, the adventurer's leader Gold smiles with a cunning and malevolent expression. Amid the tension, the old mage Asav exhales calmly. In the disorderly hall, Ori stands over the defeated golden enemy and asks his subordinates what they have done. Angry Ori reproaches the cell for acting thoughtlessly, but the old grandfather coolly assures that everything happened exactly as planned. The sly and slightly angry look of Ori shows that he was carefully watching everything and has already neutralized the threat. He addresses the Golden One, who lies paralyzed on the floor, and orders him to get out of the way. Ori cannot believe his eyes. A respectable full lord appears and addresses Ori, asking about the eccentric old man who is involved in this matter. Ori looks down at Jauk, wondering why the commander ended up here. The portly lord calls Ori by name, his voice sounding firm and authoritative. Somewhere else, a man in a coat with a fur collar screamed in fear. The master reproaches his nephew, Mr. Gold Ori, for his heartlessness and inability to handle affairs. Arriving on time, Adir and Jauk confess with relief that they are glad to have made it. One of the cells approaches his nephew and asks if people really considered him a simple, carefree grandfather. An armed man strictly orders his subordinates to take care of the others. The man in the suit stated that he is no longer responsible for the man in the fur coat. Jauk notices Marie, the maid, who is standing nearby in silence, and calls her over. The maid turns around, a cold, sinister smile appearing on her face. Jauk recoils, frightened and embarrassed by her threatening gaze. The killer fired shells that exploded and scattered jokes everywhere. Her attack causes real chaos in the White Hall, and the whole team is confused. Joe assures that he is fine and warns others she has a hidden weapon. The maid takes out another series of shells from the garter on her thigh. Seriously and confidently, a southern girl steps forward to meet her. The maid rushes forward and orders everyone to step aside, not stopping her advance. Asao instantly creates a shining magical shield that stops her knife with a ringing clang. He either watches the attack fail or angrily curses in frustration. The maid throws another explosive, but all charges break powerlessly against the magical shield and explode without causing harm. Ori, joking, loudly shouts for someone to catch the killer. When Joe approaches closer, the maid confidently smiles at him. Jock approaches her and says that he does not want to kill women. A loud slap suddenly stopped his blows, as if an invisible shield stood in the way. A gleam appears in the maid's eyes as she prepares for the last desperate step. In her hand lies a small explosive device that quietly hisses. And South's eyes suddenly widen. He recognizes this object and seems to freeze from unexpected anxiety. The device explodes with a bright, blinding flash of white light, making no sound. On the golf course, a huge explosion suddenly occurs, and a strong shock wave blows out the walls. After that, the sun calmly shone over the quiet town. Later, during the discussion at the Golden Joke, Gold commented on the magician's stunning suicide using explosives. Gold believes that someone unworthy manipulated the Lord, and Jews only notes that everything ended well. Gold enthusiastically recalls how the sound at that moment created a protective barrier that covered everyone around. Yak recalls that Sour once saved the Lord and sold him very valuable beans. Gold joked with Jock that he was hiding secrets from him, and Jock replied that Gold was easy to figure out anyway. In the middle of the meal, Gold absolutely did not expect to hear such a sharp remark from his comrade. He firmly denies that he is easy to predict, but his cunning jokes suggest the opposite. A soldier approaches them and reports that he has already completed his training. Jock in a dyer approached Gold, who was sitting alone at a table outdoors. Audio politely greets Mr. Gold and asks where Mr. Asao is. Golden tells her that the old man is not here. He went in an unknown direction, and no one knows exactly where. A dyer reacts confusedly when the man begins to talk about Mr. Sousa's destination. The man says he saw a woman resembling a maid near the road to the forest dungeons. Standing here and looking at the huge overgrown dungeon, they anxiously wonder if Mr. Cow will be safe. In the ancient ruins, Mr. Azel carefully examines the surrounding ruined buildings, thoughtfully observing every detail. Upset and scratching his head with irritation, he admits that he doesn't understand anything at all. In the cozy Birkin dining room, located in the town of Foss, a calm atmosphere prevails. Two little girls are playing together near the well in the yard. Silsel proudly shows a potato covered with soil and cheerfully explains how to fry it in oil. Her older sister Otley asked confusedly what the word fry means. Mom, along with another man, watched from afar and smiled, watching the children happily talk to each other. Cecil looks up at his sister and asks with interest when that grandfather will return. Ali, her older sister, turns away, frowning thoughtfully and a little worried. The two girls wondered where their grandfather had gone and imagined his face in their thoughts. Ali suddenly remembers that he promised to go to the forest dungeon. A child's drawing with frightening, growling monsters comes to life next to their mother's story. She dramatically warns that ghosts appear in the dungeon that can eat them. Their mother hears the conversation, approaches with plates, and asks what they are doing. Worried, Silsel asks her mother if everything will be all right with her grandfather in that place. Mother says that the dungeon might be too dangerous for grandfather if he goes there alone. Her words make both girls hold their breath in surprise. A clear shock appears on their faces. The mother smiles slyly and jokes that a ghost might eat him. Both girls screamed at the same time out of fear for their friend. In panic, Silsel suggests turning to Uncle Gold to help save grandfather. Ali rushes out of the inn and dashes toward the forest, not giving others a chance to do anything. She runs with all her might through the creepy forest, determined to find him. Somewhere deep among the ruins of the ancient dungeon, something rustles in the bushes. Hearing some noise, the confused Mr. Asao turns around, trying to understand where it is coming from. Alone walking along the path, he looks inside the stone structures, long overgrown and entwined with wild ivy. South quietly sighs and wearily looks around. Looking around, he appears confused and worried. An unexpected gust of wind ran along the path and scared him. Just ahead, among the dark leaves, something rustled again. His boots shine as he stands firm, facing the unknown presence. From the darkness of the bushes, suddenly appeared a terrible smile with sharp teeth. Suddenly, a loud piercing scream sounds from an unexpected place, and everything around shudders from surprise. A small white kitten scratches Yuzov's leg with its claws. Sal carefully lifts the purring cat and gently says that this is a good ending. In the boy's palms, the cat purrs contentedly, emitting a deep, gentle sound. Deciding to rest, the hero is pleasantly surprised by a magical sound. Imagine, at that very moment, a table for tea sets itself. He breaks off a piece of fried donut and offers it to the cat to see if it likes the taste. The cat eats the treat with appetite, its eyes shining with joy, and it contentedly says that the delicacies are very tasty. The savvy smiles happily and says that he specially prepared simple donuts for her and is glad that he did just that. Suddenly, it dawns on him that he has already seen this cat before in the village. The cat looks him straight in the eyes, as if it understands everything and knows more than one can imagine. Holding a cup in his hand, Azel begins to suspect that the cat is not as simple as it seems. The cat quietly meows from time to time and moves forward along the path, as if wanting to show him the way. Azel prepares the kettle, weighing in his mind whether to trust the mysterious guide cat. The cat, with eyes wide open from curiosity, peeks over the edge of the kettle. He aloud pondered, maybe the cat is also lost, just like him. For a moment he imagined that the cat is a creepy ghost fleeing from its own kind. The CEO, an elderly man, thoughtfully hums to himself, and his white cat, as if confused, looks around trying to understand where it has ended up. The CEO watches calmly and confidently, with a cigarette hanging uncontrollably from his mouth. When he was walking through the forest, he asked the cat to protect him during the return journey. The dungeon leads to an old stone bridge hanging over a deep, dark chasm. On the fourth underground level, So together with his cat are jumping in the air, moving away from the fallen monsters below. On the fifth floor, he stands among the defeated enemies, holding a small glowing wand in his hands. In the forest clearing of the underground sixth floor, Isio decides to take a little nap. He sleeps peacefully under a tree, lightly snoring among the amazing vegetation of the dungeon. The companion cat peeks from behind its owner's shoulder, attentively watching everything around while its master rests. Its ears perk up as it listens to a faint noise in the distance. In a close-up, we see the cat's eye. It looks intently and tensely toward what disturbed the peace. Ahead in the dark and dense forest, near their resting place, quiet rustlings were heard. The shadows disperse, revealing a seer who sleeps peacefully within a glowing magical protective barrier. Two evil bandits in traditional Japanese masks smile slyly, slowly approaching what seems to be a defenseless victim. Emerging from the bushes, the swordsman saw a lonely old man and decided that he had probably gotten lost or been left behind. The white cat screams in horror and fear as the bandits approach it closer and closer. The man in the mask draws a katana and prepares to deliver a powerful strike from above on the sleeping Asio. The blade clangs against an invisible barrier, and he is amazed at how strong it is. A small kitten watches the brutal attack, trembling with fear and meowing plaintively. Two robbers strike the shield with all their might, but even their powerful blows cannot disturb the peacefully sleeping Asio. The bandits cease their futile attacks and, irritated, notice that their victim is still sound asleep. The cat is still alert. It turns its head, closely watching the two dangerous figures who are joining forces again. Two figures leaned over the sleeping man. One of them grimly says that this lucky man will be fortunate. He simply will not wake up because he will die in his sleep. The cat, hiding next to the sail, cautiously peeks out, observing the two formidable men with swords. The cat's face twitched with fear, but at the same time, determination and a sense of justice appeared in its gaze. It clenches its face and resolutely stands up to defend its master against the looming threat. From the bushes, a white creature resembling a wolf quietly emerges and cautiously approaches the man who is sleeping. The bandits laugh cruelly, confident that the old man will die peacefully in his sleep, not even suspecting the appearance of a stranger. The cat is gripped by panic as it glances alternately at the bandits and the wolf-like creature approaching. Two bandits stand over the sleeping Asio, holding raised swords above him, ready to strike. The cat closes its eyes for a moment to gather courage before acting. Squinting one eye, the cat watches attentively as the wolf-like creature suddenly lunges forward and hisses. The wolf-like creature suddenly attacks the bandits, catching them by surprise. One of the bandits suspects that this creature is the old man's pet and asks his partner what they should do next. His partner smiles sinisterly and suggests skinning the creature to later sell the valuable fur profitably. The wolf instantly transforms into a small white cat and begins growling at Asio in self-defense. The bandit looks down in shock. Right before his eyes, the unusual transformation is completed. The cat quickly stretches, and its body becomes longer as it moves forward with amazing agility and speed. Both bandits collided and began accusing each other of how the cat managed to so successfully thwart them. In the seller's hands is a rod filled with hidden magic. It can not only render a person speechless, but also bind their movements. The bandits freeze in surprise when they realize that a magical spell has been cast on them. The little kitten dashes forward swiftly, barely touching the ground with its paws. The cat jumps up, waving a small magic wand, and loudly shouts a spell. The spell hits the two bandits, and they fall to the ground, while the sail calmly watches everything that is happening. The defeated bandits lie on the ground, trembling and unable to move, while the cat proudly lets out a cheerful meow. Asio looks down at what is happening, a little surprised and at the same time amused. He gently strokes the cat's head and thanks it for helping so bravely and skillfully. Asio looks down at the incapacitated men and asks who they are, highway robbers or just lazy people who wanted easy loot. Finding himself under his partner's body, one of the bandits stubbornly claims that he knows nothing about them. The seller looks around while his cat Maya joyfully shouts near the abandoned Oni masks. Asio, an elderly man, carefully examines a wooden plaque he holds in his hands. He places on the ground an abandoned Oni mask, calling it irrefutable evidence. The seller, looking at two tied men, addresses his cat and confirms that they are bandits. The prisoner irritably reminds his partner that he warned him about attacking the old man protected by a barrier. Asio strokes his goat-like beard, pondering what to do with the two prisoners. He recalls a conversation with his acquaintance Genzu, who looked very upset at the time. Asio decided to leave the bandits where they were because he did not want to have more trouble. A sign was hung on one of the bandits with the inscription, "Pathetic, caught loser." He tells the prisoners that his barrier will remain strong until they reach the city and urges them to surrender. Stepping away from the bandits, Sale raises his hand. It seems he sensed something in the forest ahead. He sits at a small table right in front of the huge dungeon gates and leisurely drinks tea with his cat. When the leader of the new group arrives, he notices Asio and asks his team to wait. A large group of travelers, among whom were warriors and a witch, was slowly making their way through the forest. The leader asks Asio if he is guarding the gate. Asio replies that he is standing here alone. At the party, the witch enthusiastically hugs the cat Osio, considering him very cute. The leader informs Asio that he has set up camp right next to the dangerous room with the boss. The CEO calmly noted that this is the perfect place to take a break. The guide of the adventurers slightly smiles, looks confidently at the old man, and gives an answer. He insists that his company is in a great hurry and cannot wait for the sale. Aso calmly suggests that everyone enter the boss room together. The witch with the cat in her arms urges Asi, asking him not to get distracted and to keep going. She leans forward and persistently asks him to allow their group to pass further. Asio says that they have no loot because it is all in his inventory. The leader's eyes widened when he heard the news about the rare inventory skill. Quickly changing his mind, he informs his group that the old man got into trouble. Asio assures himself that he has no problems. Another team member says that traveling together is much better and offers his help. The leader agrees to unite his team so that they support each other and move forward together. Suddenly, a huge boss bursts out of the ground, and a real panic begins among the adventurers. The squad watches in horror as their leaders shout in despair, not believing what has happened. Uso calmly stands among the remains of the battle. He single-handedly defeated the huge creature. The adventurers joyfully greet Asio, admiring his incredible achievement. The chief admits that Asio should have told him about his great magical abilities. He points to a huge pile of trophies and admits that he has never met such a boss before. The leader orders Asio to collect all valuable materials and put them in his inventory. He says that now they will report that the boss has already been neutralized. Does Sale recognize that the carriers in this group are the same man he dealt with earlier? One of the men begs to be allowed to keep his job, fearing he will be fired. Vitrillo looks at the man and praises him for his persistent work. Former bandits have now become carriers and are dragging a heavy log. The scene shifts to a bathhouse, from the chimney of which steam is curling. Seo relaxes in a large wooden tub, and his cat bathes nearby in a smaller one. He leisurely immerses himself in the hot water and says it is very refreshing. A voice comes from the entrance. Someone asks if the old Asio is here. Genzu appears and loudly exclaims that now is definitely not the time to lounge in the bath. At the top of the stairs, the vendor immediately recognizes the visitor. It is Genzo. Genzu joins us in the hot onsen, and the two men relax in the warm water. Our director, dressed in long robes, stands by the wardrobe and prepares to address everyone. He says, smiling slightly at the flushed Gensu, that the bathing was very pleasant. Gensu leans over the table by the oil lamp and prepares to tell about his urgent matter. Gensu leans across the table and nervously reminds Asiya about the important matter they need to discuss. He warns that others will try to take credit for ASCO in the dungeon. Aso calmly sips his drink and quietly asks if all this is really happening. Genso insists that this story should be presented as if it is the rescue of a defenseless and confused old man. Ashio was not confused at all, thanked his friend for the news, and easily waved it off, saying it was just the words of a merchant. Gensu scolds him for excessive kindness and advises him to get an adventurer's license. He says that because of Asio's strength, it becomes very difficult to fully pass through the dungeon. Asio looks truly surprised. He pauses for a moment, raising the cup to his lips. His companion says that one man disturbed the balance in the entire monster world. Asio jokingly tells the upset Gensu not to be foolish, while his cat calmly drinks water nearby. It turns out to be a nightmare. Gensu sees the sail falling asleep, and a thick fog envelops everything before his eyes. It is already morning outside. Birds are cheerfully chirping, and smoke rises from the chimney of the house. Asio walks through the city, warmly greeting the guards on the streets with good morning. When he arrives at the Adventurers Guild, he sees that a large crowd has gathered inside. At the counter, he takes a ticket with the number 56 and waits to be called. He patiently stands in a long queue of adventurers, waiting for his turn. A lively person working the night shift noticed Asio in the queue and approached to greet him warmly and kindly. The knight meets him with anticipation, while the other adventurers watch him attentively. He kindly offers the old man to go ahead, but the old man politely declines. Asio smiles warmly and says that this queue is important, so he will wait. The other adventurers standing in the queue silently agreed with the leader's decision. The girl traveling with the knight asks if he is familiar with Mr. Ichio. The knight replies that he knows him. Speaking warmly, he calls the old man an exceptionally good person. Another traveler laughed and added that Seo is quite peculiar and once even outdrank him. The burly man agrees and notes that Asio really has an excellent sense. The woman adds that he even taught her how to make donuts. The nun traveling with the knight asks him to stand behind her so he can calmly attend to his affairs. Motion blur shows how time passes as the line moves forward. A guild worker calls number 56 and Asio approaches the counter. A suspicious nun watches him leave and tells him to stop pretending. I will lead him through the double doors straight to the processing and sales counter. He shows a huge hall filled with rare wood and healing herbs gathered in the forest dungeon. Addie, working at the reception, asks if he wants to sell the processed items. Asio looks up and asks in surprise why she chose the word processed. He asked her to explain her proposal in more detail, and his cat was already sitting next to him. Close-up of the cat's eye, its vertical pupil attentively watches what is happening. The camera zooms in on a human eye, in which a distant, sad memory is reflected. In the memories, a man with long hair is shown, carefully watching a little girl. Sora coldly tells Ivy that he will leave her behind. The girl looks back, and quiet fear and sadness are visible on her face. She quietly tugs the man's cloak with her small hand to get his attention. He lightly pats her on the head and asks what she wants from him now. With tears in her eyes, the girl quietly asks him not to leave her. Returning again to the present, Eddie explains how to handle sales, just as she told T. She advises trusting complex work to professionals to get the best result. I see that here they understand. The value of processing depends on the client's needs. Akumi, his cat, peeks out from behind the counter and looks intently at the shiny logs made of rare wood. The man from the staff gets a little nervous when the kitty suddenly jumps off the counter, but manages to catch her in his hands. He asks us to check if this is really his cat, and we apologize for her behavior. He holds the cat in his hands, but the man calmly explains that he does not raise her. Inside the guild, an employee stood next to a young girl, and both could not understand what was happening. The old attacker calmly says that the little white cat is his dear friend. As if on command, the cat playfully grabs Asio's finger and quietly meows. A bell rings on the cat's neck and he cheerfully purrs, Naya. A warm memory of Akumi appears, a boy with a gap-toothed smile, happily smiling while holding a kitten in his arms. Asio recalls what kind of kitten this cat was and draws parallels with his own past. He brings several logs of rare shiny wood to the guild. In another memory, he is already a grandfather and watches as little Takumi becomes interested in tea canisters for the first time. Inspired by the memory, Asio decides to make a teapot. Addie suggests finding a master, but at the exhibition she shows her unique product, made entirely of wood. Eddie's heart pounds with excitement, as she immediately sees great business potential in this strange idea. A little girl with tears in her eyes begs the man, her gaze full of sadness and despair. Addie began asking for details, but their conversation was suddenly interrupted by a loud sound resembling a knock. The guild doors suddenly open, and an energetic girl runs inside, calling Addie. Surprised, Addie recognizes the stranger. It was Baronia, and immediately asks why she is here. Baronia happily shares that she heard rumors about rare wood and came to see it. Sailor watches confusedly at everything happening around. Baronia is surprised that such a valuable tree was found in a dungeon with a low difficulty level. She is curious to test how strong this wood is, but Eddie tries to stop her. Touching this beam, Baronia exhaled in surprise. She realized that this was not a giant tree at all. She insists with great enthusiasm that Addie under no circumstances sell this valuable wood to a stranger. Baronia runs her hand over the log, admiring its strong bark and smooth surface. Asio watches their conversation with a thoughtful, slightly smiling face. Eddie coolly pays no attention to Baronia's worries and says that her assessment changes nothing. She calmly confirmed that the wood is stored right there. Eddie reproaches Baronia, saying that it is because of her thoughtless actions that she constantly loses her job. She is outraged when Baronia comes without warning and insists that next time Baronia should notify her about the visit. Baronia replies that it is precisely her business to find such rare and valuable things. Sale observes their quarrel with a slight hint of fatigue in his eyes. Surprise appears on his face as the quarrel becomes increasingly sharp. Baronia angrily drags the tip of her sharp tool across the floor. A guild worker, a man, approaches Asio and apologizes for the inconvenience. He explains that these two women are just childhood friends who often argue with each other. He suggests having coffee while the quarrel subsides. Outside, a group of adventurers thanks Asio for help in the dungeon. When night falls, the travelers respectfully bow to Asio. The knight enthusiastically invites Asio to join the next quests, as he highly values his useful skills. One day, the guild member Asio asks him if he knows any reliable and hardworking team of adventurers. During the memories, Knight says that working together with Asio was unparalleled. He says that because of their successes, monsters with rare materials began to appear. Asio and his partner saw this as a real threat to the usual order in the dungeons. The group says goodbye, and he reassures his companion, saying that everything is fine. Nearby on a brick wall, a small white kitten sits and watches what is happening. At the party, the witch notices the cat, and admiration appears in her eyes. She really likes how cute he is. Knight, without hesitation, shares its valuable information with SO just like that, asking for nothing in return. He thinks about the fact that this is a unique opportunity to find such valuable things. Nate happily says that an opportunity is like finding money just on the street. Team friends watch him and cannot understand why he is so excited. ESAO politely declines the invitation, explaining that he wants to focus on processing sales. Knight reacts with surprise and a little disappointment to Asio's decision to refuse. The young knight secretly glances aside, and in his gaze there is strong determination and focus. He carefully slips his hand into the pocket on his belt, while the knight around rustles and remains tense. He takes out a small object from which smoke comes, hinting that it might influence someone else's opinion. The knight explains that they use smoke to lure monsters out of their lairs. Saturn listens attentively to the explanation, looking at the interlocutor with concentration and seriousness. Sataro politely declines the offer, explaining that he is still negotiating. The knight smiles with understanding, accepting refusal and not getting upset by circumstances. Friends waved goodbye to Setter and invited him to join them again the next day. The guild worker says that recently monsters have been getting stronger, and this worries him. Nearby, a white cat purrs contentedly with happiness. There is calm near the cozy and hospitable local cafe. Inside the room, Satoru sits next to a man named Adi. They silently share this peaceful moment. Satoru took a sip of tea, changed the subject, and asked about the girl. Adi recognizes the girl. She is Baronia, a young craftswoman from his hometown. Satoru looks at Adi and asks if Baronia is suitable for this project. Rejecting this idea, he says that this job requires more patience than a young person can show. Adi suddenly jumps up from the table, overwhelmed by strong emotions. The white cat, which had been resting calmly nearby, was sharply frightened by his sudden movement. Adi sharply slaps his palms on the table and bows his head deeply. He bows low and sincerely asks to give Baronio a chance. He says that because of her difficult character, it is hard for her to find a job. Eddie confidently stands his ground and promises to take full responsibility if something goes wrong. Thinking it over, Sadaro agrees to at least meet the young girl. Adi raises his head with relief and asks if Sadaro really means it seriously. He bows deeply once again, sincerely thanking for the opportunity given to him. The white cat tilts its head to the side and watches everything happening with interest. Sataro looks at the screen with a tired but understanding gaze. Later, Adi lifts the ready tea canister and beams with excitement. Admiring this structure, he notices how the fiber pattern smoothly wraps around it from all sides. Eddie squeezes the canister, a look of admiration appearing on his face. The lid fits perfectly, and he notices that it is made from the same material. He says that the craftsmanship is so incredible, it seems as if there was some magic involved. Sadero laughs along with his cat and modestly brushes off such high praise. Holding a warm cup in his hands, Eddie cannot contain his excitement. With great enthusiasm, he turned to Sadaram with a request to teach him the amazing masterful technique that Sadaram himself used. The cafe door opens, and Satoru notes that they arrived just in time. The cat seems to recognize this place, confirming that they came to the right shop. Baronia enters together with a blonde woman who wants to talk to Satoru about something important. Katero talks about the apprenticeship he mentioned earlier. Eddie impatiently interrupts the conversation to share news about the tea canister project. When Baronia heard that Sadru agreed to give her a chance, she shuddered with surprise. Suddenly, surprise appears on her face, her eyes open wide, and her cheeks blush faintly. Baronia carefully examines the canister and realizes that it was created using advanced technologies. Satoru gently smiles, picks up the object, and says that this is exactly what she needs to do. The team continues talking among themselves, while Baronia quietly mumbles something under her breath, lost in her own thoughts. A white cat sits on a wooden rafter nearby and attentively watches everything that is happening. From afar, an eye is seen in close-up, while someone tells the girl to look. A mysterious woman in a hood holds a magical mirror in her hands and carefully observes Sataro's actions. It turns out she is in a flying carriage drawn by a winged unicorn. In the room, a man with long hair holds a little girl named Lush in his arms. She looks at him with tenderness. From a hidden place, a woman carefully watches everything that is happening. In his workshop, Satoru explains that before bending wood, it must be boiled. He continues the lesson, emphasizing an important point with a hand gesture. Lucia smiles from afar, thinking that her grandfather is having a good time. During the journey in the air crew, the woman suggested calling him Satoru, but Lucia firmly refused. Suddenly, the ground begins to tremble, and a terrible roar spreads throughout the forest. The leader of the adventurers shouted that this monster was much stronger than they had been told. The creature suddenly waved its tentacles and unexpectedly struck the adventure team, who were unprepared for the attack. The female adventurer looks around in confusion and asks her leader what they should do now. In another scene, a man is trembling with horror, completely overwhelmed by fear. The woman runs away, and the leader, pleading, tries to persuade his fearful team not to flee the battlefield. He shouts orders to his retreating group, watching as the monster knocks them down one by one. The chief cries out in despair, begging everyone to stop, suffering reflected on his face. A giant insect-like monster rises before the frightened adventurers. One of the adventurers, breathing heavily, ran into the guild and quickly reported the trouble. He explains that a group of experienced adventurers is now fleeing from the dungeon. Commander Gords immediately orders all residents to leave the city in case of an emergency. Calmly soothing his people, he listens to the report of another who says that the area is full of monsters. Gord asks several teenagers if they had taken a strange thing, and this became the beginning of the problem. Gord, together with his subordinate, stood near the guild counter, preparing to raise his forces. He encourages his comrades, loudly urging them to move forward with all their might. Gord gives Ispo his last instructions and orders him to prepare. Sidaru, in his pointed hat, asks what caused this commotion. Next to Baronio, Sidero inquired of Gordas why he was in battle armor. Gords notices an old man and immediately demands an explanation for why he is here. Doroga advises the young woman traveling with him to find a safe place. He asked Gord if the problem was really as serious as it seemed. Satoru calmly agrees to the evacuation and wishes Gordel success in the upcoming battle. Baronia smiles aloud and watches Satoru intently, a little surprised that he agreed so easily. A giant mantis face hides among the leaves and patiently waits for prey. His head twitches slightly as soon as something moves nearby. Armed soldiers in heavy boots pass by the secret hideout, and the mantis quietly buzzes in its shelter. The commander of the adventurer squad loudly orders everyone to focus on driving the monsters back into the dungeon. Feeling determined, the adventurer clenched his teeth and prepared for the difficult battle ahead. Satoru notices a man running through the forest and asks if he is okay. The man sinks down under a tree with relief, breathing heavily and confident that he is now safe. Tapping his head, he tries to calm his nerves after the horror he experienced. Lash calmly steps onto the clearing, where the hero is still recovering from the trials. She shifts her gaze from the frightened man to the angry mantis that just appeared. The travelers face terrible trials as he finally sees a terrifying, huge insect. Clenching his fist, he understands his end has come. The mantis suddenly lunges forward, and Lucia swiftly runs up to intercept its attack. Light flickers in the multifaceted eye of the creature as it strikes. Lucia's fist flashes like lightning, cutting through the air with a sharp sweep. Her blow was so strong that the wave of it threw the adventurer far back. The man falls to the ground, already certain that his end has come. In his last moments, the head of the giant mantis twitches convulsively. The huge body leans forward and begins to fall. The creature falls heavily to the ground, while Lucia remains calm as ever. Satoru watches from afar with a sly smile, noticing that she is truly very serious. The man with the stern face suddenly wonders as the girl sitting on his back smiles joyfully. An armed guard leads the tired refugees toward the large church visible in the distance. Through the stone-arched window of the temple, quiet, indistinct voices are heard. In the hall, settlers gathered, who sat at long tables and quietly converse among themselves. A merchant with black hair and a tie anxiously watches what is happening. An aggressive adventurer approaches the elderly Taro and sternly asks who is in charge here. Gold, the leader of the adventurers, shouts angrily, and this greatly frightens two small children who cling to each other in fear. Watching the quarrel, a blonde woman contemptuously remarks how miserably the adults behave. Firm in his decision, the uncle merchant rises from his seat at the crowded table. He calls the frightened children and offers to take them with him to lead them away from the escalating dispute. When the boy finally found himself safe next to the merchant, he anxiously asked if they would be able to return home. The blonde woman gently soothes the boy, saying that everything will be fine and suggests playing together. The adults gathered around the table and began inventing simple wooden toys so the children could have something to do. The man with a headband smiles and tells that he made these blocks from a broken chair. He jokes that this task was simple compared to what grandfather asked to do. Suddenly, the children notice that Taro has disappeared, and at that moment, a piercing scream comes from the street. Somewhere deep in the dark forest, someone is running swiftly through thick thickets. It immediately becomes clear that something dangerous is happening here. A group of brave adventurers desperately fights, trying to hold back a giant sectoid who screeches loudly, standing on a stone path. Gold, the leader of the group, shouts orders tensely, his face full of anxiety during the fierce battle. The dark forest is covered with mutilated and terrifying bodies of defeated monsters. From the dark, oppressive forest, many sinister glances are directed at the fighters. Gold and his fair-haired companions stand back to back, sternly looking at the endless onslaught of monsters. The adventurer raises his head in surprise, noticing the unexpected appearance of a stranger. From behind the rustling bushes onto the clearing come the elderly Chitaro and the young girl Lucy. Asking about the gold is very risky. Meanwhile, Saint Taro calmly explains that he just came to take something. In response to the question whether similar monster attacks had happened before, Saint Harold answered that nothing like this had ever occurred. Observing the killed creatures, he notices that even usually peaceful insects have suddenly become aggressive. Sighing, he says that it upsets him that the cause of the madness has still not been determined. Somewhere else, a woman barely smiles, her lips curling into a confident, cruel smile that no one even pays attention to. On a sturdy branch of a tall tree, the woman Sausen carefully watches from above the battle unfolding below. A smug and cunning smile appears on her face as she watches her plan work. From above, she can clearly see the adventurers below struggling with difficulties. The warrior's sword helplessly slides over the hard shell of the huge insect, causing it no harm. Another fighter is thrown back by the monster's powerful blow. The blonde with spiky hair screams in fear and despair as the fight becomes too difficult for him. The sand dweller from the south notices that the adventurers are already tired and about to suffer a complete defeat. Pale with fear, the blonde adventurer screams wildly, his face distorted with horror. Susan mentally notes that this clumsy guy still came in handy for her plan. She stops and thoughtfully looks down from her place. Satoru sits on the ground together with other adventurers and carefully examines the map, trying to find the place where it all began. Hidden high in the tree, Salson begins a mysterious ritual. She draws glowing symbols right on the surface of the forest stream. On the branch in close-up, magical symbols are brightly glowing. Shock and disbelief are reflected on her face as she feels that something has changed. Realizing that her plan has been exposed and everything is going wrong, she says in amazement that this cannot be. At that moment, standing on the ground, Chitaro says that there must definitely be something here. He, turning golden, thoughtfully asks himself if he has finally found the solution. Gold loudly shouts to attract the attention of his warriors, preparing to give a new order. He tells his exhausted people that they have finally found the way to salvation. Hiding, Southern Savin knows that she has very little time left before her plan fails. Gold orders his adventurers to form a tight circle around Gramps and protect him at all costs. Angry at failure, Susan breaks a branch. Her plan to conquer the forest has failed. Elsewhere, the leader of the adventurers, Gold, loudly shouts a battle cry to encourage his comrades. He ordered his adventurers not to pursue retreating monsters too far. The adventurer confidently confirms the order, and his comrade skillfully repels the monster's swift attack. The girl watches the desperate fighters with admiration, and Saint Taro notices that the tide of battle is changing. Gold returns to the old man and reports that they have finally reached the place. Sataro's face became serious when he realized they had reached the clearing. Finding themselves surrounded by monsters, the adventurers stop and form a defensive circle. The blonde adventurer turns to Salson and asks him to assess the situation. The old major narrows his eyes and looks carefully into the dark, eerie forest. On the grass, he notices a strange object. It looks like a cage woven from thin twigs. Satoru determines the purpose of the object and casts 2 spells, Barrier and Binding. Magic instantly revealed its power, and all the monsters rushed to flee in panic. Adventures bring both victory and pleasure, but Gold still looks disappointed, as if this easy victory did not bring him joy. As soon as the danger passes, butterfly-like creatures rise into the sky again. After the battle, the forest is enveloped in silence. The blonde adventurer, resting, warns the little girl not to approach the dangerous device. Despite the warning, the curious little girl points at the object and asks what it is. Sataro's face tenses as he prepares to examine the strange magical object. Kneeling down, Chitaro says he will inspect the strange cage made of branches. Looking more closely, one can see a tangled magical construction covered with diagrams and runes. The little girl looks at the magical items with admiration, her eyes shining with curiosity. Satoru, with a serious expression, confidently states that he managed to find out who the real owner is. Somewhere in another part of the forest, a large tree towers silently, reaching toward the evening sky. Aselson grits her teeth in anger, realizing that her cunning plan has failed. She is noticed, and she instantly turns around and runs away from the forest clearing. In the darkness, a desperate protector appears and addresses the mysterious woman. A ragged adventurer accuses her angrily of the attack and demands that she take responsibility. All the adventurers gather around the woman, advance on her, and behave persistently. Her eyes narrow, an icy, threatening rage appears in her gaze, as if she is furious at being cornered. She smiles charmingly and extends a precious stone as a sign of apology. The blonde adventurer is momentarily confused by her unexpected offer and apology. He doubts that a single precious stone will be enough, but she still picks it up. The precious stone explodes with a powerful roar, enveloping everything around in thick smoke. She uses the explosion to distract attention, then quickly jumps between the trees and disappears from sight. Escaping the smoke and coughing, the adventurers decide that she fled out of fear. Amid the chaos, a blonde woman stumbles and accidentally opens a small vial. The bottle breaks on the ground, and her companions immediately raise the alarm. The adventurers gradually realize with increasing horror what has just broken. From the smoke, suddenly terrifying new monsters appear and slowly creep up on the brave travelers. Just before the battle, the blonde veteran heard a faint, strange sound. Gold decides that he imagined it and advises not to pay attention to the sound. Gold approaches the old man and says he wants to ask something. He asked the old man if this little girl was his granddaughter. High above the forest treetops, birds fly through the cloudy sky. Seitarō shook his head and confidently said that this girl was not his granddaughter. The blonde adventurer realizes that she is actually a lost child. At that moment, a little girl approaches Seitarō and gently tugs at his cloak. She shines with joy, raises her gaze to him, and gently calls him Grandpa. Seitarō is confused, and Gold just smiles. Both men do not understand what is happening. The young girl's face glows with a happy, innocent smile. Nearby, a rustle was heard, and it frightened the elderly man named Satoru. In the middle of the forest, Sedorov hesitates aloud, wondering if he really heard something. The younger man calms Grandpa, saying that he just imagined it and there is no reason to worry. It is clear that Seitarō is confused, and he insists he really heard some noise. People scream in panic and run away, seeing a huge, gloomy shadow of an insect looming over them. In the calm night sky, two bright moons quietly shone among a scatter of stars. A white cat sits on a high windowsill and calmly watches the quiet lamplit street below. Inside, Setoru and a little girl with sharp ears peacefully sleep under one blanket. An unfamiliar voice calls Satoru by name, tearing him from sleep. In the darkness appears a figure, enveloped in bright light, and asks if Satoru hears it. When Satoru stood up, the guest informed that he was addressing him directly in thoughts. The guest says that he descended from above with an important request. Irritated, Katero asks the guest to first turn off the bright halo, and only then continue speaking. The guest first tells about the main circumstances of this situation. Satoru looked at the sleeping child and immediately guessed what they wanted from him. Itrol, who bears the nickname guest, confirms with a slight smile Satoru's assumption was correct. Itrol sits by the bed and says that telling this whole story will take a very long time. Katero listens intently as this tangled story gradually unfolds before him. The young girl sleeps soundly, not even suspecting that her fate is being discussed nearby. In memories, it is shown that in this world, there are countries inhabited only by monsters. Itrol reveals the truth. The girl is the daughter of the king of monsters, whose kingdom was overthrown. He assumes that the coup is only the beginning on the path to world domination, and Satoru listens to him attentively. Any further interference could disrupt the balance in the world, so he could only save this child. Desperate, Ichiro imploringly appeals to Satoru, asking him to take the girl under his protection. Satoru looks at the child and silently reflects on what a great responsibility it is. The girl sleeps soundly and peacefully, looking like the true embodiment of innocence. After some thought, Satoru decides to trust Ichiro, although he feels that he is withholding something. A white cat sits in the doorway and watches the two men who are observing the decisive moment attentively. The cat quietly meows, as if expressing its opinion. Satoru raises his eyes, looking ahead warily and thoughtfully. He sighs and says that he cannot help in any way. Hearing Satoru's response, a look of deep relief and joy appears on Ichirol's face. Tra cannot hide her joy and immediately says that she understands everything and agrees to this arrangement. Satoru gently reproaches him for agreeing so quickly without even hearing his conditions. A white kitten sits on the windowsill and shows its love with a little heart. Then the cat gracefully jumps out of the window and quietly lands right on the bed. The half-asleep girl presses even closer to the cat, finding comfort in its warmth. Later, the girl wakes up, greets her new grandfather and older brother with a smile. Ichiro Hayes stands next to the newly formed family, his face illuminated by a gentle, satisfied smile. Tadero also smiles with closed eyes, pleased with how everything turned out. The three of them gathered in the room, and although they looked a bit unusual, felt like a true happy family. The scene shifts to a starry night sky, indicating that some time has passed. During memories, Satoru recalls the secret of this child and still cannot believe it. Ichiro looks at Satoru confidently and with understanding. Two men sit under a tree, drinking tea and watching a child playing nearby. A little girl runs, waving her hand and calling out to her grandfather. Satoru asks Ichiro why she left her, but Ichiro replies that it does not look like abandonment at all. Laughing, the girl runs carefree through the field. A white cat swiftly runs beside her. Antril feels great relief upon learning that Satoru agreed to fulfill his difficult request. Satoru, an elderly man, gazes forward with a thoughtful and serious expression. A vessel stands on the fire, cluttered with debris, and steam rises from it. This means the water inside is already boiling. Sadero decides to check on his friend Edel and asks how he would act if Sadero used a child for his own purposes. Continuing his trials, Sadero notes that he could quite possibly abandon her halfway. Edel takes a sip of tea, tries to dispel gloomy thoughts, and notes that the tea tastes bitter. Edel smiles gently and assures that she is confident Satoru would never do such a thing. Sadero falls silent, struck by Tel's unshakable faith in him. Smiling, he admits his defeat, while the child happily plays in the background. In our days, Ethel rests and thinks aloud about what to name the child. The scene shifts to a soft, foggy sky. Ethel, with a cat on her head, says that the girl wants Satoru to give her a name. Somewhere in another corner of the workshop, someone shouts irritably that nothing can be done here anymore. Yae, the craftswoman, falls into despair because she is sure she will never be able to finish her work. A surprised cat peeks over Satoru's shoulder as they enter the bustling workshop. In the workshop, everyone is bustling, trying to do something as quickly as possible, but the efforts bring no results. His explanation shows how upset she is, since she has already created many prototypes, but none of them succeeded. She pulls back the curtain and shows the shelves where her failed attempts stand. Holding a chipped wooden cylindrical stick in her hands, she feels despair and does not understand what her mistake is. Yae clenched her teeth, a mask of anger and irritation frozen on her face. Satoru watches her and thinks that for a first attempt she is too ambitious. He offers to show her one thing that can help her achieve success. Yae turns around, and surprise and slight astonishment appear on her face. She hesitates as it seems to her that it is still too early to ask him for advice. Sedorov tells that once he had a teacher who taught him. Yakai hesitates because she fears that asking for help will only confirm bad rumors about him. She clenched her fist beside her, showing how a struggle rages inside her. Tell Rural that you understand. She seems to have had to endure many unpleasant moments. He gently explains to her that there is nothing shameful in learning from others. In the workshop, the child happily runs after a butterfly, and she watches this attentively. A moment of hesitation appears in Yahweh's eyes as her determination gradually weakens. With a determined look, she finally agrees to accept his help and says that she understands everything. Saint Era's AI gladly closes her eyes and smiles, rejoicing in her choice. A look of satisfaction appears on his face when she agrees to learn from him. Seeing the perfectly made wooden jars, he immediately makes it clear that he likes the girl's choice. Yi, full of impatience, wants to start as soon as possible and immediately says she has questions. She speaks condescendingly, saying that almost no money is allocated for her workshop. Hesitation is heard in her voice as she tries to find words to talk about her financial difficulties. Shyly, she asks if it is possible to get the necessary ingredients in larger quantities. She feels relieved when her request is accepted with understanding. Sidero calmed her, saying that everything is fine, and asked how much exactly she needed. He looks up, full of hope, and begins gathering the materials needed for her request. She happily shows a large pile of wood and all the necessary materials. The child rejoiced upon hearing Satoru's agreement and said that the rest would be sold through the guild. The scene shifts to the rooftops of the city towering above the guild. Inside the Guild of Merchants, a female employee sincerely thanks her colleague named Assad. Esset talks about her plan to gradually release valuable timber to the market. Satoros was surprised and began to doubt whether their plan to sell it gradually would really succeed. Isid shows that if you sell a rare resource all at once, its value sharply decreases. He says that this will ruin other merchants who also have the same valuable timber. He concludes that since the stock appeared only once, the price will rise again. In a cartoon-style drawing, the harsh truth is depicted: merchants go bankrupt. Assad confidently smiles and says that their task is to protect the market. He explains to the grandfather and laughing that even if the profit becomes smaller, the guild will still control the supply. Lulu, a young girl, raises her head, and above her appears a large question mark. She is completely confused by the conversation. The grandfather listens carefully to them and nods, showing that he understood everything. Observing the fish market, he treats the hardworking local merchants with respect. Lafont notes that the situation with completely new goods is different. Grandfather decides to take advantage of the opportune moment and says he wants to show them something. What they heard surprised Lafont and Assad so much that they froze for a moment. Grandfather, with a cat sitting on his shoulder, tells that he found it in the dungeon. The group freezes in surprise upon learning that this came from the dungeon. Near the large building, his confession hung in the air, leaving everyone in deep thought. Guild comrades silently froze upon hearing his incredible statement. Astonished, Lulu tugs his cloak and eagerly asks what it is. Grandfather smiles warmly and gently strokes the curious girl on the head. Aset and Lafont, full of excitement, ask if he really found new resources. Grandfather looks calmly and confidently, confirming that what they heard is true. Preparing to demonstrate it in practice, he says everything will become clear by example and begins searching for something in his backpack. He hands Lafan a list and asks to first gather all the necessary tools. Taking the sheet, she notices that all items must be in the guild's warehouse. Assad steps forward to help, while Lulu impatiently shifts from foot to foot, dreaming of joining in. Looking at the excited comrades, the grandfather quietly smiles, pleased with their joy. Soon they approach the large guild warehouse with huge doors. Inside, the team carefully searches for the needed items among the cluttered shelves. With pride, Asid finds one of the items, a rare bowl from the east. Lulu excitedly peeks into the open box, her eyes shining with genuine childlike curiosity. Lafun confirms that all items are already gathered and asks what to do next. In the kitchen, the grandfather confidently flips a pancake in the pan, and his friends standing in the doorway watch with admiration. Lafun, looking surprised at this whole culinary scene, asks what he is going to do with the pancake. He picks up a small bottle with dark liquid and asks if anyone recognizes what it is. It gazes into the mysterious bottle and decides that inside is ordinary colored water. Grandfather gently pulls the cork from the bottle, and a light pop is heard. He begins carefully pouring thick, viscous liquid from a small jug. One wide ribbon of thick, dark amber syrup flows down. Lulu opens her eyes wide and watches as the syrup slowly drips onto fresh pancakes. Lafan watches everything and wonders if this sweet addition is honey. But Esset notices that the smell is not at all like the aroma of honey. Lulu tasted the dish, and her face instantly blossomed. She joyfully said it was very tasty. Both guild members were impressed to learn that this treat was made from tree sap residues. Only a simple bowl remained before Lafan, and he still looked at it in surprise. Filled with excitement, Lafan calls the discovery of sap application a true revolution. Grandfather watches their reaction, barely smiling and silently observing. A small white kitten comfortably settled on Lulu's head, and she asked her grandfather for a little more. Smiling, he agrees and adds that he prepared many more portions at the end. Acid notes that sweets are so expensive now, so this new product will definitely become very popular. At that moment, grandfather again recalls those simple joys that filled his childhood. On the table nearby stands a small bottle with a cork, filled with the precious resin of a tree. Again interested, Lafon asks what other new product has appeared. Grandfather smiles mysteriously and says that they have not yet noticed the main thing. Pointing forward, he explains that the real novelty is the strongest plate itself. Lafont and Gyron exchanged surprised looks, clearly interested in what they had just heard. On the table stands a dark bowl containing a stack of pancakes, which makes one wonder, where is the plate? Lafont takes the plate in his hands and notes that its coating is special. She has never seen such a finish before. Kyron explains that it comes from a forgotten sample, once collected long ago by a guild master during his journey. Interested, Lulu watches as Lafan marvels upon learning how old this plate is. Jeron recalls that this item was brought from a distant country, and it had not a single scratch on it. Lafan admires how sturdy this plate is made and notices how beautifully the wooden texture shows under the glossy coating. Grandfather revealed his secret. He explained that he treated the plate with tree sap using a special method called lacquering. Both companions freeze for a moment at what they heard, repeat the strange word, and cannot believe what they heard. One of the fans named Leffen, who seems to know how this amazing finish was achieved, is full of hope. The cat peeks from behind Lulu's shoulder while she happily confirms that it is so. Grandfather, with a warm smile, closes his eyes and promises to teach them everything he knows. Lulu leans over the lacquered plate and explains why the primer layer is so important for the finished product. Lulu, tightly hugging the cat, enthusiastically asks for another serving. Grandfather looks at her excited, impatient request with warmth and a smile. When everyone gathered in the room, the group concluded the discussion about the plate. Grateful Jiren thanks Grandpa and asks what his plans are for the rest of the day. Grandpa, smiling happily, stands next to Lulu and announces that he is heading to the labyrinth to gather some more juice. At the entrance to the building, they say warm goodbyes and agree to meet again the next day. Lulu sings cheerfully, holding Grandpa's hand, and says that they are setting off together. Grandpa watches as Lulu runs after a butterfly, and his cat walks alongside. Lulu quickly turns around and excitedly shows Grandpa a cute kitten she just noticed. A moment of confusion appears on her face as she notices something else. Nina, another young girl, happily points and calls the kitty. Nina walks with her parents when suddenly her father notices someone familiar and is surprised. Grandpa greets Seder, one of the guards, and remarks that he did not expect to meet him here. Sadero informs everyone that he is off duty now and introduces the group to his wife and daughter. The girl, with a sincere smile, politely introduced herself. "I am Nina." The wife of Saint Aru tells him that this is the very son she had mentioned earlier. Then she thanks him for caring about her husband and asks if Lulu is his granddaughter. The grandfather says that she is not his biological granddaughter, but she seems so close as if she were real. The family smiles, fully understanding how special and strong the bonds that unite them are. Now the events shift to the vast, forest-covered woodlands located north of Fossa. Through the dense forest, someone's feet rush at a crazy speed. A small winged creature, resembling an insect, falls to the ground in the middle of a small clearing. A bald poacher emerges from the bushes, quickly grabs the small creature, and sternly tells it not to cause trouble. He presses it to himself, smiles, and assures that he does not intend to eat it. Standing by a cart filled with containers, the poacher finally reveals what they actually came for. They need a valuable sap that these insect-like creatures keep deep in the forest. High among the tree trunks, a colony of small buzzing beings has settled. Poachers hold the captured beast on a leash and force it to obediently lead them to its nest. When they reach the huge, twisted tree, the chief poacher praised the little creature for a job well done. Then he says that now they can act on their own, as their goal is very close. With cold determination, he orders his subordinate Danan to get rid of the person who has already become unnecessary. The rest of the bee-like creatures anxiously buzz in the trees, closely watching the approaching threat. From the height of the trees, a huge humanoid monster suddenly descends, emitting light, and flies straight at the poachers. Suddenly, a strong blow interrupts the execution, hitting Danan hard right in the face. From the tree branches, other small creatures watch everything with sadness and tears in their eyes. The bald poacher looks suspiciously at the fallen monster and contemptuously mutters something about insects. He forcefully throws the large monster bee to the ground, knocking out the main defender of the colony. When Sadero walks through the forest, he notices a creature twitching on the ground. The powerful creature, resembling a large letter bee, shudders on the ground and groans in pain. Danan angrily approaches his comrades as they carelessly gather honey from the tree. Satoru comes and asks if they know that the guild forbids stealing honey. Danan smiles, recognizing the old man he has met before. Inquire with Ro Fane if they are already acquainted, and ask what exactly they are doing now. Danan contemptuously tells the old man that his interference is pointless. Lus holds a small creature of type B and looks at it with innocent concern. Danan jokes about Satoru, who is no longer the same as before, and laughs at his new hairstyle. He reminds the forgetful satyr that they have met before in the forest dungeon. Satoru suddenly recalls a memory, and he finally remembers an adventure he experienced long ago. Danan happily reports that many interesting things have happened, and now they are gathering honey. Sadaro, with a serious look, asked if they are not disturbing the bees. Danan smiles distrustfully, mockingly brushing off the idea of worrying about some miserable insects. Others also began to laugh, ignoring Satoru's concern, who stood next to the buzzing tree. Danan says that these creatures are just insects with very limited intelligence. He cruelly grabs one of the small, frightened bees by the head. He says they are no smarter than dogs or cats, and not monsters at all. Satoru narrows his eyes, looking at Danan's cruelty with cold, stern disapproval. Suddenly the ground begins to shake violently, and this greatly frightens the surprised man. Sheena, together with the traveler with the mohawk and his companions, came to meet the old man. Saturud asks Laius to step back and calms her, saying that everything will end soon. He anxiously notices a magical attack beginning to form that is about to strike him. Irritated by the noise, Sheena ignites a powerful fireball and throws it with a spell. Katero manages to dodge, and the spell explodes just behind him. The Mohawk adventurer rushes swiftly through the smoke to the cedar room. From the hollow of an old tree, several small creatures resembling bees cautiously peek out. They buzz anxiously, trying to stay safe. Mohawk smiles with battle fervor, swinging his sword, and loudly shouts to Satyr, "Catch this." The blade bounces off Satoru's magical hexagonal barrier, causing him no harm. The adventurers watch as Satoru decides to confront them. Satoru firmly holds a small creature of type B in his arms, protecting it as it trembles with fear. Telrail notes that the bees look more sensible than the adventurers' cruel deeds. Danon angrily shouts back, accusing the old man of supporting the insects. Siderot calmly remarks that the bees seem much more humane to him. Thick magical vines burst from the ground, grabbing and entwining the adventurers in strong embraces. At that moment, Danon begins threatening them with court. Luch watches the events with admiration, her eyes glowing with excitement for the old man. Setaru says that humanity is defined by how you treat the weaker ones. The small creature from Group B raises its head and listens attentively to every word. 3 travelers were tightly bound and captured, and now they watch what is happening with confusion and anger. Danon explodes at Kedar, calling him an old senile man, and tries to break free from his bonds. Sadoro closes his eyes, sighs sadly, tired and disappointed by their recklessness. A majestic figure enters the bright glade, causing everyone hiding among the bushes to freeze in confusion. Satoru sees a group of Danons approaching him, confident without any reason for it. The newcomer delivers a powerful blow right to the face. Danon, stunned by the unexpected blow, grabs his face and suffers from the pain. The man who called himself Lockham and turned out to be the guild master stands menacingly over Danon. Danon, Sheena, and the adventurers with mohawks look fearfully at their leader, not daring to move. Locke loudly warns them that this time they will not get away so easily. The angry voice of the guild head echoes throughout the hall, making it clear how serious the punishment will be. Danon suddenly feels trouble approaching him and realizes his inevitable fate. Setaru, an elderly man, stands before Guildmaster Locke and apologizes for the trouble caused. Locke explains that it is his duty since the culprits belong to his own team. Looking at the frightened adventurers, he tells them that their lies will lead to nothing. Satoru watches from afar as Locke approaches the trio in the forest. Pensive Setaru observes the events, and his mind gradually sinks into memories. Next to him, a young girl attentively watches the unfolding events. Locke continues to scold the adventurers in this scene. St. Arrows cautiously recalls a recent, important conversation. In memories, Itral reveals the true nature of the girl to Rue. Suddenly, a magical status screen appears before her, stating that she is a bright slime. Suddenly, a small, unstable slime creature in its true form appears before them. Katero looks with pain in his eyes, but his gaze remains gentle. Itro smiles kindly and continues to talk about the powers of this creature. The little slime grumbles mysteriously, tilting its little body like a true sage. Itro reveals that the girl has a unique ability called laziness. Satoru confirms that thanks to his evaluation ability, he discovered this extraordinary skill. Itral said she can completely neutralize any magic and even absorb its power. The little slime does not yet know about its power, so it just yawns widely. Thanks to this ability, Itra will ask Satoru to become her godfather. Holding the slime in his hands, Satoru wonders if he really deserves such a task. Itro begs him to protect the girl from people who might use her for their own purposes. He adds that, in his opinion, the girl herself wants Satan to take care of her. Now having become a baby, the slime with bright, love-filled eyes looks at Satoru. Satoru agrees to move and decides that now he must choose a good name for her. Closing his eyes, he wonders what the perfect name to choose could be. Returning to our time, Satoru suddenly exclaims, "Ah!" Seeing that he was lost in thought and seemed to have fallen out of reality, Locke jokingly asks if he has lost his head. Locke declares that he fully takes responsibility for the actions of his guildmates. He announces that he is leaving and prepares to lead the bound adventurers with him. He drags along a trio that resists and grumbles just through the forest clearing. Lockvish smiles and shows Ruhul a big thumbs up, confidently supporting him. Sidar Road decides to take the wounded bees back to their hive. With the help of magic, he heals and lifts the small wounded creatures into the air. The guide bee led them further and further into the forest. Setorum relies on the high intelligence level of the bees and believes that they gradually develop and change. The lead bee reports that they have finally reached the hive. The girl looks up with surprise and admiration at the amazing picture before her. A huge tree appears before them, inside which lives a queen who has a human form. The bee queen suddenly stops, frightened by the unexpected appearance of people. Sitting high, she wonders why her subjects brought people to her. When she learns that these people saved her children, she cannot believe her ears. Satoru agrees and says that it is rare to meet a person with whom you feel true kinship. The queen was sincerely grateful and politely inquired the name of her rescuer. Satoru introduces himself and says that he came on business. The queen ordered her subjects to prepare gifts to thank Cedar Rue. The gifts are laid out on 8 rings along with potions and a beautiful box. Satoru understands that these rings can protect them from insect-like monsters. The girl looks surprised at the magical ring she holds in her hand. The queen begins to examine the child carefully and with interest. A thoughtful expression appears in her eyes. She feels that this girl is not so simple and has some depth. The girl with an interesting and slightly rosy face has hair sticking out in different directions and glowing in the sun as she observes everything around. Tall trees with dense foliage in the forest stretch upwards to the clear, cloudless sky. The queen of bees, sitting on her throne, requested to learn the child's name. Embarrassed, the girl begins to stammer and cannot find words to answer. Her grandfather Su gently places his hand on her head and kindly suggests honoring with a bow. Azel says that it is time to give the child a name and invites the queen to witness this event. The girl raises her gaze, impressed by her grandfather's words. A sudden bright flash shines, and the boar shudders in surprise, watching this. The light fades, and on the stage appear the queen, the sour one, the girl, and 2 little fairies. Setoru, a man with long hair, smoothly descends from the sky, surrounded by a bright glow. Watching his majestic appearance, Bee Queen marvels and does not hide her admiration. Asao watches with a tired, resigned look, and a drop of sweat appears on his face. They watch as Satoru gently lands in a forest clearing. Satoru smiles with relief, as he made it to the naming ceremony on time. The queen modestly says that it is not such a big event, but Satoru insists it is truly important. Satoru approaches closer and carefully places a beautiful wreath of flowers on the child's head. He carefully placed a delicate white wreath of flowers on her light hair. The queen gratefully agrees to witness this important event. Asul begins the official announcement, naming the child. He looks at her with a flattering, sly smile and says that her name is open to everyone. When Lucy hears her new name, her face lights up with a bright smile. Everyone joyfully celebrates together, and the fairies cheerfully flutter in the air. Santa Rode speaks to one of the cells, saying that her joy made all the efforts worthwhile. Luch thanked her grandfather and said she was glad they invited Satoru. He nods quietly in agreement, but suddenly someone's anxious scream breaks the silence. They look around to see what exactly disturbed their happy moment in the forest. Celi's an elven girl stops exhausted on the forest path, gasping heavily for air. She begins to panic and begs them to return to the city as soon as possible. At the training field of the Foss garrison, work is in full swing. Soldiers are actively training and preparing for exercises. The white cat flinches as soldiers rush past him. From the side, the cat watches everything while a soldier runs down a narrow street. Behind a stone boulder, the cat hears voices calling for the commander. Suddenly someone shouted loudly, demanding to know where the doctor is. The cat flinched from the surprise. Commander Jock angrily orders his subordinates to find all the mages in the city who can help. My subordinate reported that they gathered all the wizards they could find, but there are very few of them. 2 young mages in cloaks stand aside, looking anxious and depressed. The mage with sharp hair sadly utters Nina's name, showing his concern for her. Commander Jilk sharply opened the door, frightening the young mage who was holding a basket. Nina, still a very young girl, curled up in pain, crying and tightly holding her wounded arm. Her mother sits next to her on the bed, and Jill can barely enter the room. Jill stands before Gold and demands an explanation for why he has been gone so long. Jock shouts irritably upon seeing that the auxiliary magic of their major yields no results. One of the sorceresses shares her thoughts. In her opinion, this wound was inflicted by a magical artifact. Jock and his people are overwhelmed by a wave of shock and horror when they learn the news. Nina's mother gently hugs her crying daughter and quietly soothes her. Gold realizes that the injury was probably caused by a very dangerous weapon from the arsenal. Joke's facial expression becomes serious, and he persistently asks who exactly ordered Nina to take that thing. His stern gaze seems to pin down the two young mages, who nervously shift under his eyes. A barely noticeable, cunning smile appears on Gold's face. The frightened wizard with disheveled hair watches as the blond man, with a self-satisfied smile, steps forward. The upset young mage apologizes and says that his companion is to blame for everything. He continues to tell and adds that the man allowed him to touch the instrument. The mage with spiky hair lifts his head, eyes wide open, realizing that he has been dragged into trouble. The warrior in heavy armor brushes off the accusations and notes that now is not the time to look for the guilty. The mage with a guilty look is worried. Anxiety is visible on his face due to possible consequences. Commander Jill screams in pain and helplessness, seeing her daughter's severed fingers, and falls into despair. The woman gently hugs the little girl who is crying and tries to calm her, supporting her in a difficult moment. Despite all efforts, even the healing of all could not help. Now the only hope remains resurrection. A warrior in golden armor with a serious look notes that mages capable of resurrecting a person are very rare. The mage says that only a very small number of wizards possess such power. A lone boot rushes through the grass, searching for a way out of the situation. After he ran for help, the wizard with sharp hair looked into the medical station again, now filled with hope. Sally, an elf with shining eyes, flew into the room with a loud crash and anxiously asked if she made it in time. The mages recognize her when she reports that she has finally found someone who can help. Sally sadly tells Gold that most likely they will have to come to terms with the loss of the girl's fingers. Gold, with a serious and focused look, asked her whom exactly she found. In the noisy medical station, Nina sits on the bed with an injury, and adults around her are worried. A confident smile appears on Sally's face as she reports that an experienced healer is already on their way. Other mages are surprised and suggest that she might have come across the legendary archmage. Gold asks with interest who will come, while the other mages are noticeably anxious and excitedly discuss it. Sally sincerely wonders and asks them if they really do not know him. Commander Jacques flinched at the unexpected noise and noticed that it is always noisy here. An elderly merchant named Yuzov stands in the doorway. He calmly observes the bustle around. Yuzov enters the room together with his young companion Lius, and the rest watch them attentively. The young mage respectfully approaches the elder and addresses him, calling him mentor. He looks at Sal hopefully and asks if he is a high-ranking mage. Clytina smiles crookedly but gently and calmly, with a confident look, denies this assumption. He modestly says that he is just a simple traveling merchant. The young blonde sorceress looks at him skeptically and without much enthusiasm, clearly not trusting his words. Commander Jilk exclaims in despair that none of this matters. In a close-up, Nina's father hears someone pleadingly asking the grandfather to do something for her. Someone tells about a difficult situation. Jauk's daughter has all the fingers on her hand completely severed. With deep sympathy, the cell looks at the child and promises to immediately help her recover. The girl's father, Gold, looks stunned and cannot believe what has happened. He asks if it can still be cured somehow. Azel unites into a single whole, energy concentrates at the tip of her hand, and calmly utters the resurrection spell. Bright light bursts from Nina's bandaged hand as powerful magic envelops her. Nina raises her eyes to her mother, surprised that her fingers no longer hurt. Looking at her already healed hand, she says that the pain has completely disappeared. Joke stands behind the stunned Gold, and suddenly tears of joy appear in his eyes. He happily calls out his daughter's name. Other mages are amazed and cannot believe that a simple merchant is capable of using such powerful magic. Jock runs up to Sal and hugs him tightly, not holding back tears. He says he always believed Sal is incredible. The blonde mage quickly runs to the bed and joyfully calls Nina, noticeably sighing with relief. Nina sat up and with a bright smile assured everyone that she was fine. Sal, a little tired but satisfied, gently calms and tells a funny joke to lighten the mood. He said that he only heard that someone was injured, but did not guess that it was a child who was hurt. Jock happily pats Sal on the back and enthusiastically says what an incredible old man he is. The family hugs tightly, and Nina joyfully calls out to Mom and Dad. Gold tells his wife and daughter that he must go and properly thank oneself. Gold goes toward the sound and sees that he is already surrounded by a noisy crowd of mages. A mage from the garrison bombards the prisoner in the cell with questions, hoping to become his apprentice and learn more about his magic. The young mage tells his companion that another old wizard uses auxiliary magic differently. Sao, the old sorcerer, watches everything with a wise and thoughtful look. Gold, a warrior in armor, politely asks the young mages to let him pass. Gold says that his daughter Nina also wants to thank Asao, and he gladly accepts her words. From behind the bars, Lust cheerfully greets Nina, and she blushes and shyly shifts from foot to foot, hearing encouragement from her father. In a tender moment, Nina hugs Lust and praises her for coping with the pain. Among the crowd of observers stands out the golden joke. They are all touched by this warm and sincere scene. Nina thanks Grandpa Sal, and he kindly replies that he is always happy to help. With eyes wide open in surprise, Nina enthusiastically says that magic is a true wonder. The city guards introduce themselves and assured that they are ready to help immediately if any trouble occurs. After the introduction, Gold asks the cage what plans she has for the rest of the day. The destination becomes an old workshop with a large wooden water wheel turning nearby. In the crowded workshop, Sal and Lus carefully examine the tools and piles of wood. A joyful smile appears on Saus's face as he is warmly welcomed and invited inside. Lonia, the craftswoman, impatiently asks if the pig really knows the secret of making this plate. Amid loud, joyful laughter, Lonia explains that the shine of the decorations in the performance is thanks to resin from trees. One cage confirms that the sap has already been poured out from the wooden dungeon and advises using this vessel for storing tea. Holding the wood in his hands, he says that he will process it faster if he heats it using magic. Lonia was upset because of her weak magic and really wants to learn how to use it in everyday life. With new confidence, she admits that it was Sao who taught her. Asking for help is not shameful. Kisla recalls her words while Lus watches this, her eyes shining with admiration. Sout smiles warmly and understandingly, observing this scene. Lonia asked him why he came to her workshop today. He says he would like to try a hand plane and asks where she buys her tools. Sout offers to pay Lonia a reward for the recommendation, but Lonia says it is not necessary. She insists with a smile that the tool is free because he always takes care of her. Clytina, looking out the window, politely declines her generous offer, considering it not the best option. He wisely notes that nothing in life is given for free and wonders how Eddie would react to this. For a moment, Lonia hesitated, a confused expression appearing on her face. In her thoughts, a frightening image of Eddie arises, and she immediately begins to worry. Smiling, she jokes that the consultation can be paid for with a treat. Klitinka responds to her with a warm, approving smile, appreciating her successful compromise. Meanwhile, young Laius watches the adults' conversation and cannot understand what they are joking about. At that moment, Addie approaches the door and says she has brought them some food. Sal joked that it was the first time he arrived on time, which confused Addie. Addie asked what exactly Sal meant. Luke's face lit up with joy and hunger as soon as he saw the tray with food. Suddenly, a stone flies through the workshop window and breaks it, shattering their quiet moment. The stone rolls off the throne across the floor and stops near a broken toy. Loni and Addie look around in surprise and ask why someone threw stones at them. Loni angrily says that something like this has happened before. Running to the door, she sees that the attackers are already gone. Furious, she swears and clenches her fist, a pale, tired expression appearing on her face. He thoughtfully strokes his beard, and a serious, worried expression appears on his face. Before us opens a dark sky, studded with countless stars. The city garrison soldiers train loudly and energetically. During the training fight, one of the soldiers falls heavily to the ground. The wounded warrior surrenders, and his comrades excitedly talk about the unusual child standing before them. Luz suddenly lunges forward and delivers a jumping kick to the opponents. Her unusual techniques are so unexpected that the adversaries do not have time to recover. A group of commanders attentively watches the duel from the side. A soldier with spiky hair shouted to the other guards, warning them of danger. The young guard is thrown back by a dark magical explosion. The mage, slightly embarrassed, apologizes for using too strong a spell. Frozen in surprise, the guard watches as the wizard swiftly flees. Another guard says that they all trained to use auxiliary magic, which they learned while being in the cell. After another magical explosion, the wizard promises that next time he will be more useful. The blonde young man watches the training, casting a contemptuous glance. While there is a bustle around, someone calmly places a stone on the game board. His comrade's golden joke turned to him in surprise, noticing his calm appearance. With a mug in hand, the cell shares a mysterious piece of advice. The main thing in strategy is patience. One of the guards advises to strengthen patrols near the neighboring workshop. Gold says that a simple sour circle would have worked better than them. Seeing how Southern is becoming more and more famous, Jilk admits that he feels a little embarrassed because of it. Jilt thoughtfully hovers over the game board, his fingers carefully poised in search of the next move. Loudly placing a piece on the board, he clearly shows his choice. Joe confidently realizes how important it is to trust his own decisions. Then he asks Sal if he has already chosen the next place for his journey. From afar, one cell watches the guards who are tired after intense training. Putting on an apron, he turns to Gold with a request to help him with one task. In the kitchen, Sal shows how to cut potatoes into very thin slices. Luch, together with another girl, watches with admiration as a piece falls. Explaining, he throws pieces into a hot, sizzling pan. Souse proudly places a large, appetizing bowl on the table, filled to the brim with golden potato chips. He wiped sweat from his forehead and watched as the girls happily enjoyed the crispy treats. Someone asks Sao if he has already invented a new recipe. Lonia and Jock come with a large basket full of potatoes. Sao is happy and sincerely thanks for the many various ingredients. Footsteps sound, quickly running down the empty long corridor. Hearing the approaching footsteps, Asao and Lucha lift their heads from their work. Children are attracted by the delicious aroma coming from the kitchen. Asav gladly greets the lively children and asks them to wash their hands. A confused girl asks why they need to wash their hands. He says that it helps to avoid getting a stomach illness or catching a fever. Luch gives the correct answer, and the teacher casts an approving glance at her. Happy children hurry together to wash their hands before lunch. Lonia calmly explains to the worried group that there is enough potatoes for everyone. Two children excitedly take their first bites of crispy potatoes. In a close-up, a child is seen crunching with pleasure, enjoying the moment. A girl says with sincere joy that this snack is very tasty. Children notice that these chips are made from potatoes, but they are different from donuts. Luke proudly says that these are potato chips, and his grandfather made them. The child watches with fascination as he cooks, and says in awe that sour is something incredible. Style turns his head, hearing the child praise him. The children thank him for the food, and he gladly accepts their gratitude. From the street comes the cheerful laughter and conversations of children who are happily enjoying their dishes. Later, the children gather under a big tree to play. One of the girls noticed that the chips are made very thinly sliced. Lucy explained that they were cut with a special tool called a hand planer. To demonstrate this, she rustles the leaves and explains that they are fried in hot oil. The child asks where Sin knows so much, and Lucy replies that he gained this knowledge during his travels. She happily jumps and says that he came from a distant country and travels the world. A dark-haired girl asks Lucy if she does not feel lonely because of constant traveling. Luke, with a sincere smile, says that traveling helps her meet different people. She confidently asked her friends if they understood everything, and it seems they agreed. The girl with dark hair looks up in surprise when she hears someone loudly addressing everyone. On the neighboring porch, the craftswoman Lonia calls out that lunch is already ready. Zephin Lonia holds bowls of food in front of her, and children run to her happily. Before eating, Lonia gently reminds everyone to wash their hands and rinse their mouths. The children gather cheerfully around the water bowl, and one of them points at the food with his hand. Splashing in the water, a friend asked Lucia where she would go next. To this, Lucia replied that she always stays with her grandfather. The children gather around the table and marvel excitedly at how delicious the food turned out to be. Zeph smiles warmly, rejoicing at how joyfully the children behave while he savors his dish. His facial expression changes as he thinks about the next task for today. Eddie, together with another man, unfolds a large map of the main roads in front of him. Eddie says that a map of this size would usually be too large to carry with you. Zephyr calms her down, saying that thanks to his special skill with inventory, he will easily handle the transportation. Looking at the map, Zeph admits that he has not yet decided where to go next. Eddie shows the main roads leading from the city to two different districts. Lash peeks from behind the edge of the table, naively chewing a treat with puffed cheeks. Hearing unfamiliar words, Luch asked what a lake is and who a filming partner is. Zeph calmly explains how a lake differs from the sea. Luss's eyes sparkled with joy when she said she wanted to see the big one. Zeph smiles kindly and agrees that it is worth visiting this big place together sometime. Eddie again points to the map, explaining in which regions and cities rare items can be found. The road to the coast is long, so she suggests stopping by the lake first. Zeph carefully considered her arguments and concluded that the proposed route through the lake really makes sense. Nina, another young girl, shares useful advice and suggests the most convenient route. According to the plan, Addie suggests writing a recommendation letter for Zeph. Zeph smiles gratefully and thanks Addie for her sincere offer of help. The company discusses various business ideas, and Eddie suggests Zeph sell his quality tea. Eddie jokes that Luch's charm could also attract buyers. Evening falls. Against the backdrop of the sunset, a column of smoke rises from the chimney. In the room, a little boy cheerfully stacks pillows, and they softly thud against each other. One of the companions tells Zeph that his granddaughter is very popular with the other kids. When the mother came to take her child home, Zeph gratefully noted that everyone gets along well. Nina wakes up sleepy, and Luch mumbles something about potato chips in his sleep. Nina and her mother wave goodbye as they leave the house in the evening. When the guest leaves, Zeph stays under the street lamp and fully immerses himself in his plans. Zeph comfortably settles on the sofa and asks his comrades to tell him more about Eilkin. Addie enthusiastically talks about the lively river connection in the city and about the unusual local creatures that live here. Her companion excitedly says that this lake is famous for its unusual fish. When the conversation turns to fishing, Addie is unexpectedly surprised, and her companion looks satisfied. The conversation about the special fish catch immediately interested Zeph, and a curious sparkle appeared in his eyes. Bright dreams captivate him and transport him into a series of fishing adventures with Lucy. During the conversation, he mentions that an elf named Chloe was also heading to the lake. Lucy points to the map, showing that Chloe probably set off for Lake Ilikin. Eddie shifts the conversation to Zeph and asks if everything is ready for his journey. Zeph says he is almost finished, only the last task remains to be completed. The unclear answer slightly surprises and interests Eddie. Her companion looks at her attentively. A slight surprise and interest can be read on his face. On the bench in the bright room sit three people and have a conversation. Afterwards, when a thin moon appeared in the sky, the night quietly descended on the house. The next morning, the young Lucy woke up, stretched sweetly, and yawned happily. She quickly runs to her grandfather and joyfully asks if they will go for a walk together today. Seth and Lucia, holding hands, climb the stone path to the large church. At the entrance, a servant named Itrel in a long chiton gratefully accepts the chairs gifted by Zeph. When the craftswoman left, Itrel advises Zeph to talk to her first. Zeph is surprised to have come across a real thing in such a place. Itrel smiles, throws back his hood, and praises the craftsman's skill. In front of the majestic statue, Zeph says he will pray for a safe journey. Itrol smiles because he already suspects that Zeph did not come for himself. Zeph admits that he came not so much to pray as to talk and seek advice. Luch looked at her face and noticed curiosity and surprise in her eyes. Itrol asks if Zeph's request concerns the city. Eteriel says he is ready to listen, and Zeph warns not to make any promises until everything is known. When the white cat appears, Itrol fully trusts Zeph's intentions. Finally, Zeph reveals his true purpose and asks if the white cat has any relation to Itro. Surprised, Itro confirms that the cat indeed belongs to their familiars. Then Zeph asks how Itrol observes him through the familiar. Lucy happily plays with the friendly cat, holding its paws and spinning together as if in a dance. Itro calls Lucy, attracting her attention while she is playing. The girl quickly runs to her grandfather and asks if he has already completed his task. The group walks through the town streets, and the white cat persistently follows them, staying alert. Zeph thanks Itro for the help, and Itro in response notes Zeph's attentiveness to details. Itrol assures them that the familiars will gladly help. The priest notes that the familiars are clearly fond of Satoru, and this pleases him. Lash extends his hand and gently touches the fluffy tail of the white cat sitting nearby. Itril explains that the familiars are very intelligent and can assist with other advice. Zeph thanks Itro, who then asks if that was his only question. Zeph admits that there is one more thing he would like to tell, since his secret has been revealed. The white cat gently laid its head on something soft and pleasant, purring with satisfaction. Zeph says that it is time to move on to another question. Through the narrow passage, a path leading deep into the dense forest is visible. The group comes out onto a sunlit clearing, and Itril says the place should be somewhere nearby. Itrol notices a butterfly flying past a joyful ray during the calm afternoon. Suddenly, rustling is heard from the nearby bushes, disrupting their peaceful walk. Two young mages suddenly ran out of the bushes, fiercely fighting each other. Zeph, Luch, and Itro froze in place, shocked by the sudden aggression that flared before them. The attacker angrily calls his opponent a mere assistant who only knows how to support others. His opponent quickly reacts and responds with a strike, punishing for overconfidence. The blonde mage clenches his fist, preparing to cast the spell of chains. Zeph grabs his hand, stopping the magic, and explains that even the smallest rolls have great importance. He wisely notes that it is much more important how and when you use magic than the talent you were born with. Against the backdrop of a calm sky, there is a view of green hills stretching all the way to the horizon. In a new clean glade, the blonde mage irritably says that wasting such talent is a real foolishness. The dark-haired mage with an offended face defeated the opponents lying on the ground. He bitterly says that one who is skilled in combat magic will never understand him. Set holds a warm cup in his hands and remarks that these two have probably known each other for a long time. Calmly, he says to the sullen mage that it means nothing to him. Zeph notices that the irritation of the blonde boy is very similar to his own anger. In a clearing in the middle of the forest, the old wizard Azo holds a hot cup and explains that abilities are not the main thing in magic. The young blonde mage listens attentively, and seriousness and slight concern are visible on his face during the lesson. The dark-haired companion also looks worried, listening carefully to the old man. One cell wonders if the two boys understood what it is talking about, while his companion Lus lightly tugs his sleeve at that moment. A foot steps onto the grass-covered clearing, and someone's invisible voice asks what is happening here. Adventure Gold comes out of the forest and asks if he is disturbing the grandfather's story. Looking over his shoulder, Sal notices Gold and jokingly asks if he knows the topic. Gold confidently declares that he knows everything about Gold, as it is within his power. The two young mages silently observe. The blonde looks irritated, and the other is upset. Gold looks back at the boys to make sure he was not mistaken in his assumptions. Later, the group passes through the forest of the dark night, under the shining starry sky. Both young mages ask each other in surprise why the guildmaster is looking for them specifically. Gold smiles mysteriously and says that Joe might have asked him to find them. Luch unmistakably recognizes the blonde as a student of Suvor's, which greatly surprises the boy. While they walk together, Gold notices South's kindness and realizes he is not afraid at all. Gold said he praised someone who asked with a smile if they were really receiving a compliment. The scene shifts to a rural workshop, near which a large water wheel is turning. Asav and Luch stood under the workshop and gladly greeted Loni's son. The young master Satoru enthusiastically tells how he was chosen to replace the benches in the temple. Asav said that the temple served as a refuge, so Seitaro made the new chair exceptionally sturdy. Embarrassed, Satoru looks at Sala and sincerely thanks him from the bottom of his heart. The southern master smiles warmly and tells the young craftsman that the main thing is to do everything with quality. The four proudly show the teakota they made using Sala's method and receive praise from Sala. Looking around the city, Satoru says he has prepared additional equipment for them. Asao says it's time to head to the next city with the new things they just made. A large crowd of townspeople led by Gold came to say goodbye to them. Asao admits he feels a bit embarrassed by the large number of people, and Lucy smiles happily. He thanked everyone for the kind words, and Luch began to worry about his age. Nina Chan's father asks the guest from the south to visit again, while his daughter runs to meet Luch. Luch warmly greets Nina Chan. She smiles in response, but then her face becomes more serious. A grimace of pain appears on Nina Chan's face. She begins to cry, unable to hold back tears because of her friend's departure. Lucci promises they will play together again, and Nina's father thanks the healer for his help. Lucia approaches her crying friend, hugs her, and gently asks her not to cry, soothing her with warm words. She smiles sincerely, promises they will definitely meet again, and asks her friend to wait a little. Nina Chuan nodded with tears in her eyes in agreement, and Sao and Lucai stood beside her. The blonde adventurer wishes them a happy journey and invites them to visit Floss again. Overwhelmed with emotions, Gold barely holds back tears and asks Grandpa to take care of himself. Slightly smiling, he waves his hand and calmly responds to the friend's anxiety, comforted to tears. Leaving the gates, Sal and Luck thank everyone once again. The cell notices how friendly the locals are as they wave goodbye to her. And Sao and Lucai stand nearby, look ahead, and set off together on a new journey. Before them opens a wide field of rolling hills, and far on the horizon, the place they are heading to can already be seen. Sal and Luce walk together along the path, preparing for new adventures on their way. After some time, Azel Sludge stops to rest if he becomes very tired from the long walk. Watching Lucy, he notices that she is upset. He gently offers her to stay in the temple if she feels lonely. Luce energetically shakes her head, puffing out her cheeks, and insists that she is fine. She knows that Grandpa often feels lonely, so she decides to go with him. Asava froze, deeply moved by the warm and sincere words. He mentally admires her kindness and sincerity. Luke, a young companion with a small scar, walking along a winding path, he truly has a good and compassionate heart. He returned to her with a warm smile and promised that at their next stop, a special surprise would be waiting for her. Later, by the quiet river, Nassau explains to Luce that the main thing in fishing is patience. Luce raises her face to her grandfather, eyes wide with curiosity, and asks about the promised surprise. South smiles slyly and tells her to wait a little. He will tell everything when they reach the hotel in the city. Luce excitedly urges him to hurry, as the wave is already spreading from their fishing rod. They continued fishing on the riverbank, surrounded by dense forest greenery. Suddenly, the boy from the south feels a strong tug on his fishing rod and joyfully exclaims that he finally caught a fish. Nearby in the bushes, a small, fluffy creature sniffs the air with curiosity. South looks toward the side from which he heard the rustle, turning his head in surprise to find out what scared him. Hiding in the thick bushes, the small creature with wild eyes cautiously peeks out and watches them closely. The young cobalt dragonet cautiously peeks out from under the leaves to get a better look at what is happening around. Luke happily points at the dog, and the sullen man grumbles, hoping it is not a lost dog. Lucia smiles broadly and tells her grandfather that the creature is looking right at them. The small creature flinched, frightened by the sudden movement and the girl's excitement. As Lucy sneaks closer, someone gently asks her not to scare the timid animal. South stops for a moment and notices that it is already quite late. Hungry, he begins rummaging in his large backpack in search of food. The wary cobalt steps back while the little girl slowly approaches him. It stops and looks over its shoulder at the stubborn child. Luch smiles warmly and gently assures the creature that it is not scary at all. Suddenly, Cobalt hurriedly whispers to her to be silent, sensing danger. Luch shuddered when she heard the creature speak. Drops of cold sweat appeared on her forehead. Her eyes opened wide in shock and confusion, as she did not expect such a turn of events at all. She cannot believe her eyes and is amazed. He just communicated with a dog. Sal heard the noise, looked around, and asked what was happening. One cell approaches them and explains that it is not a dog, but Cobalt. Luce notices a wound on the creature's leg and immediately shows it to her grandfather. Asav immediately kneels and begins to cast a spell to heal the little Cobalt. He intently holds his hand over the wound, and soft magical light flows from his palm, beginning to heal it. When he was healed, Cobalt opened his eyes wide and quietly thanked. The southern boy, with a friendly smile, says he is glad that the creature is now okay. Cobalt is gripped by panic, and his eyes open wide. He feverishly reports that his entire pack is in terrible and inevitable danger. Both Sao and Luch look at everything with serious and anxious expressions. Cobalt loudly calls everyone to follow him and quickly rushes into the forest, showing the way. While running, the creature asks Sal questions, and he is not afraid of it at all. In this region, people are usually very aggressive and constantly live in fear of monsters. Luch tightly clenched his small fist and thoughtfully pondered Cobalt's words. She says with a smile that she also considers herself a monster, yet good people have appeared in her life. Cobalt turns around in surprise, hearing her unexpected and bold phrase. The three boys continue running along the winding path through the forest. Ahead, another Cobalt is exhausted, breathing heavily and unable to move further. A figure peeks out from behind the bushes, carefully watching the fallen Cobalt in the clearing. A crowd of ugly, mocking goblins surrounds the defenseless creature, approaching ever closer. The first Cobalt panics and tries to revive his fallen friend, pleading with him to get up. Magical vines rise from the ground, twisting and growing as if performing a special task. The vine suddenly grows and tightly wraps around the goblin's ankle. The caught goblin suddenly screams and, slipping, falls right onto his companion. The magical trap knocks the entire goblin pack together, turning them into a disorganized heap. Hiding in the forest, the blonde elf carefully watches as her trap triggers and captures a group of goblins. Excited, her heart begins to beat faster as she realizes her plan worked. Sitting next to a small white squirrel, she loudly said she was surprised by its unusual sounds. The sudden commotion frightens two large horned rabbits, and they flee in panic. Down in the pit, a wounded goblin convulses and groans in pain. The goblin's cries echo through the forest, and frightened birds take flight into the sky. A huge bare foot loudly lands on the ground right at the edge of the pit. A giant hobgoblin appears nearby and, enraged, cruelly beats one of his subordinates who got trapped. The elf woman opened her eyes in fright, seeing a mighty monster before her. Hiding behind a bush, she is gripped by panic and cannot understand why such a creature appeared in these parts. An evil light flashed in the eye of the goblin lizard, and a threatening smile appeared on his face. Overcome with fear, the elf woman frantically searches for a way out of the situation. Suddenly, a little girl named Lucia rushed past the confused goblin sitting in place. Peeking out from her hiding place, the elf woman looks at the child in confusion, not understanding where she came from. Lucia calmly approaches the group of goblins, noticing that they are in trouble. She takes a heroic pose and resolutely declares that she will not allow them to disturb the peace of the forest. The elf woman, poisoned by gas, desperately shouts to Lucia, warning her of the danger. The huge leader leads the entire band of goblins, who glare menacingly at Lucia. Goblin in close-up, grinning ominously and drooling in anticipation of something bad. Elf woman runs out into the open, grabs Luch by the hand and quickly tells her to run, promising that she will handle everything herself. Goblins scream and rush forward as the elf woman charges straight at them. Holding Luch in her arms, the elf woman looks back anxiously and realizes she is in a difficult situation. Suddenly, in the midst of chaos, a familiar calm voice sounds, making her shudder. Satoru, an elderly man, notices from a nearby cliff that something is wrong with them. It seems they are in trouble. He calms everyone down, saying that now nothing threatens them, and begins preparing a spell that will allow them to float in the air. He uses a powerful spell to bind the entire group of goblins and lifts them into the air. The caught hobgoblin blinks fiercely and tries to break free from the magical bonds. Having acquired the beast, Satoru calmly tells him that brute force will not help to escape. Descending a steep slope, he says he would prefer not to kill them. Landing, Luch quickly grabs the back of her robe to calm down. A little girl looks up at her grandfather in surprise. Satoru carefully considers how best to deal with the enemies he caught using magic. He uses his power to make each little goblin hang one by one in front of him. He watches them and notices that they seem to be apologizing for their leader's behavior. A lonely goblin slowly floats in the air, quietly sobbing and wiping tears. It is clear he is truly ashamed of his actions. Satoru sternly warns, if they do something bad again, there will be no forgiveness. He tells the creatures that now they can live peacefully in this great forest. As soon as they were freed, the hobgoblin and his team bow low, showing submission. Saidero asked the elf why she was here, and she shyly admitted that she was lost. Later, sitting by the crackling fire, Saidaru attentively listens to the story of the Cobalt Chief. The chief says that his people rarely encounter goblins in this great forest. He adds that none of the groups deliberately entered the territory of the other. Young kobolds say that peaceful life changed with the appearance of the hobgoblin goblin. Katero hopes that the goblin learned an important lesson from this painful and humiliating experience. A young kobold approaches the group and extends a wooden box containing large shiny crystals. Looking at the shimmering stones, Satoru recalls playing ohajiki, a Japanese game with stones, in childhood. The kobold leader bows low, sincerely thanking for saving his pack. He gives a large fish and fresh fruits as a sincere thank you. Satoru and Laius excitedly examine the beautiful fish they were given. The young group of kobolds smiles joyfully again, feeling happy and protected in their village. The small fox-like kobold clutched his stomach and growled loudly from hunger. Elder Cedar Row watches the events and quietly mutters that he understands everything. In the kobold camp, one clan member carefully tends the fire. Cedar Row lifts a bit of broth with a spoon to taste it before starting to cook. He takes all the necessary ingredients and turns to the young kobold, asking him to carefully watch his actions and learn. When the dinner is ready, Satoru informs everyone that they can sit at the table and calls everyone to eat. Everyone gladly tastes the dishes, and Lucia sincerely praises her grandfather for his wonderful cooking. Chloe, an elf with golden hair, happily asked for a second helping of her dish. The young kobold happily slurps the noodles, his eyes wide open with joy. Satoru smiles warmly and says he is glad that everyone liked the food. The chief of the kobolds was deeply moved and sincerely thanked Satoru for his kindness. Jokingly, Satoru offers the chief to treat Luchu to Ohadziki in return. Chloe quickly runs up to Satoru and asks if he has already eaten, as she knows he was about to leave. During dinner, Satoru asks Chloe why she has not yet returned to her forest. Having gotten lost, he decided to visit Ilahan and invited them to go with him. Satoru calls the large collection of shining, uncut Ohadziki crystals. Both Chloe and Satoru were amazed by the incredible beauty and rarity of this crystal. Katoro carefully examines the crystal and realizes how powerful it is. The young kobold proudly informs Lushu that he is the one who found the beautiful stones. Luchin, one of the kobolds, asked for a little more food, and Satoru noticed that they are becoming closer friends every day. Studying the crystals, Sadero understands that with their help, the problems of the kobolds can be solved. He proposes to exchange the stones for food with the chief of the kobolds. Katero takes one crystal and exchanges it for one fish to show how trade works. He explains that one crystal can be exchanged for dozens of fish. Chloe and Satoru say that if the crystal is made smaller, it can be used as money. Satoru looks tired and admits that introducing this new system will not be easy. Showing determination, the chief kobold raises his head and asks Satoru for some time. Satoru immediately offered to exchange some of his food supplies. The happy leader realizes that the little puppies in the village will no longer remain hungry. Satoru smiles and promises to find a reliable trading partner for them in the city. Later that night, Luch and the kobolds fall asleep peacefully together in the tent. The kobold camp stands quietly and tensely, lost among the peaceful forest under the moonlight. The sinister hobgoblin marches ahead, leading a squad of small goblins hiding in the shadow of the dark forest. The enraged goblin punches down with all his might, like an explosion. A powerful blow splits a huge stone, and his subordinates watch it fearfully. He angrily looks at his goblins, who hide and tremble in fear under his gaze. The hobgoblin hits one of his goblins hard, and he flies aside. Two beaten goblins, groaning in pain, slump under a tree after the fierce attack of their leader. In the tent, Lucia shudders in her sleep, her ear suddenly twitched, sensing something disturbing nearby. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she gets up, and the kobold asks what happened. The little kobold, who has also already woken up, asks Luch if morning has come. Lush gently smiles and reassures the kobold, saying that he can continue to sleep. A threatening shadow reveals the presence of a goblin standing among his tired and fallen comrades. Rushing through the forest at a crazy speed, he does not lose the determined expression on his face. The goblin emerges onto a clearing and abruptly stops, raising clouds of dust and earth. Luch calmly remains in place as he lowers himself to the ground and looks up at her. The giant hobgoblin kneels before the little girl, and they look each other in the eyes. A sinister smile spreads across the hobgoblin's face, with saliva dripping from it. He laughs silently, without any sound. Lucia responds to the creature's hostility with a calm and confident gaze. The hobgoblin emits a low, sinister growl, with saliva dripping from his sharp teeth. The large goblin eye, resembling a lizard's eye, suddenly opens wide in surprise. The goblin emits a short sound of astonishment. In contrast, the girl narrows her eyes, focused and confident, not averting her gaze. A powerful stream of water crashes onto the muscular goblin girl at the moment she releases it. The smaller goblins in his squad tremble with fear and shout loudly. Suddenly, a large jelly-like monster appears and begins to engulf the body of the defeated goblin. Finally, the slime takes one last big gulp and finishes its strange, eerie feast. Flying through the air without any trouble, Luch noticed that the food this time was not very tasty. Lucy shifts her gaze to the goblins who remained and are trembling with fear. Screaming in fear, they hurriedly rush to flee. Luch slowly and calmly approaches the terrified creatures, carefully stepping each step. Her calm confidence affects everyone around. They immediately bow their heads, acknowledging her authority. The wounded goblin girl trembles with pain and extends a weak, powerless hand to him. In her open palms appears a bouquet of glowing magical flowers. She gently explains to the goblin that these flowers will help him recover much faster. Unexpected kindness stuns the goblins. They fall silent in confusion, not understanding what is happening. Lucia carefully places the healing flowers on the wounded hand of the goblin. Yawning, she imagines the goblins obediently carrying her on their shoulders. The goblins begin to separate, whispering among themselves and making uncertain, barely audible sounds. The scene shifts to another place, showing the dark surface of the tent wall. Above the mountain camp, located in a peaceful forest, the sun rises and birds sing joyfully around. Inside the tent, the kobold Maron cheerfully wakes the sleepy Luca. The leader Kobo Sao watches as Luke slowly crawls out from somewhere and notes that she looks sleepy. Luca cheerfully greets Satoru and Chloe as they stretch in the morning. The kobolds join the training, which Maron calls a dance from her southern hometown. Setter wipes his forehead and praises Maron for her excellent memory. Maron nervously asks Satoru to help her and her entire clan. She says that everyone dreams of having a special nickname, just like the one he invented for her. She enthusiastically asked him to come up with nice names for everyone else. After having breakfast, Cedar Road decides to carry out the task and prepares several sandwiches. He confesses to Chloe that the task is difficult and asks for her help. Chloe is surprised by his request. At the table, Satoru is happy, watching Moron and Luce enjoy their food. On the plate lie appetizing sandwiches, and nearby some simple-minded guy with a smile says that they are very tasty. The kobold leader named Sound approaches Cedar to talk to him about an important matter. And Sal politely thanked Satoru for taking care of his daughter Morona. He says that this morning goblins were buzzing nearby. There has never been such noise here before. One of those present suggests that goblins think very simply. Sadero calmly notes that if they start misbehaving again, he will easily calm them down. Chloe wishes for them to be destroyed, while Sal, on the contrary, feels calm watching Satoru's confidence. Luch licks his fingers and calmly says that they will talk about it later. Having decided to first explore the area, Luch Satorotla sets out for a walk. The camera slowly glides, revealing to us huge, calm mountains covered with dense forests. Near the goblin lair, Satoru and Chloe freeze at what they see. They see goblins respectfully bowing and caring for 3 captive human women. Satoru, Chloe, and Lucia watched the strange and confusing scene from afar. Once aggressive goblins now look gloomy, upset, and completely depressed. Saint Erog is worried about what happened, but Luch calms him, saying it is not a problem. A little girl lightly tugs her grandfather's sleeve to get his full attention. He points out the contradiction. Despite their surrender, the evidence of their guilt is quite obvious. Luce confidently smiles and says she has a great idea. Her words cause Seidaru to have doubts, and Chloe just casts a condescending look at her. A young kobold stands in the middle of a forest clearing and loudly says that he is returning to his father's camp. He proudly lifted the basket and joyfully reported that the morning went well. The gathering was excellent. The father said with relief that he was glad. During their harvesting journey, they did not have to encounter goblins. The father sadly recalls the times when their life was simple and carefree. Another kobold says that he does not understand goblins, but knows they are their enemies. The father, worried about the future, insists that they need to continue living in the forest. Maron, his child, confidently assures everyone that their new friend Setoru will easily handle the goblins. Somewhere else, young Lucy calmly says that her grandfather will never destroy the goblins. Her grandfather Setaru looks a little surprised, but wisdom and understanding can be read in his eyes. Chloe, an elf traveling with them, looks at Luke in surprise because of his unexpected words. 3 travelers find themselves in front of a group of goblins. Chloe looks confused. Chloe confesses to Lucy that she is worried because their opponents are goblins. She is afraid that after the travelers leave, the goblins will attack again. Luce confidently smiles and says with conviction that everything will be fine. Squatting down, she offers to tell Cedar and Chloe why she decided so, noticing their distrust. She drew a diagram on the ground, showing how together they can gain benefits for both sides. Everyone around, even the goblins, listens with admiration to her simple and unexpected solution. Sadero thoughtfully asked what would happen if the goblins broke their promise. Luce freezes, holding a stick in her hands, and thoughtfully considers the question posed. Smiling, she says that because of hunger, they will have no choice but to keep their promise. She confidently asked if her reasoning was correct and looked at the now calm goblins. Chloe expresses another concern. She is afraid that some goblin might suddenly attack without warning. Luce says that each group must watch over its own members. She turns to her companions to make sure they agree with her plan. The chief goblin confidently nods, accepting the terms of the agreement. Seidru watches with a warm, proud smile, captivated by his granddaughter's wisdom. Somewhere else, a brave traveler with one strong blow cuts off the hand of the defeated monster. His companion asked if that was the last one, but in response heard only a careless grumble. The adventurer with dark hair boasts that now he can handle these attacks on his own. His partner with white hair expresses doubt, saying that Salson can still save them. The man with dark hair nods and says that Sao can help them so much that they won't even notice it. At the site of the former bandit lair, the travelers gathered together and shared dinner. Freshly made sandwiches lie in a large bowl, waiting to be served to the whole company. The women savor the dish, enthusiastically saying that it is very tasty and they have never tried such food before. Satoru holds a shining magical device in his hand and asks what is nearby. His reconnaissance magic showed that this place is a former bandit refuge. The group turned out to be larger than he thought, but Lucia is not worried about it. Katero says that bandits who pose a threat must be neutralized. After dinner, he reminds everyone that washing the dishes is their shared responsibility. While washing, Kanade was charmed by Satoru's kindness and his calm nature. Luch proudly says that her grandfather's strength lies in his kindness. Kanade watches everything with conflicting feelings on her face and admits that she feels envy. In his memories, Satoru calmly uses binding and paralysis spells to disarm the robbers. Kanade thought that perhaps it is better to travel further than to return home. From the height, a view opens onto a huge body of water bathed in sunlight. The group arrives at the picturesque town of Ilikin, which stretches along the shores of a scenic lake. At the top of the hill, one of the companions loudly announces their arrival, and Sidaru sincerely welcomes them. Chloe is delighted by Satoru's inventive, always active magical art of travel. Impressed by his power, Lucien admits that he also wants to use magic, just as coolly. Keteru and Chloe look down at the enthusiastic Lucho. Their eyes show both tenderness and care. The old mage Asao looks thoughtfully ahead, pondering a difficult question. In a forest clearing, he shares with friends why he does not want to teach them magic. Hearing this, his little granddaughter Lucia becomes upset, and Chloe gently encourages her from behind. Kindelf gently stroked the girl's head, wishing to support and calm her. Chloe assures Lucia that she is important and valuable, even if she does not have magic. Then Asao, with deep pride, says that he values not Luke's magic the most, but her inner strength. Luch immediately cheers up and joyfully announces that she will become stronger in her own way. Chloe believes that her unusual physical strength may be the reason why she is unable to use magic. After saying goodbye to the women they were with, the whole company set off further on their way. As they walk through the bustling market, Asao announces that their next stop is to greet God. Arriving at the town of Iligan on the shore of the lake, the companion looks with admiration at the temple hanging over the water. The old mage carefully looks at the huge ship, admiring its size and gentle rocking on the water. High above the ground, 3 travelers observe down at the sprawling city, completely filled with boats. Inside the temple, Luch notices with surprise that everything inside is made of wood, not stone. A little girl taps curiously on a large wooden beam. Suddenly, a voice comes to them from the decorated shiny carving on the nearby wall. The young man calls himself Sarshet and says he is the chief priest of the Algan's temple. Sarshet sincerely welcomes his guest, and Chloe and Lucy introduce themselves to him. The priest says he is confident that in time everyone will love this magical town. The calm water reflects his inner peace and harmony. Sarshet tells that the god Itril commanded him to help in everything he can. Saukul calmly replies that he does not count on anyone's care. The priest smiles and nods understandingly, accepting the pig's stubborn nature. Sarshet says that fulfilling the will of their god brings them joy, so they are ready to help in any case. Salo promises to seek help if needed, while Luch meanwhile admires the large canvas with fascination. Nearby, a cat softly calls out, attracting the girl's attention. From the corner appears a slender black cat and quietly meows. Smiling, Lus reaches out to the cat, while the priest promises to inform the guild leaders about everything. Asavu decides it's time to leave as soon as they finish greeting the priest. The girl joyfully picks up the restless kitten in her arms and proudly shows it to her grandfather, introducing him to her new friend. Suddenly, a figure in a hood emerges from the shadows, quietly urging Lash to be silent and revealing his face. It is Itril. Azel warmly greets God and jokingly reproaches him for shirking his divine duties. The old wizard notices that Itro is very popular, evidenced by the large number of temples named after him. He notices that the believers use statues and paintings to feel closer to their deity. Itro listens with a barely noticeable, penetrating smile, as if this thought amused him. God jokingly asks if the paintings and statues really resemble him. Asao continues joking, loudly wondering if gods have a lot of free time. The trolley slightly smiles and says they came because the very same ordered item is finally ready. Chloe officially introduces herself to Itro, and he says he has already heard various rumors about her among the elves. Itril says he will show us how to use the power of God. Itra pulled a small, round mirror intended for a pig out of her sleeve. Chloe Gas felt powerful magic emanating from the small object. Asao gratefully accepts the mirror, happy to have received exactly the thing he asked for. Luce runs up and joyfully shows a black cat she calls Mr. Cat. The girl says that this small mirror is very similar to the big one she once saw. Yuze unlocks the power of the mirror, and the cat runs away in fear. Suddenly feeling a powerful surge of magical energy, the black cat jumps back. Luce freezes with surprise and admiration, seeing her reflection in the mirror. The girl with the raised hood watches this spectacle enchanted. In the mirror, she sees her friend Nina-chan, who is also looking at Luce with surprise. A young woman was carrying firewood when suddenly a little girl named Lucy ran up to her company, and other children smiled and waved at her. Nina-chan, another young girl, gently strokes the cat and thanks him for being by her side. Inside the magical mirror, Nina-chan happily waves to her friends, tears shining in her eyes. Lash joyfully notices that Nina is smiling, and her grandfather Asao watches this with a satisfied look. A new journey for the whole group begins with a determined step. Chloe noticed that the magical mirror arrived earlier than they thought. This confirmed Sauce's words that they would have to wait a little. Chloe hesitates, then still turns to Sour to get his attention. Chloe happily asks the boar where they will go next. During the walk, they hear noise near the Merchants Guild, and Chloe suggests reporting the bandits. Clytina points to the building near the lake and suggests going there. They stop to feel the pleasant, fresh breeze blowing from the water. From the roof of the building, they admire the view of the lake and the city. Chloe asked what they planned to do next, and Azel replied that they need to find a place to stay now. Cabin clearly lays out his plan of action. First, he will head to the guild, then find accommodation, and only after that visit the market. When Chloe asked to stay with him, he sincerely agreed and admitted that this was exactly what he was waiting for. Cheerful Luch holds her new kitten in her arms and asks the grandfather about his work plans. Asao says he wants to become a traveling merchant and communicate with his customers personally. He tells an interested visitor that he will sell coffee and tea by the cup. He imagines a small stall where simple dishes are served and branded packaged goods are also sold. A dark figure stealthily approaches the group from behind. Lucia says with admiration that she wants to try his dish, and he promises that she will taste it first. The floorboard creaked. This means that the figures are already very close. Suddenly, someone's hand firmly rested on his sore shoulder, making him stop. Suddenly feeling someone's touch, he turns around in surprise and casts a questioning glance over his shoulder. A stately man with blonde hair appeared before him and directly asked if he was Sao. This so confused the boy that he was at a loss. Alejandro, the stranger, looks at him carefully, thinking that an ordinary old man is in front of him. From the neighboring alley, a dark-haired woman watches closely and makes sure that Sao is indeed in front of her. Suddenly, a tense argument flares up between Chloe and Lucy, catching both by surprise. Feeling threatened, the black cat arches its back and hisses angrily. Canade, a dark-haired woman, watches everything that is happening from hiding. Alahan looks carefully at the one sitting in the cell and says that he remembers him well. The cell looks back attentively, confusedly trying to remember where the man's passionate determination is familiar from. In the general plan, the lively floating city of Ilagan is visible. It is here that these events unfold. Alejandro walks ahead of the entire company along the path, assuring that he can help South remember the past. Sao raises his eyes to his guide, completely confused. Alahan introduces himself as a well-known local resident who always helps travelers. In response to the introduction, Alejandro looks at him nervously and confusedly. Alejandro mysteriously says that they need to discuss matters between their sides, but he himself pretends to know nothing and behaves unfriendly. Chloe and Louis, his companions, remain completely bewildered after this conversation. Someone among the prisoners looks at Chloe as if waiting for explanations, but Chloe herself does not understand what is happening at all. When Chloe suggests that it might have been a misunderstanding, Kennot appears immediately with a mysterious smile on his face. Alejandro doubts. The name seems to match, but the person is not at all as he imagined. With confidence, Chloe says that this is exactly the person they were waiting for. Conrad begins with a polite greeting and apologizes for the delay caused by necessary formalities. She says that she was in a hurry to find their company. Seeing Canada with them, Alejandro realizes that this is no longer just a misunderstanding. Alejandro's face becomes stern, a threat appears in his gaze. His true intentions remain unclear. Chloe and Luz exchange looks of surprise, feeling the sudden tension in the air. Alejandro notes that their company looks quite strange and sternly warns everyone not to cause trouble. Frightened by his threatening appearance, Chloe stammers in agreement. Asai, an elderly merchant, watches as a suspicious local walks away, and with a tired sigh, he lowers his shoulders. A young woman with long black hair unexpectedly approaches their company at the pier. Canada says she cannot return to her native village because she was betrayed there. Bowing, she asks for permission to join their journey and promises that she will be useful. We all agree, but advise her to carefully consider this important decision. Chloe, his elven partner, held her breath in surprise upon seeing the unexpected event. Nearby, a girl attentively watches the serious conversation, not looking away. The southerner tells Kanad to follow them while they explore the guilds and shops of the city. Kanad walks beside Sao, and the worried Chloe follows the new group a little behind. They walk along a wooden path stretching over the calm water of the small town. Soon they reach their destination, the large round building of the LECAN Trade Guild. He confidently states that the letter of recommendation from Addie will greatly speed up the matter. Inside, he politely informs the friendly guild employee that he is a merchant. The receptionist notices that the letter is addressed to the guildmaster and asks them to wait. While waiting, the cage stops and excitedly examines a painting with a view of the town by the canal. An elegant woman with neatly tied-up hair appears before them. She introduced herself as Illumina, the guildmaster. Sal, next to Luz, modestly thanks her for meeting with a simple merchant. Illumina is suspicious. She notices the shining handwritten letter of recommendation written back in the 1980s. To avoid revealing himself, Asut says that he is an ordinary merchant and deals in selling tea and coffee. Illumina warmly smiles and confirms that Eddie called his goods the best she has ever seen. She says that she has long been friends with the rival from the 80s, so such praise from her is very rare. Then the seller offers Illumina to try his goods herself. Illumina agrees to his offer, carrying the coffee to Ilakin with interest and joy. Azel begins to prepare the coffee and explains why Rich Aroma always uses freshly ground beans. Illumina smiles and notes that she has heard about his abilities not only in business and strength, but also in other areas. Distracted from his work, Sour focused, and a determined, thoughtful expression appeared on his face. He confidently declares that he will try himself in a new business right here. Illumina asks with interest what kind of business he is going to start. He explains how the same goods can be sold in a completely different way. Drawing something on a sheet of paper, he confirms that he will also sell guild beans. Illumina learned with relief that his new business was just a small takeout food. Hearing this, his companion looked interestedly at the offered stall. Southern shows Illumina his sketch. It is a small, cute, and not scary at all design for a booth. He explains that this approach will help avoid creating difficulties for local businesses. A little girl cautiously peeks from behind the corner, eyes wide open, and wonders what is happening. Sal carefully looks at Illumina and asks the guild to support his plan. Illumina smiles warmly and gladly agrees to help him. Sal told about his plan. He wants to sell his tea through the guild to avoid quarrels with local shops. This way he will not arouse their suspicion and avoid unnecessary problems. To show that it is officially allowed, he proposes to place his booth right next to the guild. Using a sly smile, the one with a sour character admits that their plan is quite bold. Illumina peeks from behind his back, and a quiet, special moment of understanding arises between them. At that moment, Luz happily runs to the sale and shouts, "Grandpa." A young girl proudly informs the guildmaster that she is a soulless. Illumina, impressed by the girl's polite introduction, asked her to take care of her grandfather. Asao gently tells Luz that it is not necessary to be formal, she can just call her by her name. He reported that they will prepare everything necessary to open the very next day. Illumina stands by the window of her office and waves goodbye to Asao and his friends. Smiling, the group waves back as they leave the guild building. After they left, Illumina wondered if she should have just gone back home. With her stern appearance, Shurahan, the deputy master, admits with a skeptical smile that she actually feels weakness for this old man. The refined guildmistress Illumina calmly looks around, her gaze full of wisdom. Her subordinate Shurahan said that this situation is simply absurd and added that someone else was also worried about it. Illumina says that if there had been fraud, rumors would have already spread. She finds it strange that they do not earn more money from ordinary sales. Sheragan wonders why this food stall is open if there are so few customers here. He looks sternly as he worries that their low prices might harm the local shops that have been operating here for a long time. Illumina stands by the window and listens carefully to his concerns, a knowing smile on her face. He turns to her and asks for her opinion as the guildmaster. Sirogan takes a sip from the cup and immediately recognizes the familiar taste. It is the coffee brewed by the old man. He takes another sip, looks thoughtfully, and watches everything happening cautiously. Illumina finally simply says that the coffee is actually not that bad. Under the night sky where two moons shine, steam rises from the open hot spring. The surface of the hot spring suddenly bursts with a bright splash. While bathing, Chloe notices a faint light flickering far on the lake. She leans over the edge, looks at the multitude of small lights, and smiles joyfully. Canada says that now is the time to fish at night with lantern stones. When Luz says that she would like to see it, Chloe notices how much Canada knows about lakes. The girl watches the boats decorated with lanterns with admiration, her eyes wide open and shining with wonder. Canada says she knows this lake, but in fact she does not like it very much. If the topic is suddenly changed and Chloe is unexpectedly asked a question, it may surprise her and distract her from the noise. She wonders who this man from the south really is, since he modestly calls himself just a merchant. Chloe agrees that the cell is indeed full of secrets, and Louisa thanks her for that. Disagreeing with their assessment, he asks if they really perceive him that way. Luz happily tells that her grandfather is friends with an incredible god. If you look from above, you can see a man calmly resting alone in the men's hot bath. While in the women's bath, Chloe suddenly gets scared by an unexpected noise or flash. In the men's bath, a young man washes his face and notices that the flash is gradually fading. While the elderly man was taking a bath, he was suddenly frightened by an unexpected noise. The young man brings a basin and greets kindly. Smiling, he politely addresses the old man and asks if he can join him. During bathing, the young man is fascinated by the water, and this causes a smile on the old man's face. Both men relax together, enjoying the special atmosphere of the open hot spring. The young man inquired whether he really still wants to return home. The grandfather looks intently ahead and admits that he is no longer sure. The young man feels relief, as if he has been saved. He notices that this world is actually beautiful. He sincerely admits that he was truly surprised by the old man's sudden change of mood. He notices that the old man behaves differently from other reincarnated ones. The old man just shrugs and says that he himself knows nothing about it. The younger man notices that he emits a completely different, soft, and warm energy. The old grandfather says that when he talks with everyone, he imagines as if he is speaking with Takumi. Satisfied, he decided that it was worth taking his place. After all, everything was fine with Takumi now. A gentle smile on the old man's face shows how much relief he felt. After bathing, both men dry themselves with towels in the changing room. A sudden gust of wind amusingly lifts the young man's long hair. He shows the old man a magical device that creates wind using magic. The young man feels alive again, and the old man, who is a god, watches this with a smile. He confidently believed that a hot bath would restore his strength and add energy. The old man looks outside and notices that Luz and the others are talking very energetically. The young man sincerely thanks the old man for taking care of Luz. The grandfather calms him and says that Luz is a good and honest girl. The young man with long light hair, named Sav, sincerely thanks. That night 2 moons shone in the sky, and smoke slowly rose from the chimney of the house. The next morning someone joyfully says that today is a wonderful day to start work. Takumi, already an elderly man, together with his comrades rejoices at the successful opening and thanks everyone for the joint work that led them to this success. Nadia says that they also serve Korin and is confident the clients will remain satisfied. Nadia warmly smiles and sincerely shares her joyful mood from today's workday. Takumi notices that Luz is no longer as shy as before, and the children are growing quickly. The large round building of the Trade Guild stands right by the water. Inside, the Guildmaster Illumina, Deputy Shirohan, and Administrator Satya Aveda Sao enter the room. Shirohan's face becomes serious and focused as she sharply warns not to cause trouble. Takumi and the elf Milia flinched at the official's sharp tone. Miley watches anxiously, and Lus, with wide-open eyes, looks on with sincere curiosity. Illumina calmly smiles and gently interrupts, putting the guild's affairs first. Takumi politely offers the guild members tea before the talks begin. Sasha was delighted with the taste of the tea, while Shirohan remained indifferent. Sachia enthusiastically tells Shirohan that this is an incredible tea, a true local specialty that must be tried. SD expressed his opinion to Kumi, who insisted that he has the right to choose whom to work with. Sakya takes notes while Shurkin objects, saying that such a price and quantity of goods is unheard of. Illumina and Shirohan try the tea, while Sasha watches them with admiration. Takumi smiles contentedly, while Milia watches him with a slightly irritated look. In the guild, Illumina says that both coffee and tea bring good profit. She confidently says that she herself decided to set such a high price. Siraken reluctantly agrees with the guild's purchase decision, but sets one condition. Aggressively pointing a finger, he warns them not to do anything suspicious near their stall. Milia, Nadia, and Lus firmly protest and assure that they would never do anything strange. Lus puffs out her cheeks and stubbornly assures that they will behave properly. She reassures once again that they will definitely not do anything bad. Someone's gentle hand softly touches Lucy's head, gently calming her. Luz looked up and asked her grandfather if he had ever been angry at other people. Takumi calms her, saying that everything is fine, and they walk together, not letting go of each other. Sitting in their seats, Milia and Nadia confess to Takumi that they do not like what is happening. Takumi thoughtfully suggests to Shirohan to try working at this trading post alone. Illumina asks Shirogan why he is so cheerful, and he replies that he is simply happy to be nearby. Shirogan stands by the counter and looks attentively at Takumi with his friends, making them feel uncomfortable. He says that he suspects Takami of cooperating with some large mysterious organization. Some in the group listen to his accusations warily, while others react with irritation. A large tent used as a food stall quietly flutters in the wind. The shop on the pier finally opened, and joyful visitors rush to it from all sides. A customer approaches the crowded stall and orders 2 iced teas from the always smiling Millie. From afar, Shuren and Sidia observed the successful operation, but remained distrustful. Shirakin crosses his arms over his chest, determined to expose the true nature of these people. He cynically tells Sasha that trust is more important than low prices. The satisfied woman praised the friendly kiosk staff and decided to come again. A baker works nearby, and he says that because of the kiosk, he has more bread customers. With a slight smile on her face, Nadia says they are pleased when their clients are happy. Shirakin feels increasing irritation and decides that the good attitude towards him is only temporary curiosity. Tired of waiting, he decisively goes to the counter to find out for himself what is going on. Behind the counter, Lus greets him with a warm, sincere smile and asks with interest what he wishes to order. Noticing the guild worker stern, she instantly became frightened and felt intense fear. Shorkend hurried to explain that he came not on business, but as an ordinary customer. Sitting at the table, the Shurahan Guild official watches the new food stalls with suspicion. From the visitor's perspective, the large improvised food court is filled with movement and bustle. With a sneer, he thinks that such low prices for good goods are simply someone's trick. The elderly owner of the establishment named Asao approaches Shirohan's table and asks what he would like to order. The seller, with a warm smile, offers the official today's signature iced tea. Surian looks tense and uncertain, a drop of sweat appearing on his temple. Asao asks Shirohan what he thinks about their stall. Shirohan replies that business is going well, but inside, he is a bit confused by everything happening. Hiding behind a wooden post, a girl carefully watches the conversation between the two men. Taking a sip, Shirogan says he has a few questions. Asav calmly agrees to the interrogation, saying he has nothing against it. The guild official behaves strictly and resolutely, which greatly distinguishes him from the gentle Sadia and guildmaster Illumina. Smiling with a mysterious look, the SAO employee throws an ambiguous compliment regarding the principles of Sira Khan. Shirakin got angry because of this phrase and angrily demands to explain who is considered a coward here. Suddenly standing up, he gestures to Sora to talk privately. Shirakin, walking along the pier, directly accuses the Sao of running a strange business. The Sao calmly admits that his actions seem strange from the outside and worry others. Shurkin accusatorily points a finger and insists that the camera is definitely hiding something. Holding his chef's hat in his hands, the self-proclaimed Shirakin looks insightful and offers to tell about his plan. In the wide shot, a lively stall is visible, located on a large round pier over the water. Inside, a friendly worker carries a tray, and her colleagues serve numerous visitors. The mother sits at the table with her smiling son, and they eat with pleasure. Nadia, who works at the stall, watches everything happening with a focused and serious look. She observes as her bosses, Illumina and Sekia, walk away from the place where she stands. Further along the pier, Azel and Shirakin have a tense conversation. Sachik approaches her boss Illumina, anxiety noticeable on her face. Illumina calmly asks her assistant what exactly is bothering her. Nearby, customers exchange quiet words. Apparently, Shirogan from Stern dislikes this stall and might want to cause trouble here. Shirohan clenches his teeth tensely, and true anger and irritation are visible on his face. Two women discuss how their shop is gaining more and more popularity, and this worries them. Illuminus says that for her the most important thing is to preserve the guild's reputation and prevent problems in business. Chewing a snack, Sadia mentally wishes Shirohan would stop analyzing everything, as the food is so tasty. She aloud wonders why he is so stubborn about this popular new kiosk. Clearing the table, they worry that Shirogan might find a reason to close their establishment. She looks anxious because she fears he might shut down their business. Someone reaches for a freshly poured glass of cold tea and brings a paper plate with potato chips to themselves. Illumina notes that the food looks appetizing, but Nadia worries that this is exactly where the problem lies. Milia, an elf who works here, notices the sad expression on Lucy's face and asks if she is tired. Luz anxiously explains that their shop is in big trouble and may close very soon. Illumina strives to maintain good long-term relationships with her reliable supplier. Tanyan, a guild member with cat ears, suddenly interrupts the serious conversation with a joking remark. Sachai pulls her friend closer and prepares to tell her about the difficult situation with Shuragan. A group of worried women has gathered near the stalls. There is hustle and tension all around. Seisha says that Shurahan wants to close this stall, but no one understands the reason. Having listened calmly to everything, Nadia gently replies that everything will be fine. Her calm words surprise her friends very much, and they immediately start asking what she meant. Nadia holds a hand-drawn diagram and explains how their temporary business works at this fair. The main thing here is that most of their customers had never tasted such dishes before. Her friends listen attentively, finally understanding how cunning this bitter strategy was. Lucy and Chloe sneak a glance from the side, trying to find out what the company is talking about. Nadia understands that the real goal of this stall is to attract new customers. Calmly, the woman with long dark hair talks about her long-term business strategy. Her blonde companion nods in response, as if to say, even the difficult-to-communicate Shuragan is not that strange. Near the stall, Chloe and Elf support the upset girl, trying to calm her down. The blonde realizes that the strangest thing here is that she considers Shirohan ordinary. Sal looks at Shirohan with doubt and says that perhaps the word strange is not quite appropriate here. He notes that all the young people got along well with each other. Azel points to the bench nearby, and Shirohan reluctantly sits down. The old man calmly explains to the upset guild member that he is not looking for a fight. Shurahan says he cannot ignore the harm being done to the local merchants. He insists on finding out the real purpose of Assad, convinced that some hidden plan is behind all this. Asav listens attentively to the serious accusation, his face becoming thoughtful and focused. He begins by telling about his intention to support local shops in the city. One of the cells is preparing to tell Shuragan something that will be difficult for him to understand immediately. Sharan looks carefully at the old man, and in his gaze there is a deep, relentless suspicion. Someone loudly notes that Shirogan has truly exceeded all expectations. The expression of distrust on the guild member's face remains the same. She still does not believe what she heard. It turns out that a child with a difficult fate is in this cell. She got lost and ended up here due to complicated circumstances. A woman with a small child passes by the counter. He wants Lois to learn useful things for life, for example, helping in the shop. Asao continues and tells her that he wants her to learn to communicate with other people. He insists that Lus not be drawn into their adult disputes. Suddenly, Shurahan cannot hold back his emotions and begins to cry. The cell is surprised by such a reaction, and Shirohan cries, saying that he understands everything. Shuran, with tears in his eyes, confesses that his son and daughter are waiting for him at home. Standing on the pier, Chloe realizes parents are ready to do anything for their children. A girl in a bee costume named Tonian cheerfully asks what is happening here. With tears in his eyes, Shurian sincerely praises Asao for taking care of the baby on his own. He is very ashamed that he suspected Sour of evil intentions. Sao casts a penetrating, understanding look at Shirohana. Since Shirohan understands everything, he seeks to dispel misunderstandings among the locals. Shurigan's behavior has changed sharply. Now he readily offers his help in completing the task. Someone in the cell heard a noise, but his comrade reassured him that it was just a stray cat. Shirogan leans closer to the old man to tell him something truly important. Suddenly someone from behind grabs him firmly, so unexpectedly and strongly that he was quite surprised. Stunned and shocked, he shouts loudly in surprise and confusion. Tanyan playfully hugs him and jokes that despite his stern appearance, he actually has a good heart. Smiling, she admits that she deliberately scares him to see how funny his reaction is. Dissatisfied, Shirohan and the child work together with the girl, the Queen of Beasts. She happily introduces herself, calling herself Tionian, the proud beastman. Tanya says she just came to say hello, and Azel considers this a very pleasant gesture. She said that she is responsible for purchasing food for the trading guild. Tony and her 2 stalls on the south side offer unusual dishes, and this sparked genuine interest in her business. She says that first they need to properly discuss all the terms. Klatina explains to her that she uses ordinary ingredients. Tionian is delighted because he sees great potential in this recipe. Shurjen sits on the bench, completely unimpressed by the talks about business. He tells Taoyuan that they think differently, even though she prepared the budget. A sour grimace on her face indicates that she first tried the food and drinks before starting the negotiations. A sincere, unrestrained joy appears on Taoyuan's face as soon as he hears this proposal. She is glad that she can take some home with her. The voice off-screen agrees that the proposed project is truly worth attention. Azel says that cooking is not his main business, and he does it not for money. Hearing this, the Kenton beast suggests exchanging not money, but something else. Assad explains that his true desire is for the city's residents to live in peace and prosperity. Shuragan, with a confident smile, states that negotiations are the true strong point of their guild. He admits that it is not easy for him to find common ground with this man. Suddenly a voice sounds, calming them and promising to take care of everything instead of them. A wide landscape opens before us. The coastal town of Ilakan stretches along the lake shore, small buildings float on the water, and nearby a lighthouse towers. In Ilokani, next to the large watermill, there is a spacious workshop. Smiling, Dinny holds a sheet of paper in his hands and asks his student Pugna about the delivery. In the workshop, Punia is busy and asks why you need to go inside. Adini notices that Punia is going to the workshop more cheerfully than usual this time. Inside, Punia is working on her project, ignoring Edni's remarks. Adini watches with interest and asks what Punia is working on this time. Punia shows a detailed architectural plan and explains that it is a spacious stall. Smiling proudly, she explains that this is a drawing of a food court that can be quickly assembled on signal. Odini was surprised that someone ordered this along with wooden containers. Nearby, a small white kitten stretches and quietly meows contentedly. Punia happily shares that thanks to Asaum, she was able to earn money using her new skills. A barely audible sound makes ADN raise his head. He looks thoughtful and a little worried. Adini recalls how a cat once lived in the cell, and she was entrusted to take care of it. Holding the cat close, she asks if the new building that Punia is constructing has any relation to those drawings. Pagna proudly shows the cat tower, which Sao also taught her to build. Adini, looking at the cat, feels that something strange is happening near the pig. A close-up of the cat's eye creates the impression that it also senses her premonition. Elsewhere, a black cat secretly peeks out from the bushes, eyes wide open and attentively watching something. During Kinmugi, Tian's voice thanks everyone who came to this meeting. Through the window, Asao was seen preparing for his cooking masterclass in the food court. Important members of the trade guild eagerly awaited the upcoming lesson. The innkeeper sincerely welcomes the large company, happy for the opportunity to learn something together with them. Asao carefully guides the young girl's hand, teaching her how to properly cut vegetables. In another corner of the kitchen, Shirohan peels potatoes, while Tonian watches the frying pan. Someone carefully took chopsticks and slowly lowered the thinly sliced potato into the pan with hot oil. The elf woman pours tea, and next to her stands a gloomy man who encourages her with a raised thumb. The hand serves the ready dishes and signals that tasting can begin. At the dining table, the southerner praised the spacious and clean kitchen in this house. The innkeeper announced that he will now sell boxed lunches at local events. The innkeeper smiles mysteriously and makes a familiar sound. He already guesses what will happen next. The innkeeper briefly thanks and explains that the large bath in their inn is expensive to heat. He explains that thanks to the presence of South, he could give others this rare luxury every day. The southerner smiles warmly and says that he and the girl also really enjoyed bathing. Sitting at the table, Shuragan looks irritated while the woman next to him writes something with a quill. Sadia notices Shuragan's facial expression and asks what happened, while Taeonyan enthusiastically offers an exchange. While Sakya uncertainly mumbles that she is not jealous at all, Taeonyan suddenly comes up with something interesting. Tanya joyfully invents new dishes, combining fried snacks of salo with local fish and shrimp. Asao agrees and adds that he will also teach her how to fry fish and shrimp. The innkeeper kindly offered to hold the next cooking lesson in his kitchen. The gloomy mood gradually changes to a pleasant dream. In it, he is calmly fishing together with Louis, his cat. Lusa imagines how, together with her friend, she manages to catch a fish. Everyone together in the kitchen cheerfully prepares the necessary ingredients for dinner. Bright sun floods the peaceful forest, and birds fly overhead. A little girl named Luke walks along the shore of the body of water. She is curious about what kinds of fish live here, and she asks about each of them. The woman praises Saozan for his knowledge, but he modestly replies that it is all thanks to his lifestyle. Lus raises her head with surprise and looks around confusedly, not understanding what exactly her grandfather just said. Suddenly the salsa falls silent, and he becomes alert, hearing a strange sound nearby. From the dark thickets of the forest comes a desperate cry for help. When the people around realize that someone was being attacked, they immediately rush to help, not hesitating to face danger. The killer recognizes the wounded creature and exclaims the name Marin Chan with surprise. The desperate Marani hurriedly explains that a terrible creature suddenly appeared and attacked everyone. Friends surrounded the distressed kobold from the south and promised him their help. Despite the pain, Moron insists with tears in his eyes that others be saved first. In memories, a huge explosion appears, lifting the earth into the air near the forest close to the lake. Amid the chaos, the armor-clad hero Elahan desperately fights off a crowd of goblins. Alejandro stands firm, confidently holding a sword and shield, determination evident in his gaze. A small goblin and a frightened kobold pressed against each other, trembling with fear. Worry appears on Alejandro's face as he sees the situation suddenly getting out of control. Above the frightened goblins towers a large crystal gate rising above the treetops. Although the goblins were very brave, their primitive weapons did not harm the golem at all. Maron explains to everyone that a huge and terrifying creature is currently fighting with the goblins. Saozan is interested in the details and notes that it seems the goblins have kept their promise. Maron recalls a man in armor who once saved him, but now this man is starting to lose the fight. The southern sand dweller decides that this man is most likely a guardian or an adventurer, and Moron leads everyone forward. A small kobold rushes forward swiftly, leading his own in battle. Ashgossan approaches the scene and recognizes the knight in armor as Alejandro. Alejandro turns around in surprise and asks why the grandfather and child are here. He explains that this is a giant golem, a creature that had not been encountered here before. Aselson calmly strokes his beard and says that he might be able to handle this. Alejandro angrily rejects this offer and shouts at the old merchant to run while he still has the chance. Luz, with faith in her eyes, clenched her fists and said that her grandfather is very strong. A bright white magical light begins to spread from the palm of the southern sun. Alejandro admits that magic really exists in the south, but he believes that fighting a golem is truly pointless. Sosan calmly listens as Lapin calls him crazy just because he dared to think about the fight at all. He warns that according to legends, an uncontrolled golem can destroy entire countries. In the foreground appears the terrifying face of the golem, completely covered with crystals, making it even more eerie. Luz calmly looks at the giant monster and, without losing cheerfulness, raises his head with a joyful smile. Luz tells his grandfather that the creator of the golem is no longer alive, and he agrees that this will make things easier. Alagan, completely confused, asked if they had even heard his alarming warnings. Nearby, Maron's goblins huddled together, hiding behind a small shield to somehow protect themselves. The peaceful forest by the lake sharply contrasts with the looming threat. Away from the battle, two people are rowing a small boat across the quiet lake. From here, you can see smoke rising in the city and hear the distant roar of the monster. A worried elderly woman decides to inform the guild about the unrest that has occurred. On the balcony, the guild members notice a large cloud of dust and wonder if it might be a tornado. Sadia says she is afraid danger may be approaching the city. The guild receptionist watches attentively, holding a pen in her hand and looking truly worried. They notice a massive stone shadow moving behind the smoke and realize it is a monster. The receptionist understands that the situation is very serious and realizes that this could bring great trouble. She quickly warns the city's shops and clinics about the danger and orders her comrades to retreat. She was so confident in her speed that she immediately agreed to move, and Taoyuan Yinyan quickly joined her. The administrator, left alone with a pile of papers in her hands, calls after her friends who have already fled. Watching her colleagues rush out of the guild, the girl receptionist marvels at their speed. She holds a document in her hands, looks at the explosion in the distance, and mentally notes that here everyone judges events too quickly. On the other side of the water, in the line of the forest, a huge explosion flashes again and again. Her face takes on an expression of deep anxiety as she carefully examines the place where the event occurred. The feeling of anxiety grows within her, and she understands that chaos is approaching from the place where the sun sets in the south. In the forest, amidst chaotic flames and explosions, the griffin fights fiercely alongside other creatures. The cries of the griffin echoed amid the chaos and destruction near the broken chariot. The enraged Alahans shouts at the old man, demanding an answer, asking if he hears him. From a safe place, the girl joyfully calls out that they are all right. Salsa calmly stands before the giant dark golem, around which crystalline stones hover in the air. He raises his gaze to the creature and notices how huge it is up close. Sharp rocks and debris swirl in a turbulent vortex around the terrible golem. From a massive dark stone rises the golem, and two white eyes glow brightly in its body. He warns Lucid that returning to the city now is dangerous. He asks Luce to play with the stones hovering in the air and make them smaller. Filled with determination, he promises to help her using his additional magic. Luce reacts quickly and assures Resolve that she will definitely try. While one of the cells helps him, Luce launches a barrage of spells at the enemy, such as weakness and paralysis. She, with a focused cry, does not stop and continues to attack the giant stone monster with spells. She directs another powerful energy charge, which hits the stone skin of the golem with force. Asan watches her work and notices that she is gradually advancing, but behaves uncertainly. The damaged parts of the golem begin to glow, connecting and restoring themselves to each other. Luce watches with surprise as all the wounds she inflicted on the monster begin to miraculously heal. The cell looked worried when it noticed that the creature was starting to recover on its own. Alahan runs up to them and exclaims that this once again proves it is impossible to defeat the rebellious golem. However, he admits that their actions gave them a little precious time. The group notices that all the other animals and monsters have fled the battlefield. Now they have only one hope left, to hold out by distracting the golem until a powerful magical squad arrives. Alahan believes that at least he can change its direction. Luch turns to his grandfather for advice, as the golem absorbs more and more earth and becomes even bigger. When a huge shadow of the golem fell on them, the three friends realized they had to run. Asao notices the amazing healing ability of the golem, but suggests another option. He tells Alejandra to run ahead and protect everyone, while he stays to try to do something on his own. Alahan resolutely refuses, holding his comrades tightly and declaring that he will not leave them in trouble. The young girl timidly pulls the knight by its dark cloak to attract its attention. Luch smiles confidently and says that her grandfather is a very powerful mage. Alagan stands silently, his face frozen in surprised and exhausted incomprehension. One cell watches everything, barely smiling and squinting with pleasure, as if all this is well known to her. He remained alone in front of the golem, while Alejandro prepared to run somewhere behind. Luce asks his grandfather what they should do now that only the two of them are left. Asal tells how he wants to use the golem's amazing healing ability against itself. Alakan, hiding in the bushes, anxiously watches them and quietly calls out. Kobold Maron appears suddenly and surprises Alahan by promising not to run away anymore. Alejandro tells the little creature that it will not be able to help in this situation. Filled with determination, Moron declares that this time he will definitely help with the salsa. Suddenly there is a strong blow, and the lawbreaker hunter flies into the air, losing balance. Falling down, she focuses enormous power in her hand, preparing to deliver a powerful strike. Shouting, she releases a powerful wave flying straight at the golem. An energy fist with tremendous force hits the golem in the chest, shattering his stone armor to pieces. Alahan, losing the power of speech from surprise and wiping sweat, mumbles that he warned, physical blows won't solve this. After delivering a strong blow, Luz happily tells her grandfather that she succeeded. In front of the golem, Aselson sincerely thanks Luz for her extraordinary help. The damaged stone body of the golem begins to glow. He gradually recovers. A flash of magical energy causes the golem's fragments to fly into the air and reconnect with each other. Standing aside, Amur carefully read the notes and was very worried. After all, such a wound usually heals instantly. A few more golem fragments miraculously fly into the air and return to their places, as if magic is reassembling his body. Large fragments of earth and stone begin to rise into the air, as if drawn to a huge creature. Raising the burning wand, Salcian says hopefully that he hopes his unusual plan will work. He releases his power and casts a powerful healing spell directly on the golem. From behind the bushes, the armored creature approached the mysterious warm light, which confusedly felt the effect of the healing magic on itself. He watches in horror as the creature grows even larger. Golem roars loudly, his body increasing as it absorbs the magical energy. The huge monster towers over the small figures of Southern Sun and Lus. Far from the events, a crowd of forest creatures carefully watches the tall figure of Golem. A pack of kobolds and goblins notices that something is wrong here. Armor Sand notices how Golem begins to slow down and finally understands why he is moving south. The stone shell of the ghoul cracks and becomes even stronger. His dark eyes begin to peek through the cracks. Luch looks up at his grandfather, smiles warmly, and sincerely congratulates him on the victory. The solar cell calmly and contentedly admits that this is exactly how it seems now. From one edge of the city, there is a wide view of the port, and in the distance, a petrified golem can be seen. In the city council, officials gathered in the meeting hall to discuss sending a group of researchers to the place where the golem was spotted. Armorson reported that they managed to neutralize Golem thanks to a wizard named Saudono. He tells the council that the creature can be stopped even with only supportive magic. Two council members listen attentively to the amazing details of the report. A sorceress from the council admits that she has never heard of such a mage. One official suggests that Salsa is a pseudonym of a famous mage. Armorson says that the young guy with the camera was also a talented martial arts master. One of the council members with long hair concluded that SAO brings benefits to the city. Armorson confirms that Sal calls himself a merchant and seems not dangerous at all. Suddenly, two guards ran into the room and reported that they were from the Eastern Fortress and brought important news. The guards realize with surprise that they accidentally interrupted an important council meeting. The bald official informs another man that the situation with the ghoul is almost resolved. Armorson insists, whoever this person is, help should always be properly thanked. The bald official asked Armorson where exactly the mysterious mage is now. Armorson says that after that Sal immediately went into the forest together with the forest animals. In the forest, a huge crystalline block of solidified gallium rises quietly. In the night forest, in a clearing, various forest animals gathered around a crackling campfire. Sola in a relaxed pose, and several creatures calmly sit around the campfire in the middle of the forest. Salson is amazed when a huge golem suddenly appears in front of everyone. Seeing the petrified figure, he focuses on the target and can no longer act uncontrollably. Luz cheerfully suggested, now birds will be able to live in the giant statue. The majestic bird of the Paradise Garden solemnly thanks the great wizard for the victory over the golem. The creatures say they owe him for protecting their precious home. The little bird repeatedly says that they discussed together what people might want. It is told there that they decided to give him one of their special decorative feathers. Both looked up in surprise and uttered a short sound, not expecting such an offer. A voice tells the majestic creature that she did not need to try so hard. Ignoring him, the paradise bird tears a long and beautiful feather from its tail. Maron Cobalt says with admiration that this is a feather of the paradise bird. Azel accepts the gift, admires its beauty, but notes that it is associated with some strange feeling. The magnificent paradise bird gifted its wonderful tail feather to Sasan. With a thoughtful look, the people quietly whispered and gratefully nodded in response to this gesture. Young and carefree among the blue-violet shades, he eagerly asked to be shown that amazing feather. The great bird says that this feather has a special and useful power. Finding himself among the creatures, Assassin accepts their gratitude and notices how responsibly they approach their duties. The old wizard sits among the forest dwellers and attentively listens to their concerns. He promised to inform the inhabitants of Ilakan and arrange a safe place for them. One of the kobolds said that he was returning after exchanging shiny stones. Samsung, with a satisfied smile, understands that their business deal is complete. He calmly turns his gaze aside and watches what is happening with a slight smile. Two kobolds and a goblin watch with curiosity and slight surprise on their faces. The plaque near the petrified golem states that he will now become a convenient landmark. A huge golem made of dark crystal silently stands under the glow of two moons. Travelers and forest dwellers gathered together around a warm campfire. The paradise bird gives a sign it is time to return to its nest. Spreading its wings, the bird blesses Susan for future journeys. Its silhouette flies in the star-studded sky, leaving the golem's summit far behind. She cheerfully waved goodbye, and her grandfather watched her with a gentle smile. Mirani offers to light their way to the city with a small lantern. Kobold assures that he is agile and can safely return home. In the night sky above the uneven silhouette of the column, two moons shine. Moron says he was glad to meet them, but the southern sun feels that problems arose because of him. The southern sun winks, showing that he also received everything necessary thanks to Moron's call. The little kobold looks at the elder with surprise and joy after his kind words. Sausen tells Mirani that if he ever needs anything, he should come to his city. Moron eagerly asks Lus if she will come to play with him again. They shine with bright smiles and casually promise that someday they will go fishing together or train in the shade. Maron asks what fishing is, and Lus proudly calls herself a faithful fisherman's assistant. A new day begins when the sun rises above the horizon and gilds the water's surface. Arriving in the city, Salsa looks in surprise at the tall, half-ruined building. He skillfully tests the flexibility of the new fishing rod he just made. The owner of the large shop cannot believe his eyes, seeing how much the rod bent. Lus asks if this is the very fishing rod he assembled from the materials they found. Sausen confirmed that he made the pole from a stem resembling bamboo. The friendly shopkeeper admits that he really likes fishing and asks what plans the pig has. Sausan says that he needs specially treated needle and thread. Aisha eagerly asked to hold the new cool fishing rod, and he carefully agreed. The student asks if it is possible to somehow improve a simple fishing hook. Shorohan asks how they catch fish here. In Ilocani, she explains, most people catch fish with nets or harpoons. Suijin points out that fishing with a rod is inefficient because fish often break off the hook. Aisha points to her mouth, worried that she might lose the fish. Tell Rui that you agree. Fishing with a rod yields less result, but you are a bit concerned about the condition of the equipment. Doubting, he decides to turn to the trade guild to find a solution. Shireken remembered how that formidable man in the guild looked dissatisfied. The student who loves fishing strokes his mustache and thinks. Suddenly, a brilliant idea came to him, as if a light bulb flashed in his head. He suggests attaching several needles to the end of the fishing line. Admiring the wisdom of the master, Aisha decides to catch even the smallest fish. Shirohan examines the new shiny hook with the fishing line, and her face is hard to read. No emotion reveals what she is thinking. Shirohan ironically says that the trade guild will definitely sell fishing gear at inflated prices. Zatsu appears in the doorway with a stern look and makes a remark about their conversation. Going outside, he warmly greets Shirohan and the Satoru group on a busy morning. Katero asks if it is possible to find a craftsman who could perform special processing. Zadu assures him that he has found the best craftsman, a true professional, and a far-sighted business partner. He stands confidently and calmly, assuring Setoru that he can be relied upon just like a reliable large ship. I will gladly ask her grandfather to inform Ru whether they will go for a walk again today. Setoru casts a sly glance and begins to tell what they plan to do over the next few days. On the ground, they drew a simple map marking the route to the blacksmith. When Aisha walks through the port city, she enthusiastically talks about the upcoming fishing trip. When they leave the tavern, the group waves goodbye to the man in the apron. Silence reigns around, occasionally broken only by distant bird voices. In the noisy workshop, two blacksmiths work near the blazing forge, rhythmically striking the metal with hammers. The chief blacksmith in dark glasses says that the other hook is made better. He indifferently refuses to change his fishing hooks, insisting that their current shape is perfect. St. Arrow calmly explained that his new design can truly change fishing in the city. The stubborn blacksmith insists that they at least listen to his explanation. Zatsu quietly tells Satoru that they need to leave here and trust his plan. A black cat watches from the window while he reveals his secret plan. The cat scratches the window while Zatsu tells his friends to just watch. Zatsu addresses the blacksmith and asks what the blacksmith's cat likes to snack on. The blacksmith lifts his head from his work, looking interested at the unexpected question. The cat peeks into the window and asks Cherakin if he has this. The master freezes in amazement when Zatsu shows a rare bandaging using phantom full stragons. His face fills with both surprise and sudden desire, and a drop of sweat appears on his forehead. Katero observes, resigned to the situation, understanding that without a bribe, there is no way forward. Zatsush pushes Satoru to finally share his thoughts, as the blacksmith is now listening attentively. Katero put his hand into his robes and pulled out several detailed drawings. He places the papers on the work table and begins to talk about his new ideas for fishing hooks. The drawings depict several new hook designs. Such technology had not been seen here before. Leaning closer, the blacksmith carefully examines the detailed blueprints, fully concentrating on them. His eyes widened in surprise when he realized how brilliant these drawings were. He calls these ideas groundbreaking and enthusiastically notes the old man's genius. Sidero politely asks to process them, and the blacksmith gladly agrees. When the master made a decision, he asked them to return the next day. The Katero group leaves the workshop, having finished all their tasks for today. A huge creature resembling a pterodactyl lands on the roof, near the port city, and begins to carefully observe everything happening. A close-up shows the attentive eye of an intelligent reptile, closely watching the entire group. A group of people walks along the pier and does not even notice water pouring down on them from above. Deep in a dark underground cave filled with water, a lizardman suddenly felt that an old man was nearby. When a subordinate inquires about his discoveries, he feels a surge of power. The leader recognizes that this man is the same mage who once defeated the golem. With a powerful flap of wings, a creature resembling a pterodactyl lands near the lizardmen's settlement. While they walk, Aisha draws the grandfather's attention to something in the sky. The lizard leader warns that their land and usual way of life are under threat. He is worried that the novice's persistent fishing might spoil the lake. Aisha suddenly raises her hand and points to a giant creature resembling a dinosaur flying high above the heads, astonishing her friends. The leader orders Tessai, his best warrior, to destroy the threat. The muscular warrior Tessa stands up and confidently accepts his mission, easily wagging his tail. With furious speed, he rushes forward to meet the newcomers. Somewhere deep in a dark cave, a group of lizard people gathers, and suddenly a lone figure emerges from the shadows, ready to take control. A close-up shows the face of the warrior Tessa. Determination and zeal are evident in his gaze as he vows to stop the danger. Meanwhile, the elders tell how Taro looked up and saw a rare creature in the sky resembling a pterodactyl. He watched this amazing phenomenon with admiration. A panoramic view opens before us of a quiet port town nestled in a wide sunny bay. Two fishermen in a small boat noticed that fog began to thicken over the water. Someone suggests pulling up the fishing nets and returning to the harbor. From the thick fog, the decorated bow of a mysterious ship silently emerges over the water. On the ship's deck, someone remarks that this vessel does not look like a fishing boat at all. Two fishermen stand silently, stunned and frightened, their faces showing surprise and anxiety. A heavily armored lizardman notices an approaching ship and immediately recognizes it as a lizardman's warship. The warship rushes past, creating a powerful wave that rocks the small fishing boat, and the men shout warnings loudly. The fisherman bitterly says that the large ship passing by will scare all the fish here. His partner warns, the lizardman has a sword, and that is very dangerous. The warship relentlessly moves forward, and one man watching it becomes increasingly worried. He calculated that the enemy ship, moving at such speed, will reach the city of Alucin in less than half a day. One of the fishermen says he feels uneasy and that they cannot just let the armed ship pass by. His friend is convinced that this might be an internal conflict, so they must avoid this danger at all costs. The first fisherman, concerned, decides that they at least need to inform the port authorities about everything. Reluctantly agreeing, his partner watches as the warship slowly disappears into the distant haze. A panoramic shot shows the beautiful, sprawling port town of Ilican, where buildings extend right over the water. Sedaru, together with his young comrades, stand in front of a large round restaurant located on the pier. In the crowded restaurant, Sedaru together with his little friend Luce carry a tray with food, making their way through the visitors. Off-screen, a voice is heard addressing Satoru and accusing him of not keeping his promise. Sasha, a worried young girl from the trade guild, ran in and reported that their unique recipes are already known throughout the city. At the table, the apprentice asks the upset Sadia what happened, while Satoru and Lus watch attentively nearby. The apprentice tells his comrades at the table that all the fuss seems to be about the recipes. Katero calmly asks Sadia to calm down and says that he does not understand what she is talking about. Sasha apologizes for interrupting their lunch and explains that she was in a big hurry. She persistently pressures Satoru, demanding an answer whether he told anyone outside her guild the recipe for the dish from their stall. Lus gladly savors the dish, while Satoru confidently denies having given the recipe to anyone else. Sadia looks upset and says that now this is a real problem. Her fears are confirmed when the apprentice reports that, according to reports, Satoru's dishes are served in other restaurants as well. Seto's eyes open wide in shock when he hears the unexpected news. Sacha says it is hard to imagine how anyone could replicate these dishes without knowing the secret ingredients. On the table before them, a juicy salad and fresh bread are visible. Everything looks very appetizing. Chitaro apologizes for the trouble caused and admits that he finally understood why she was so upset. He smiles calmly and says that if the visitors are satisfied, that is enough for him. The student reminds him that the main problem is the reputation of the trade guild. Satara, holding a wooden cup in his hands, agrees to handle this matter himself. Rummaging through his bag, Sasha reports that he knows where the counterfeit snack bar is located. Confident tapping on the map indicates where they need to get to. She said that this restaurant was actually opened by the Goldie Company, but it is located quite far from where they are now. Sasha, with a cold fire in his eyes, says he will go and show the bold ones where their place is. A vertical panel with a simple texture marks a scene change. On the roof of the building, a flag flutters in the wind while the transition continues. In the middle of a bustling crowd that is noisily conversing, a spacious restaurant under a large tent towers. Cider firmly shakes his hand in the crowd and says that this is simply real madness. She extends a bowl of fried dark snacks, saying that their aroma is very rich and tempting. In a close-up, a bowl filled with dark, crispy snacks called karin ai is visible. The young noblewoman Foa suspiciously examines the food and notices that it looks the same as the one served to her. In the crowded restaurant by Lake Bastia, Bastia advises Satoru to be more careful. The maid Basti stands aside with a tense and thoughtful face. Inside the establishment, the Sadero Company approaches the counter to place an order. Someone's hand places a plate with dark fried snacks on the table in the nest. Saturun felt a familiar aroma when the owner Sadia asked him to share his opinion. The group sits together, and Bastet stands nearby, attentively observing the tense situation. With interest, young Luz takes a piece of that scandalous treat and puts it in her mouth. Luz says it has a different taste, and Bastia thoughtfully agrees with her. Lucic smiles broadly and says the treat is very tasty. Basta watches, smiling thoughtfully with slight relief. Angry, Fova insists that this recipe was stolen from the guild. When all the visitors look at her attentively, Fova says she wants to talk seriously. Sadia wonders why everyone is so worried, and Foa assures that it all tastes the same. Kataro calmly observes the escalation of the conflict, showing no emotion on his face. Fova, a young aristocrat, sharply addresses her servant and asks if he saw everything. Fova directly addresses Sadia and asks if this place belongs to her. On the young aristocrat's face is a frozen expression of proud, stubborn anger. Sasha holds a plate in her hands, and Forward persistently asks where she learned this recipe. The owner's face becomes sterner as she looks back angrily, offended by such an accusation. Fova looks down with a contemptuous smile, confident that Sacha is to blame. Tension rises, sparks of anger fly between the two sides. Bastia begged Fo to restrain herself, but Fo impatiently interrupted her in response. Faye warns Stea's best friend that in case of trouble, all the blame will fall on him. The visitors of the establishment started looking around as the quarrel grew louder. Satoru notices that the exhausted Bastisha looks worn out and tells him that he seems to be going through hard times. Bastai tries to settle the dispute, while Saki confidently denies knowing any recipes. The maid quietly advises Fova to be a little more lenient with them. He warns her that if she causes a scandal, it will negatively affect her family's reputation. Satoru calmly says that before fighting, they first need evidence, while Luz continues to eat calmly. Luz, with full cheeks, happily exclaims how delicious this dish is. In the crowded restaurant, there is strong tension between the groups. By the lake, a restaurant is peacefully situated, and far beyond it, mountains are visible. During a walk on the pier, Lucy asks where Kanade is and learns that Kanade has gone to her family. A little girl lightly tugs her grandfather's sleeve to ask him about the conversation they had earlier. Sadero brushes off her question, saying it does not matter much. He is eager to learn more about this recipe. He tells Bastisha that he once cooked the same dish at his street stall. Satara says that it suits him. The main thing is that everyone is satisfied. Pina mistakenly thinks this is a confession and believes that all issues are already resolved. She gladly suggests now they can add more diverse dishes to their menu. Her friends freeze in surprise when they see how much she misunderstood everything. Seisha angrily shouts that Fova breaks the rules for his own benefit. Fova recoils, struck by the force of anger with which Sachia exploded. Satoru watches the quarrel, and a slight, mysterious smile appears on his face. Turning back to Bastija, he notes that the youth often behave too harshly. A young girl looks ahead in surprise, and a question mark appears above her head. The confidence on Fo's face gradually disappears, changing to a worried and uncertain look. Stayer advises calmly discussing this issue once more for the good of the city. Someone asks Sachai if she would share this recipe with everyone in the future. Someone sharply points at FOA and angrily demands that she immediately explain her actions. Aisha, a young girl, nervously tugs at her elderly companion Seitaro's sleeve. He turns to her with a kind look and asks what happened. Aisha lowers her gaze to her feet and hesitates before saying something. She leans closer, covers her mouth with her palm, and whispers some secret to Razir. Hearing her words, Sazar finally understands everything, which greatly surprises his comrades. He tells everyone that he just remembered important matters that he urgently needs to resolve. He addresses the noble Lady Foa and her companion Bastia, asking if they object to his departure. Noticeably nervous, Bastia politely asks them to excuse her and allows them to leave. Bastia watches them go in confusion, while Foa stands nearby and looks at them angrily. Kanade, a dark-haired woman and another companion of Sidaro, watches them walk away. Then Foa turns to Kanade and asks if she managed to see her family. Satoru leads his comrades through the city and says they need to check how their affairs are progressing. Entering the cluttered workshop, they greet the master working inside. The burly blacksmith looks up from his work and smiles broadly, greeting Satoru. He asks them to wait a moment while he brings the item they ordered. The blacksmith opens a drawer and takes out a small flat box, saying this is exactly what they need. Confidently showing the box, he adjusts his sunglasses as if unveiling a true masterpiece. Sidero watches attentively, impressed by the master's confidence in his craft. The blacksmith hands you a magnifying glass so you can examine his work more closely. Setarao carefully examines the skillfully made metal fishing hook through the lens. He says the craftsmanship is extraordinary and the design is flawless. The blacksmith admits with satisfaction that he himself is surprised. Everything turned out so well on the first try. St. Erog tells the astonished Sakya about the new hook design and separately draws her attention to the sharp barb. The host explains how this feature, combined with a strong fishing rod, can change fishing. A young boy watches the company's conversation through the workshop window. Sadia still doubts whether the small change will really make a difference. To prove his point, the blacksmith suggests testing the new equipment at the neighboring pier. The demonstration goes extremely well. A large barrel fills with fish to the brim. Sadia and Satoru cannot believe their eyes. They caught so much fish in such a short time. Excited, Sachia holds her breath, seeing the incredible results of the new technology. When her turn comes, she eagerly hooks a big fish that wildly struggles on the new rod's hook. She smiles joyfully and proudly shows her first caught fish. In the shadow under the pier stood mysterious figures, hidden from strangers' eyes. They closely watch the group's victory, plotting something evil. Seidru and Kanata notice they are being watched, so their faces become serious. From the darkness, mysterious figures watch, their anxious eyes carefully observing from hiding. Koval has already managed to catch something, and it immediately attracted people's attention. A crowd gathered around him. Local fishermen rushed around, impressed by the size of their catch. One of the fishermen noticed that the fish seemed to pull itself into the basket. People eagerly asked the Sadaro group to share the secret of their success. Santa Cruz smiles warmly and says he is happy to share his knowledge. A local fisherman tests a new fishing rod, struggling intensely with a strong fish. Satoru and Kanata exchange worried glances, feeling the tension rising between them. The fisherman turns to the blacksmith and respectfully calls him boss. Impressed by the incredible strength and flexibility of the rod, he asks to be given the same one. The blacksmith refuses without hesitation and says he cannot make special equipment just for him. When Kanata slightly turns, Satoru notices someone's new presence nearby. Kanata's face becomes serious and cold as she senses an invisible threat. Katero feels a drop of sweat appear on his forehead as he raises his gaze, filled with fear. Near the busy pier, a lone little fish jumps out of the water. They stand on the pier near several tents and look at the water. Kennedy, obviously distressed, apologizes to Satoru for her brother's recent actions. She explains that her brother fully immerses himself in the world of fishing when he goes out to catch fish. Saint Arrow recalls that her brother was a very skilled fisherman. With a heavy sigh, Canada admits that it was always difficult for her to get along with her family. In memories, little Canade holds a fish in her hands and recalls the past. Her father joyfully exclaims when the younger brother catches the ball right before everyone's eyes. Two boys quickly go to their secret fishing spot, which almost no one knows about. Her brother proudly shows boxes filled to the brim with freshly caught fish. After a few days, the villagers began to worry that there were too many fish in the pond. Canade needs to negotiate with the guild for a lower price for her catch. Her brother ignores her worries and says that everyone looked satisfied with their catch. A close-up of Kanata's eyes clearly shows how despair grows within her. In the local tavern, the guild announces the introduction of fishing restrictions and price setting. Her father, upon hearing this news, became angry and said he was going to the guild. Canade tries to explain that they catch too much and need to leave some to preserve them. Her father brushes it off and says that a fisherman's job is simply to catch and sell fish. Having suffered defeat, Canade seems to understand that arguing further makes no sense. She says with regret that her family does not want to listen to her and does not think about the village's future. Returning to the present, she says that she strives to learn Satoru's business approaches. The group walks together, and Luz happily holds Satoru's hand. Sidoro addresses Kennedy by name, indicating that he understands how hard it is for her now. He understands that she wants to care both for her family and for the village residents. The Canadian looks at him in surprise, guessing that he understands something. He tells her that she will be able to help her family by being in another place. Satoru is confident that she can find her own path and do it her own way. Canade is noticeably moved by his words. A drop of sweat appears on her face. She quietly admits to herself that the simple solution seems too easy and even unfair. Satoru gently smiles and confidently tells her that it is normal to feel that way. Understanding gradually appears on Candide's face as she looks at him. Nearby, a little girl joyfully exclaims that she managed to catch a fish. A blond boy helps her pull out the fish, and together the children rejoice in their small victory. Explain to the visitors of the room how to properly use the gifts of the lake so that everyone can benefit from it. Canade firmly decides to do everything to bring joy to her community, choosing her own path for this. Luce proudly raises her small, living catch to show it to the joyful blond boy. Kanadi softly smiles, and her hair rises in the gentle wind. She gazes at the wide sunlit shore of the lake and realizes she has found a new goal. Sadaro looked at her and barely noticeably approved with a slight nod. Suddenly, a dark, smooth object emerges from the water. Interested, Lias turns around, holding a fish, when something unusual catches her attention. Satoru's face suddenly becomes tense as he recognizes what is approaching. In armor, lizard warriors command a warship that smoothly glides over the water surface. The leader of the lizard people confidently says he can read the thoughts of the human wizard. A close-up shows the vigilant, snake-like eye of the creature, while the leader sits astride it. Satoru and Kanade freeze in confusion due to the unexpected and hostile appearance. Show on the blonde boy's face an expression of genuine surprise and bewilderment. The leader of the lizard people calls Setter a stranger and a threat to the lake's peace. Kaned quietly asks Satoru if he is familiar with these people, and Satoru replies that no, he does not know them. He warns his companions not to provoke the armed warriors. A sturdy lizard warrior with a frowning look sternly glares at Satoru somewhere near Kaned. Later, the lizard man threatens that he will spare neither women nor children. Near the lake, a young boy notices a squad of warriors approaching the shore. Kaned asks Satoru what he has done, and Satoru insists that he has done nothing wrong. A little later, the lizard strictly demands an explanation of what they are talking about. Satoru assures that he is only a traveling merchant, and this makes his companion worried. The younger lizardman clearly saw an old man in the magical crystal. Satoru raised his hands in a calming gesture and suggested discussing everything calmly. His young companion looks nervous, holding the fishing rod tightly as if it would help him calm down. The leader of the lizardmen calmly allows Satoru to choose how he wants to die. Satoru thoughtfully suggests moving to another, more comfortable place to continue the conversation. The group stands before the lizardmen and carefully watches as Satoru approves the chosen place. Luce anxiously raises his eyes, observing the tense situation happening around. Point with your hand to the distant field and tell her in the notes that it seems wide and flat. A blond boy asked if it was worth calling security, but the Canadian calmly replied that they should stay in the room. Two lizard warriors quietly consult with each other, and one of them solemnly assures that they will not be defeated. Their leader strictly orders the subordinate with horns not to panic. The assistant says he is ready to give his life to protect the village. The warriors decided that they must protect their home from the sorcerer. Lizardmen stand at the water's edge, and one of them expresses doubt about their plan. Birds quietly soar over the calm lake and the surrounding landscape. After resettlement, the lizard folk leader makes sure that the new territories suit them. Satoru reaches into his bag and says he needs a minute to prepare. Calmly, he lays out a small tea set on the cloth he spread on the ground. Watching with suspicion, the horned frogman asks if this is not a magic circle. Satoru raises his eyes, holding everything necessary, and prepares to start his unusual game. He widely opened his palm, inviting the armed lizard to join the tea ceremony. Lucy watches with admiration, her eyes shining and her cheeks blushing. Two of his friends froze in surprise and cannot understand what is happening. Considering it a fake, the horned lizard suspiciously asks the mage about his actions. He warns his subordinate not to approach too close to the unfamiliar magical circle. Kanyid and the blond boy return to Satoru, still trying to understand what happened. Saru asks the warrior to sit nearby and explains that this is a special ritual from his native country, performed before battle. Tessie, the leader of the lizard people, watches everything with a gloomy and uncertain look. One of the subordinates insists that if this becomes an official tradition, the honor of his family will be at risk. The leader grips the sword tighter in his hand and says he cannot retreat. Katero asks his comrades to sit and points out that their opponents are not at all what they thought. She watched the strange event attentively, not averting her gaze for a moment. One attentive lizardman notices that Satoru's restrained posture is a true combat tactic. Two lizardmen quietly discussed what to do next. One of them asked if they should retreat. She carefully tugs the grandfather's sleeve and quietly calls his name. Sadaru leans closer and quietly whispers to the worried girl, calming her with the words, "Don't worry, everything will be fine." Understanding that everything new can be frightening, he looks at the lizardman. An angry horned lizard warrior loudly shouts not to be underestimated, as lizard warriors are very strong. He points his sword at Satoru and loudly shouts the name of his leader. Decide for yourself that you will only gather information, but at the same time prepare for the worst. Next to Tessai, the lizard notices that he is strangely calm about this situation. I just said it, and in response I heard indifferently, "Ah, well, all right," while birds flew in the sky. Finally, he faces Seedir, dismisses the ceremony as a pointless show, and orders him to just get to the point. Sadoruk calmly asks the warrior to sit opposite him, just as he himself is sitting. The lizard folk chieftain retreats, his reptilian eye narrowing in surprise. Sadero explains that the traditional sitting posture is called sasa and advises not to overexert oneself. The lizard people chieftain looks challengingly, warning the mage not to underestimate him. By the wizard's command, he awkwardly kneels and submits to the strange ritual. A horned lizard folk appears and watches with interest as he later tries to manage the unusual posture for himself, called Caesar. Calling it an auxiliary asset is perfectly normal, but the phrase for Rao sounds as if it is more profitable or convenient specifically for him. Before the battle, as Satoru says, the first thing to do is to calm your thoughts. The wizard offers a cup of tea and demonstrates to the visitors how to properly offer it to an opponent. Sadaru says that the conversation will begin after the tea ceremony is completed. They say his warriors try to stop him, but he firmly insists on accepting this offer from tea. The lizard folk chieftain worries that the wizard might be a prophet looking for merchants. Sadaru smiles gently and assures everyone that he will not waste their valuable supplies. Looking at the lake, he understands how important it is to prevent excessive fishing, as it can lead to food wastage. He extends a cup of tea to the lizard folk leader, sincerely hoping that he will like the drink. He holds the bowl in his hands, and it is hard to read anything on his face. He silently pondered the wizard's words. His reptilian eye widens in surprise as soon as he takes a sip of tea. When he enthusiastically said that he liked tea, his aggressiveness noticeably decreased. He became curious and asked Sadaru to tell more and explain other parts of his plan. Katero suggests cooking the fish and preserving it so that it does not spoil in vain. He explains that the best way to preserve fish before cooking it is to dry it. He says that if you add more oil and dough, the dish will become more appealing to children. Taking a piece of dried fish, he looks thoughtfully, doubting whether this plan will work. After tasting the dish, he agrees that it is really tasty and begins to believe the wizard's words. The panel darkens as Tessie seriously expresses her final concern about the situation. He gestures clearly, showing that he does not trust the residents of the neighboring town at all. He warns that the greedy townspeople might catch all the fish and spoil the lake. Katero nods thoughtfully and admits that the local fishermen will still need to be convinced. Say that you are now ready to cooperate and invite Satoru to your village to tell him your plan in detail. The lizard folk warriors watch attentively, and now respect and curiosity appear in their eyes. Sadaru unexpectedly asks his companion not to hurry back to the city. He addresses the hesitant Kanata and assures her that he is confident in the possibility of finding common ground. Kanata reluctantly agrees and asks to be careful, while she herself worries, watching him closely. She watches from the shore as Satoru and Lus set off across the lake. In the lizard folk village, Satoru is hospitably received in their bizarre, tree-like dwellings. He tells the gathered lizard folk about his plans to cooperate with the city. The people of a lizard carefully consider the situation, slowly sipping their drinks, and agree that negotiations are indeed necessary. Another lizardman interrupts the conversation, impatiently wanting to see the fishing gear that Sadaru mentioned earlier. Sadaru shows his handmade bamboo fishing rod and points out how thin it is. He notes that it can be made from simple, easily accessible materials. He explains that for this, spiderweb, ordinary bamboo, and needles treated in a special way are needed. The lizardman took the thread in his hands and was surprised at how light it was. Then he thought that he could probably make the same himself. Noticing a chicken-like creature, he decides that he can obtain useful materials from it. The chicken-like creature turns its head, sensing the lizardman's intention. Katero looks at the lake and says that with better equipment, one can catch bigger fish. He shows the interested lizardman a hook he specially made for this and explains what it is for. He points to a tiny snapped twig, but the lizardman has to squint to see its end. Interested in the new bait, the lizards approached Satoru with a proposal to go fishing together, and he gladly agreed. The lizard remembers how the elders wanted to go fishing together with the guest. In several frames, it is visible how they happily spend time fishing and catch a lot of fish. At night, they go out to the lake, casting fishing rods into the dark water. Satoru, together with two lizard folk, catch fish under a huge tree in the night silence. Satoru said that during the day, he taught the younger lizards and praised them for their skills. Satoru, an elderly merchant, reflects on the responsibility with which the lizards approach fishing. A lonely lizard man swears to protect the ancient lake for the sake of his descendants. Two moons shine in the sky, and the fishing rods lie quietly over the calm water. A large round building of the Merchants Guild calmly stands on the water. A young employee cautiously peeks from behind the corner, not understanding why her boss is not worried at all. She is very anxious because Satoru has not appeared all day, but her boss Shirogen takes it calmly and shows no concern. Worried, she persistently asks him what they will do if something goes wrong. She enters the workshop and, with surprise, notices the chief priest Sel Ciuto there. With pride, the master informs Sel Chito that the ordered item is finally ready. The embarrassed worker apologizes to the priest for making him come so far. Salcido carefully examines the created item and enthusiastically calls it wonderful. Admiring the exquisite craftsmanship, he notices how it resembles the goddess Itro. He holds the glass in his hands and admires its delicate decoration. The master inquires about the preparations for the festival that will take place next year. Smiling, Salcido assures that this year's celebration will be larger than ever before. The worker notes that because of the festival, there is a lot of work in the guild. Salcido turns around, and a soft, understanding smile appears on his face. He says that believers from all over the world gather for this event. Since this year is a lickin', he must carefully plan how to host the guests. The master suggested stopping by the food stall to try local dishes. When they mention food stalls, a stunning thought about Satoru suddenly comes to mind. Satoru and his comrades go out to a rocky clearing near the lake. Although the lizard is curious whether he can take a boat, he cannot find the elder of his people. The lizards began searching for the elder as soon as the water around them started swirling. A huge turtle emerged from the water, and on its back stood an old lizardman. Suddenly, along with the lizardmen, the giant turtle Satoru appeared. The elder lizard warmly greets the group and says that they have been waiting for them. He explains that his friend, the turtle, really wanted to go with him. He recalls how he told his turtle friend about the traveler Seido Rudono. The huge turtle stomps its foot on the ground, and everything around trembles from it. The elder lizard asks Satoru if he will participate in the competition. The turtle offers to give Satoru a ride and notes that he is probably looking for a riding animal. Satoru carefully examines the unusual threat created by the legendary creature. Luch looks up at his grandfather with curiosity. Sadero kneels before the inquisitive Luz and quietly assures him that everything will be fine. The huge turtle watches them attentively and smiles faintly, as if it knows something. Will it be able to quickly walk along the pier to the floating guild building? She finds Shurahan in his office, and he immediately asks the girl from the bench what happened. She hurriedly explains that 3 days have passed since the lizardmen took Satoru. Ignoring everything around, Shurahan calmly takes a book from the shelf. Canada asked why grandfather appeared here at all. Shurahan placed his hand on the book, preparing to answer her question. Canada recalls how Sidaro set out on a mission to convince the lizardmen to agree to fishing. While Churkin flips through the pages of the book, Canada notices that he has not yet returned. Shurahan is confident that grandfather will be able to pass this trial. Anxious Kanda asks if he really is not bothered by it. Shurahan says that Satoru's magical power can rival the strength of all the local mages. Even when he tries to calm her, Conan still does not hide her doubts and anxiety. Surin casually waves his hand and decisively closes his book. With a smile, he says that tarot will prove his ability not with words, but with deeds. Mio, a young girl, says that you can never know what will happen, even if the gift seems insignificant. Her companion confidently dispels her worries and mysteriously adds that he even feels a little sorry for the lizards. Mio looks surprised, not understanding what that unexpected and strange remark was about. Somewhere else on dusty ground, a large reptile paw appears, and nearby a voice is heard asking a Sidono for help. In the lizard folk village, Elder Theon offers to show a giant turtle, and the traveling merchant Satoru is curious about what kind of creature it is. Taeyeon explains that this creature is a Sonido turtle, a legendary being known as the Lord of the Lake. Taeyeon notices that the usually quiet turtle has shown interest in someone, and this seems very strange to him. 2 other lizard folk observe the conversation. One stands thoughtfully, and the other looks a bit surprised. The giant turtle Sanito emits a low, resonant growl, agreeing. With many years of experience, Satoru assesses the situation and wonders what exactly this contest of strength will entail. The humanoid lizard Asao said that the Sunido turtles became famous for their extraordinary speed, and the contest will be a race. Another lizard confirms this, saying that his great-grandfather also mentioned similar stories about the speed of this turtle. Nido, the giant turtle, quietly exhales, and it is hard to discern anything on its face. One of the lizard folk tells a local legend about the creation of the world. He says that their village is located right on Sonido, a giant footprint of someone great. Another lizard folk beckons with a clawed hand and offers to tell his story about the turtle's strength. The storyteller says that once there was a tall mountain in this place, but it disappeared without a trace overnight. Later, the town of Ilakin arose in the same place. Because of its immense strength, the locals began to consider Sonido the god of the lake and worship him. One of the lizard people turns around to call the elder. It seems he wants him to confirm these incredible stories. Taeyeon continues the legend, telling how once Sanido flew high in the sky and breathed magical flames that lit up the night. The whole team, along with Satoru and Lus, listens with admiration to incredible stories about Sanido's power. Sanido looked at Tian and noted that all these stories testify to how the lizard people respect him. Sanido looks at the surrounding landscape and admits that after such a long life, his memories have scattered. The huge turtle gently explained that the story about how she flew was only a dream that Grandpa Taeyeon saw in childhood. KTO quietly laughs when he learns the truth behind the incredible legend. The traveling merchant tells the turtle that he is here only briefly, and soon he will have to move on. Nito says he is eagerly awaiting the tournament and believes it will be the most interesting match in recent times. Sadero smiles as he addresses the legendary creature, asking it to be more lenient with him during the competition. Two lizard men carefully watch the preparations for the competition, their faces mixed with curiosity and anxiety. Tae signals the others to follow him to find a better place for the races. Before their eyes spread a wide hilly area with sparse vegetation, a perfect place to test what true speed is capable of. Sanido stands on the open plain, while Tae notes that this place is perfect for their competition. Luch surveys the endless spaces and thoughtfully asks aloud whether Sanido was also the first to discover these places. At the top of a high cliff sit two lizard folk, attentively watching as the race participants approach them. Manasal Lizard realizes that he is about to see Satoru's true power and feels fear that this might be dangerous for them. Smiling, Satoru asks about the rules to find out how the winner in the speed competition will be determined. Taeyeon explained that victory can be achieved in two ways, either by winning the race or by enduring during the wild ride on Lordy. Kataru agrees to participate in the race and asks how far to run. Taeyeon explains that they need to run to the largest tree and return back. Turning to her, he reassures, while she waits, he will not do anything dangerous. Luke looks up at his grandfather, smiles sincerely, and agrees to his request with trust. Sunido stands at the start and asks if everyone is ready to begin the race. A huge turtle warned Ryu not to rely solely on physical strength to win. Satoru says he can use magic to make his body stronger, and Taeyeon allows him, considering it part of his power. Two lizard men are closely watching the pre-start conversation with Sirius, attentively listening as the race rules are finally agreed upon. Taeyeon gives the last piece of advice and asks Satoru to look at the route shown on his map. Studying the course, Satoru summons a small glowing map in his palm, which shines with a soft light. He says he is ready and admits that he hasn't run even a mile for a long time. Tai sits on the edge of the cliff next to Luz and gestures with his hand, calling the two competitors to take their starting positions. The large turtle eye narrowed with tension. She is preparing for the start. Determination and tension appear in Satoru's eyes, just like in all the participants when the competition starts. She sharply sweeps her hand down and loudly shouts the command to start the race. Raising his fist up, Luz enthusiastically shouts words of support to his grandfather. Satoru, together with the turtle Sanido, start from the line, instantly accelerating to a crazy speed. Sanido was stunned. He couldn't believe how fast his opponent started. From the top of the cliff, the lizard people watched, unable to believe their own eyes. The old man was moving at an incredible speed. Dust and air vortices reveal their presence in the forest. In the forest, the rabbit flinched in fear when a blurry silhouette flashed past him. Siderot easily jumps in the air, confidently shouting his battle cry. Impressed by his speed, he realizes that he is running so fast for the first time. The ground seems to split from their furious strength. Satoru confidently looks ahead, not taking his eyes off his path. Sanido admits that Satoru has a significant advantage and apparently still has plenty of time. The turtle's eyes show her surprise, and she acknowledges that being a leader is a true feat. Running alongside his rival, Satoru also compliments, saying that Sanido is really as fast as he expected. The lizard Manacel remarks aloud that such a fast creature does not need a mount at all. Satoru smiles knowingly and says that Sanido just wants to be close to his friends. The big turtle barely smiles, comforted by the wise words of the elder. Satoru smiles confidently, preparing for the next stage. He reports that they are approaching the place where they need to turn around. It is a huge tree visible in the distance. The panoramic view of the area shows how great a distance both racers have already covered. At the edge of the cliff, the lizard folk anxiously think that the old man might have fallen down. Elder Taein recalls that his duel with Sanido lasted 2 or 3 hours. Luz says that their initial speed was much higher than anything the Elder had ever seen. Another lizard warrior notes that the race might end before they have time to fish. Glatina, preparing for a long wait, decides to take a short nap on the top of the rock. Their calm conversation is suddenly interrupted by a loud rumble and 2 clouds of dust rise. The lizard folk are amazed when they see that the race participants are already returning. Impressed, Taein says that the opponents are very fast and the distance between them does not change at all. A lizard named Manasau notices that Satoru has incredible endurance and begins to doubt whether he is really human. She shines with pride, cheerfully encourages, and enthusiastically says what an incredible grandfather she has. The race ends with the last crazy burst. Everything around fills with speed and energy. A smiling lizardman among the spectators joyfully exclaims that the winner of this competition is already obvious. The rest of the lizardmen still cannot recover from what just happened. When the dust settles, someone present says they have just witnessed a fierce fight. Satoru slightly catches his breath and looks satisfied and happy after winning the race. Lus quickly runs up to his grandfather and enthusiastically praises him, saying how incredible and cool he is. The huge turtle Sanido modestly admits that the world is much bigger than it seemed to her. Saidaro thanks Sanido for the wonderful fight and admits that he has never met such a fast opponent before. Tell us how a miracle can happen if one day he manages to ride such a large creature. Another lizard notices that usually elderly people do not say such things. Sunido officially addresses Saidaro, who stands below under the cliff, while the lizards watch them closely. He obediently becomes a subordinate of Satan and humbly asks to be given a name. At first, Kidaro was surprised and asked why the name Sanido alone was not enough for him. Standing on a rock, Taein explains that Sanado is not a name, but the name of an entire people. Azel agrees and explains that the turtle wants to have its own special name. Sadaro strokes his beard and contemplates names related to turtles and stones. Lus looks attentively, eyes wide open, feeling that the old man has come up with an idea. Nido says that they have one more game left. A sudden burst of energy starts the last game, and Luz finds herself at the center of events. She joyfully rides on Sunido, constantly urging him to run even faster. Impressed, the lizards watch the girl closely and note how strong she is. The old lizard smiles and says that this girl has real spirit. A voice off-screen suggests that there is enough time, so it is worth trying something else. Lucy exclaims with genuine joy, and her eyes shine happily. Riding on a fast turtle, Lus exclaims with excitement that this is incredibly fun and suggests making a sharp turn. The wild movements of the creature toss 2 lizardmen who are watching it into the air. At the top of the cliff, a group of lizardmen has gathered. One of them loudly warns of danger, while another at the same time exclaims with enthusiasm, wishing for the events to continue. A single sound reveals all of Luke's joy during the thrilling ride. A rumble echoes in the air, huge turtles slide across the ground. After the ride, Lus behaved as if everything was already over, and the turtle Sunito smiled with delight the whole time. Sadaro approaches the lizardman, says that everything could have ended badly, and asks who he and this girl are. Satoru smiles gently and admits that he was already about to intervene because everything looked very dangerous. Satoru proudly says that his friend Luce is a very strong girl. When she was asked if she had a good time, she beamed with a smile and said that she really enjoyed it. The lizardmen chief solemnly asks Sunito if he has finally made a decision. Close-up on Sunito's eye expresses a feeling of satisfaction and completeness. The camera zooms in on Nido's lizard eye, in which it is visible that he is pleased with the events. Chitaro looks at the ancient creature and addresses it, Sanido-san. Even before meeting the lizard people, Sanido bows before Satoru, promising him his loyalty. He asks to be rewarded with a name and to be sent back. Against the backdrop of a gloomy sky, the leader of the lizard people observes the important choice that has just taken place. Satoru smiles warmly and agrees without hesitation to fulfill the request of the giant turtles. Admiring the endless expanses, Satoru suggests going through life together as friends, not as master and servant. Sunido gladly accepts this proposal. Sadaro thinks long about a name for his new friend and suggests calling her Rosa. Rosa, having just received her new name, stands before Satoru and Luce. Her name still seems to linger in the air. Rosa gladly accepts her new name, and Satoru is happy that she likes it. The elder of the lizard people says goodbye to Setoru and urges him to travel the world beyond his native settlement. Rosa looks at him with understanding. Her gaze says that she already knows about his new goal. Seido urgently places his hand on Rose's thick, ancient shell. Satoru touches the shell and imagines how much Rose has seen all this time. After that, he admits that he appeared in the world quite recently. Luch looks up at him in surprise, not understanding why he calls himself her grandfather. Seido smiles gently, as if understanding everything without words, and confirms that she understood him correctly. At the very edge of the abyss, the lizard folk wave goodbye to the old man and warn him to be careful. The waves softly falling on Rose's back tremble vividly as she glides over the water's surface. Rose glides easily across the lake and asks if this speed is suitable. Satoru answers that everything is perfect. Rose admits that it is unusual for him to carry someone on his back. Satoru worries that because of Rose's huge size, they won't be able to get to the city. Luch wonders if he can use magic to make Rose smaller. Satoru explains why this is impossible to accomplish. He sets off to the temple to seek advice from Itril. In the general plan, a coastal town is visible. Houses stand along the shore, and some structures are placed directly on floating platforms. At the very edge of the city, Satoru tells Rosie that he needs to stay here and wait while they look for a way out. Lucy says that she is very happy and can no longer wait to stroll through the city together with Rhodes. While Satoru walks through the market, he quietly worries about what dangers might await someone who tries to experiment with magic. Lucy dreams of a magical potion that could shrink her, like in the fairy tale she knows. They walk along the wooden pier to a large temple shaped like a boat. When Satoru approaches the entrance to the temple, he is suddenly overcome by an anxious feeling, as if something is wrong. The chief priest Salcido looks worried, and his assistant Asao hurries to meet him. Salcido says he is rushing to pray for a believer who is currently in a very serious condition. Satoru politely steps aside and assures the priest not to worry about him and to feel at ease. Lucy watches attentively after them, worries, and sincerely hopes that everything will be fine with that person. Setter and Lucy enter the temple, where they are greeted by Itril in a long robe, who turns to them. Itril comes to the temple and tells Sedar about the recent disorder. Itril blushed a little and admitted that he is proud of Sadaro's play in the recent match. Sadaru smiles gratefully and says he would like to talk about his new girlfriend, Rosa. Walking slowly, Sadaru tells Itril that Rosa is too big to enter the city. Itril gives a magical instrument that allows changing the size of a creature. Satoru realizes that he can use the instrument as a catalyst for magic. Satoru asks Itril to ask the priest Salcido to prepare all the necessary magical artifacts. Salcido said that Itril is lifting the seriously ill, feeling that something is wrong. To keep everything secret, Itril will say that he wants to transfer the patient under Satoru's care. Luce, Satoru, and Itril were surprised and did not immediately know how to react to the unexpected request. When Itril asks if Luce will be sad alone, she bravely replies that she can stay by herself. Louis, with a sincere smile, says that her grandfather had to help someone. Itril gently smiles in response and confirms that she is right. Satoru observes everything, and his face shows that he is touched and a little tired. Satoru and Itril set off on the road, while Luce and the cat stay at the pier near the temple and see them off with warm wishes. The large temple on a boat with a tent rises near the foot of the mountain shore. While you wait, happily stroke the purring black cat on the wooden pier. Two of Luce's friends saw her from afar and pointed at her with concern. Luce's blonde friend calls her name worriedly. They quickly run up to her, rejoicing with relief, and ask when she returned. Her friends asked why she had been gone so long and if something bad had happened to her. Everyone is confused when Luce mentions some turtle sandbox. With a happy smile and a dreamy look, she tells about her adventure when she ran together with a turtle. The friends cannot believe this story. To them, it sounds like a fairy tale. The blonde casually asks if Satoru is nearby right now. Hugging the cat, Luce began to tell where her grandfather had gone. She happily explains that her grandfather went for a walk together with an uncle with dark skin. The black cat lies relaxed, satisfied and happy as Luce gently rubs his belly. The dark-haired friend understands that Luce is talking about the head of Priest Salcido. She recalls that Salcido prayed for a person with an incurable disease. Luce proudly says that her grandfather went to help, and she meanwhile waits for him together with the cat. Both friends realize with surprise that Satoru decided to help. The dark-haired friend smiles with a happy sparkle in her eyes and the blonde looks confused and surprised. On the deck of the temple boat, the friend says that magic can sometimes heal diseases. Hearing this, Lucy is filled with new hope and cannot hide her amazement. As evening fell, Setoru and Itra walked together along the stone path that runs along the water. Itrol notes that there are many merchants and warehouses of trading companies around. They look up at the hill where a lively settlement is visible, and Itrol points to the house with the glowing light. Next to the lantern, as they walked further, a shining butterfly made of light flew by. Saint Erog, with noticeable concern, asked Itrok about the patient's condition. Itrol says that this is a disease that can only be cured with special magic, so Satoru's suspicions are confirmed. Itrol is confident that Satoru's power can fully help. With a worried look, tell Ru that you are not sure if it is worth helping just this one person. Itra calmly and seriously looks straight into Satoru's eyes. The bright butterfly easily takes off from Itro's hand as he emphasizes that this matter is special. Ethereal explains that this patient, unlike others, has not yet reached his natural end. Satoru raises his gaze to the man from the story and quietly repeats his profound words to himself. Itral explains that by nature this patient should not be dying at all. Itral gives an example that even a single foreign drop can spread waves across the entire world. The butterfly symbolizes the waves that spread throughout the world from that very drop's fall. The figure in the hood points with a hand at the glowing butterfly hovering in the sky, using it as a visual example for the story. The elder from southern Satero knows well how strongly things that do not belong to him can affect our world. He jokingly asks his companion Itro if another mistake has happened, like the one that got him here. The two interlocutors walk along a rural path and have a serious conversation. Filled with determination, the cell promises not to leave the person in trouble. His companion responds to Southern's sincere confession with a quiet smile that seems to say, "I understand everything." During the walk, Itrol suddenly stops. A wary expression appears on his face because he feels something is happening nearby. Vova sits alone on a park bench and quietly cries, hiding her face in her hands. When his companion approached the crying enemy, he asked in surprise what she was doing here. Approaching closer, the hooded companion quietly addresses the pig, asking if the exhausted young girl is the sick one they are looking for. Vova lifts her tear-streaked face and sees two travelers before her. With tears in her eyes, she recognizes the man in the cell, the same one she recently met in the guild shop. She quickly stands up, turns away, and wipes her face, hiding her embarrassment. Pulling herself together, Fovia says she will return another time to talk about the recipe. And Sal gently smiles at her and says he can wait with his affairs. Then he admits that Cheeto had already told him about her family's illness. Frightened, Full looks up and sees Sal approaching him, extending a helping hand. Explaining his abilities and healing magic, he listens attentively as she sadly recounts the doctor's grim diagnosis. Hope appears on Noah's face as she contemplates the possibility of healing magic. In despair, she asks if her mother has any chance of recovery. Asao and his partner exchange glances and seem to have already decided what to do next. Platina quietly worries that her partner Sadia will get irritated due to the delay in their affairs. His comrade clenches his fist, showing how deeply he worries about the difficult situation. Overwhelmed with emotions, Fova drops to her knees and bows deeply before them. Her sudden and desperate gesture unexpectedly frightened not only the boy himself, but also his companion. Meanwhile, Boeing pretends that he is about to cry, apologizes for his rudeness in the past, and imploringly asks them for help. Klitinka decides to postpone the matter with the recipe for now and asks Fova to tell everything to the guild. Smiling warmly, he suggests first going to see how her mother is feeling. With relief, Fova immediately agrees and asks him to go home with her. Three people walk along the path to a luxurious mansion, over which the evening sky is already descending. At the entrance, Foa is met by the family butler, who looks worried. Fova asks the butler about her mother's condition, and he sadly replies that nothing has changed. She reminds the butler that they need someone who can wield powerful restorative magic. The interlocutor in the hood smiled and asked what this had to do with the recipe, thus easing the tense atmosphere. Sal takes a deep breath, gathers courage, and prepares to enter the mansion. Walking through the luxurious corridor, he notices how splendidly furnished the house of the trade guild is. He was addressed by the name Sadero Samum, and he nodded to confirm that it was indeed him. Fovi quietly hopes that even a slight improvement in her mother's condition will be a true salvation for them. She clenches her fist from anxiety, worry is visible on her face as they approach the patient's chamber. The butler carefully watches them, and hope and restrained doubt are simultaneously reflected on his face. The salary calmed FOA with a gentle smile and promised to do everything possible to help. Fova enters the bedroom and informs her mother that they have brought guests. Salana, their mother, meets them weakly while lying in bed. She appears pale and very weak. Fola quickly runs up and insists that she lie down and rest instead of getting to work. Selin says she wants to finish her work while her hands still function. Aso politely and respectfully introduced himself, demonstrating his friendliness. He intends to use his magic to cure her illness. Selin politely introduces herself and thanks him for the offer. When the butler asks, the hooded man simply replies that he is a sales assistant. The cell sits by the bed, ready to begin, and asks to lean closer so the examination can start. The mage thrusts his magic wand forward and shouts the diagnostic spell EVALUA. Around the woman lying in bed, magical screens with data appear one after another, and the special cell carefully studies them. On Saucy's face, it is visible how he is tensely focused. He is finally beginning to understand everything. The results show that the patient has paralysis, loss of vision, and severe weakness. Asao realizes that he is not ready to fight this disease, even having memories from a past life. Salu thought he heard the voice of his comrade right inside his head, and it scared him quite a bit. The daughter and the butler are worried, unaware of the quiet telepathic conversation. His companion confidently reassures the cell, promising that he has the power to heal her. This figurative scene shows that stronger healing magic is needed here. The companion confirms that Assad's ability to resurrect will help solve this problem. Tired, Sao thinks that his partner is oversimplifying everything. The worried daughter of the patient asks if her mother can be completely cured. At first, the cell tells the patient what disease he has and how it manifests. The sick woman listens carefully and understands that he correctly identified her ailment. He informs her that she has several tumors in her chest. This is a form of breast cancer. She confirmed his words by saying that she also felt a lump there. One of the cells notes that the disease must be treated and suggests using its magical abilities. In despair, the daughter begs him to save her mother and promises to do whatever he wants. Calmly, Asako and his companion soothed the frightened girl. The daughter again felt hope in her heart and agreed to let him proceed. And Sal raises his wand and utters a powerful healing spell, Remission. They watch anxiously as the magic begins to take effect. The patient's bed stirred. She calmly opened her eyes as the light began to fade. He asks how she feels now that the magic is over. Surprised, Selin moves her hand, feeling full control return to her. Looking around, she marvels that she now sees everything so clearly, as if her vision has become perfect. The daughter asks if mom really feels better now, and Selin joyfully replies that she does. Asao and his companions exchange relieved glances. The spell worked, bringing everyone a sense of calm. The family's butler stands nearby, stunned by the unexpected recovery. He says with surprise that Madam recovered in just a moment. The butler admits he has never seen such powerful magic before. He ranks this spell at the highest level, placing it on par with resurrection. Azel modestly responds to the praise, calling herself merely an ordinary merchant. The butler cannot believe that such a strong man is just a simple, ordinary person. The doctor from the south confirmed that the illness has receded and advised Selin to rest and recover well. Selin sincerely smiles, thanks her daughter, and admits that she is already feeling much better. Fova froze for a moment in amazement, struck by the true miracle that had just happened. Tears of relief rolled down the opponent's face. She was genuinely happy. Voa falls into her mother's arms as soon as one of the cells decides to leave. In the evening, when it was already getting dark outside, Asav shared his worries about his young ward with a voice full of anxiety. After reflecting on the long day, he decides to return home, to the place where everything ends. Behind him, someone's voice calls his name and stops him on the road. Catching up with him accompanied by security, the butler solemnly thanked him. He claims that the form of the Salper was a true miracle, not just a minor favor. Glatina politely refuses their offer to pay, explaining that it is not necessary at all. The butler begged him to agree, as he feared that his mistress's enemy might respond. Sal finally agrees, but asks for only one favor in return. The butler and his assistants are stunned by the unexpected request.